Hello everybody and welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be continuing the house in Fata Morgana. Where last we left off, we had gone through most of Michel's childhood memories. I'm not sure if there's going to be more to explore. There's certainly more that led to his death. But we went through most of his memories. We came back to the modern day. It looks like we round up here in a vast void of Morgana juice. You know, unfortunately, this is a thing. What up, Morgana? I hope you're having a good day. Oh, yeah, you poor baby girl. That's what we're dealing with today. We're back with Morgana in present day. You ready, Fu-chan? I don't know. I feel like this is going to be pain and suffering. How's your day? Really good. I woke up 8 a.m. full of energy. Went to bed last night at like 12:30. Got almost 8 hours. Yeah, couldn't get back to sleep at 8, but it was full energy kind of thing. Walked a dog, made food, did some stretches. I'm good. Yesterday, I was a bit wrecked. That's why I genuinely tweeted out, like, I'm seriously going to try to stick to that whole, like, we wrap up gameplay sections at 5 hours thing for a while. Because, yeah, by the time I was done with Zelda, my back was tight. It wasn't painful. I was fine on that regard. It was just tight to the point where I was just like, old man, walking, stumbling around with dog. It was fun. But it was worth it anyway. And this morning, yeah, worked out. But in fact, even like 3 hours after the stream, I was fine. I just realized, oh god, let's not do that again. Let's not push that so hard. Let's take our time to work back into long streams. 8 hours of just pure gameplay, probably not a good idea. Have you eaten? I just said that, small fox. I already had food. Had breakfast. For breakfast, I had chicken shawarma with pearl couscous and a nice cucumber raita. So not something you should probably have for breakfast, but one of the pre-made meals that I had was going out of date. Like 2 of them are going out of date by the end of the day. So I had to have one for breakfast and one for dinner. It was delicious anyway. It was just a little spicy, a little heavy, I should say. But I ate it a while ago since I woke up so early, so that's good. Gotta get them while you can. Exactly. Gotta make sure we don't eat out-of-date food. I probably could have eaten it tomorrow, but if anything bad happened after I did eat it tomorrow, we all know what would happen there. Everybody would be taking the piss out of me getting food poisoning of my own volition again. Not gonna happen. I'm not gonna let you guys hold that one over on me. So, Morgana juice for breakfast? Yeah. We are swimming in the blood of Morgana's creation. I'm guessing that's what this is supposed to be symbolic of. How much she bled for other people, how they bled her to her last drop. And then how much blood she wanted to take back from her victims. How much she felt like she owed them. Not sure about that. It could just be a general miasma kind of thing. It kind of looks like the malice from Zelda Breath of the Wild. Which isn't saying they were inspired by that at all. It's just like that's the general image people have when they think of like evil, corrupted stuff. Black and red, baby. It's a red flag for a reason. With that said, are you guys ready to jump into this? Have you got water to replace the fluids that are going to be crying out of your eyes? Have you got tissues to wipe it up? Because we're probably going to suffer even more, let's be honest. My Fulgur is red and black too. I don't know what you mean. I'm not. Look, I've got white in my hair and on my shirt. That's a white flag. That ain't no red flag. Check for all that. Okay, let's go. Oh wait, he's modern day now. He doesn't wear those clothes. Ah. The next thing I know, I'm sinking into a vast void. Darkness cuffs my hands and legs, restricting my movement. Images of the past I had kept buried away for so long stream past me. This isn't how I wanted it to happen. Not coming from my own mouth, being laid bare for all to see without my consent. That wasn't how I wanted her to find out about my secret. About my shameful history. I warned you, my dear. I told you that you didn't want to reclaim your old self. If you'd simply let it be, you wouldn't be here now, forced to relive it all. Now do you understand? The tale I spun behind the fourth door was as much for you as it was for her.
There you were a young man with a sad fate, but you met a wonderful woman, fell in love with her, and then died in the arms of tragedy. The sequence of events is not far from the truth, but I was able to turn it into something enchanting and beautiful. I got rid of all the nasty little details. Your ugliness, your body troubles, all of that. Doesn't it seem a bit unfair, Michel? You tore down the walls around Giselle's heart, around her past, but you wanted to keep your own nice and safe and hidden away? She has every right to be upset. You were afraid she wouldn't accept you, were you not? And that's precisely what happened. But can you honestly blame her? The truth you've kept hidden away is not something most would be able to accept. The prince who came riding in to save her...
Silence!
...wasn't actually a man.
Please. Enough. I've seen enough. Let it stay buried. Please! Just stop this! I don't want to see it! I don't want anything to do with it!
What a sad little creature you are, my dear. Not a woman in this world would have any interest in you now. You've surrounded yourself with layer upon layer of walls, covered yourself with this patchwork, barely held together quilt of masks, and it's the only thing keeping you together. You're the frailest one of all, the weakest. And it's about time you accepted that and stopped trying to fight it.
I am not weak.
Oh, is that so? Let's proceed with the tale then, shall we? Face the one you hate most in the world. Yourself. Your weakness. Or your ugliness. Face it. And despair.
Don't. Again. Once again, my own desires, my own wishes are completely irrelevant. The past sprawls out before me once more, and the witch is exactly right. I despise the man I was then, teeming with vain hope and foolish dreams. I would rather pretend that part of me never existed. But I have no choice. I'm dragged back into the life I once lived. My pleas for mercy, fading into dark nothingness. Poor Michel. And Michel is not weak at all. Michel is strong as hell. We talked about that at the end of the previous playthrough. Oh, I love this song so much. This one's so romantic and soft. We talked about how hard he had fought to get to where he was. How much he had fought to save Giselle, despite the fact that he'd been through so much pain by this point. Felt death multiple times. Felt Morgana's death on top of his own. Lived through that and kept scrambling forward for Giselle. He is hella strong. Morgana's twisting the knife so much. And I had forgotten up until she did the whole like, and she still denied you. How would any woman love you? That she pulled that shit with showing him Giselle being like, I forgot exactly what she said, but she did essentially turn him away. He saw a vision of Giselle saying he was a freak or something. And it's BS. There's no way Giselle did that. There's no way Giselle did that knowingly. Like, there's a possibility that Morgana lied to Giselle about what Michel was actually doing. And so she did actually say those words. But there's no way that just because of the whole intersex thing that Michel was denied by Giselle. No way. Giselle said, you're disgusting. Thank you. So yeah, that was either a fake created by Morgana or it was a trick. Morgana set something else to make her say that about him in a different way or about someone else. But we shall see. Okay, we're back to pastimes, Michel. See how this goes. Definitely not real. Michel is perfect for Giselle. Yeah. They've been through so many things together in like so many similar scenarios. Anything that brings them closer together. Especially considering how Giselle feels about her own disformed body. Exactly. The scars that she bears. Everything she went through. Even though it has nothing to do with her own creation. Anyway, sorry. Distracted by chat. I couldn't remember how long it had been since the capital had disappeared into the distance, but I'd been on the road for some time now. We'd long since left paved roads behind. The carriage rocked back and forth as it proceeded down the rough dirt path. For hours, I stared through the window as unfamiliar scenery flowed past. Eventually, a fog settled over the area, making it difficult to discern night from day. We made our way through dark, dense woods, and beyond them, like the world fading into view after a dream, a mansion appeared before us. All the windows were either shuttered or boarded, encasing the house in darkness. In a way, it felt like all I had done was move from one prison to a much larger one. Briefly, I thought they had possibly been sealed to keep anyone from seeing me inside, but my coming here was a very recent development. More likely then, the house had been in this condition when it was initially purchased. Quite the piece of property my father had found himself with. I wondered if he had been swindled by its previous owner. It was a gloomy, uninviting place, but it didn't appear to be in disrepair. The coachman left my luggage outside the door, gave me an empty farewell, and then went on his way. I was entirely alone. I spent some time just staring out at the forest, but naturally there was nothing of interest to be found there, so I quietly turned around and opened the door to the mansion. Is it foggy outside? I believe so. I mean, it is a Fata Morgana, so yeah, it appearing out of nothingness through the fog would be perfect, like a mirage, like a Fata Morgana. It's certainly dark. I could barely even see my own feet. Briefly, I considered trying to unshutter a window or two, but ended up deciding against it. The less inviting the place looked, the easier it would be for me to avoid contact with the outside world, as Didier has recommended. Standing there in the darkness for several minutes, my eyes gradually grew accustomed to the lack of light. While it was hardly ideal, it was sufficient to take a look around the house. The inside didn't seem to have received the same level of care as the outside. Everything was dusty, and the air was many years stale. But I wasn't in a cleaning mood. So I dug through my luggage for a bundle of candles, lighting one with a flint. Stained glass window. He's gonna come in contact with his namesake. Good old Archangel Michel. Michel? Michael. God damn it. Examining the large room I found myself in, I came across a stained glass window depicting an angel. The Archangel, after whom I'd been named, looked solemnly down upon me. Quite the joke. 2 columns of evenly spaced pews ran the length of the room, all facing the multicolored window. I set the candlestick on a podium of some sort, which is when I realized. This is a chapel. A flat length of silver bent in the middle was mounted to the pulpit's face. When I saw it, I knew exactly what it used to be. A cross. The pews weren't facing the stained glass, but the cross. Why though? It felt as though the mansion had been built up around the chapel rather than the opposite. I was perplexed as to why anyone would do that. But of course, there was no one around to sate my curiosity. Taking the candlestick back in my hand, I made my way beyond the pulpit. In fact, that's the first thing he saw in the mansion. Yeah. It is quite the joke. I wonder if that's why his father actually bought it. Maybe there was some level of care there where he saw the Archangel Michael and he was like, reminds me of my child. Probably not. Most likely not. But still, That was a good line as well. I never thought about the fact that, I mean, some mansions are big enough that they do generally have like a praying area, but yeah, the size of the room, the way they describe it, it really was a church, because it was the church back in Morgana's day, and they did just build the mansion around it. That's brave for someone to do. For someone to take a church and just be like, this is my house now. I shall build a building around it. Very sacrilegious. So it is an interesting question of who actually did that. Unless someone was like being controlled by Morgana, guided by Morgana, or I don't know, trying to be a dick. Such a cruel irony. Yeah. Archangel Michael staring down at him. Damn. Wonder why they decided to build like this. Yeah. It made a very beautiful mansion, I'll give it that. There is a Saint Michael San Miguel gin in my country. Ooh. Like a catalyst of Morgana? Yeah, it could, because Morgana's pretty good, even if she can't, like, use her powers fully without a host. That's why she needs Giselle and Michel. She's pretty good at whispering into people's ears, it seems. Like, before she had Giselle, she was good at whispering into her ear. And even before that, she was good at whispering into Michel's ear, from what we saw. From all the times he freaked out, she's good at, like, messing with people. So it could be somebody else took control of the church. Or somebody else just came to visit the church while it was run down, and she was just like, build a mansion. Make it beautiful, decadent, inviting. Do it. Live here. Be happy. Kind of thing, as a ghost. She said she was a weak ghost before other things, but yeah. That kind of thing is what I feel like might have happened. Who knows? Maybe it'll be part of the story later. A mansion built around a chapel. It feels like a representation how Michel has been caged as a child. The way it was neglected now is just like how he was neglected too. That's an interesting way to look into it. But everything was kind of neglected. If anything, it may be more of a representation of Morgana. Like, I like the direction you're going with it, especially since it does have the stained glass window of the Archangel Michael inside it, which is representative of Michel. But with Morgana, it could be a church, a holy place, her being born and being seen as the daughter of God, as the Messiah. But then everything having been corrupted about it. They then take that church and the place she died even. They took that church and built a mansion around it, a place of decadence, which was put there to lure in travelers, to make them feel comfortable, even though it's actually an evil and corrupted place. It corrupted a church. It took what she was, a child of God, and turned it into something wicked and twisted, a ghost and corrupted figure. So yeah, I guess it's more representative of Morgana, but I like the way you were going with the representation of Michel. There sat a small metal door. I pressed one hand against the cool surface, and my heart leapt. It was abnormally cold, but the door itself seemed perfectly normal. An inexplicable anxiety spread through me. It was a very unusual sensation. My instincts told me I should stay far, far away, and my heart told me it was my duty to see what lay beyond. What am I going to find back there? After a few moments' hesitation, I decided to act in opposition to my instincts. Fuck yeah, push it open. This is your house now. You're gonna meet the witch, buddy. That was a bad decision. Maybe you should have just left it closed. Damn. Feel like you're learning history from how... Oh, I like learning history from houses. It makes you think you're in history. Yeah, if they're old enough. Sometimes it gets scary. I was looking at a long spiral staircase. The wooden stairs stretched so high I couldn't tell where they ended. An observation tower? Perhaps? As if being pushed forward by some inhuman force, I mounted the staircase. By the third or fourth loop, soft light began peeking into the tower through regularly spaced rectangular openings in the stone walls. Through one such window, I gazed outside, and far off in the distance, beyond the seemingly endless ocean of trees, I saw a small village. Nowhere I'm ever going to go. So many stairs. It had been quite some time since I had exerted myself this much. I hardly had any opportunity locked away in my chambers. With every step I took, I could hear my joints creaking and my muscles screaming. I was long since out of breath,
only staying upright with the help of the wall. This is pitiful. But damn it. But turning back never occurred to me. I had to keep climbing. Had to make it to the top. And it was that feeling of necessity that pushed my exhausted body upward. He is being called by Morgana. Yeah, he's being pulled up. By the time I reached the top, I was practically gasping for air. Sweat streamed down my forehead. I wiped it aside, turning my gaze toward yet another door. But unlike the first, what on earth? A tangle of rope covered the surface, layers upon layers of it, making its intent abundantly clear. Nothing shall come in or out. It didn't look like it had been put there recently either, as much of it was rotted through. Out of curiosity, I grabbed at the coil and yanked. The rope snapped in several places, chunks falling limply to the floor. That wasn't enough to allow the door to open, though. People only sealed doors like this for a reason, largely because they didn't want, or couldn't allow, others to see what hid behind them. Like what they did to me. For a few moments, I felt as though I was looking down at myself from outside my body. If it hadn't been this man, but someone else standing there, would they have turned back at the sight of the sealed-off door, acting as though nothing was there? Or would they have done as I did? I ground my teeth, a mix of annoyance and bitterness rushing through me. But I did not hesitate. I held the flame of the candle up to the wall of the rope, careful not to set the whole thing ablaze. Slowly, carefully, burning through them one by one. It was repetitive and time-consuming, but I persisted, wiping away sheets of sweat before it streamed into my eyes. The sun was well on its way down before I finally managed to expose the door. I took a deep breath, looked up at it, and gulped. There was something indescribably chilling about the door. And then, I pushed it open. A barely noticeable breeze brushed past me. A single ray of sunshine shone into the room, coming from a single window sitting high atop the wall. It cast a milky white patch of light on the hard floor, revealing the fact that I was not alone. The rumors say a witch lives in this mansion. There I saw, in this cursed house, a skeleton with only one arm. A cursed mansion for a cursed man. It was like I was destined to end up here. I had no way of finding out who the skeleton belonged to, so I left it there at the top of the tower and retreated into thought. They left Morgana there for hundreds of years. I did not realize that. They never even gave her a proper burial. I mean, I knew the whole town died because of the curse, because of drinking her blood. But goddamn, people found her eventually, came to the church, and instead they just tied up the door and left her there. Fuck these people. But yeah, that whole thing was written so freaking well. Him deciding he was going to open the door because he noticed it was similar to his situation. Somebody hiding something that they found ugly, cursed, disgusting, they didn't want the world to see. Kept inside, but also, yeah, keeping everyone away from it. Keeping everyone away from seeing what they did to Morgana. And keeping Morgana away from the outside world. No wonder he felt some camaraderie with the witch at first. Wonder if there'll be any bones left. He just said he found the skeleton with the one arm. He found Morgana's bones.
Him burning the ropes so they wouldn't be able to be used again. Yeah, he couldn't get through them the normal way. He didn't have anything to cut them, so he had to burn them. That's brave, man. I mean, you see something tied up with multiple ropes that have been there for centuries and are already rotting away. You know that shit's evil. You know that's like a sacred, like, keep this shit away thing. Oh, man. But yeah, he was like, he knows the fact that some things that people call cursed are actually just things that people have done evil shit to. People have decided are cursed. Because he's been in that exact same position. Like Michel and Morgana are on the same coin but different sides. Yeah, if he was pushed a little further, he probably... I mean, he had that moment where he ran out in front of his family and he said... He screamed at them and said, I'm not cursed, I'm a man, and was like all vengeful about it. Called, what's-her-face, a whore. Right in front of his brother. Right in front of Didier and Georges. He had his vengeful moments. And he probably would have done, if he had died in the mansion, while what's-her-face tortured him. God damn. Amy, thank you. While Amy tortured him. Yeah, maybe he would have left behind a curse as well. Maybe they just would have sealed up that bedroom if things had gone different. It had been one more day before Amy showed up and he had just passed away before Amy got there. Or if Amy had tortured him to the point of death rather than just right next to it. I wondered to myself, how had the one-armed person died? How had they felt locked in that room, staring up at that sole window, so far out of reach? About the only thing they would have seen was the sky and the occasional bird. Had they yearned for more light, or had they come to despise the tiny patch of it that trickled into the room? Had they been some sort of wicked criminal in prison for wrongdoing? Not all prisoners are necessarily bad people. Yeah, he knows that feel. Having been branded with a non-existent curse, I couldn't help but think that perhaps something similar had happened to whoever they were. Vainly reaching out for the sun, constantly praying for rescue that would never come. What had gone through their mind as they withered away? Would anyone ever come for me? Would my brothers keep their word? Or would I, years from now, end up another pile of dry bones somewhere in this house, unwanted and alone? Robbed of all hope, with no one but the darkness to talk to as it sunk its teeth deeper and deeper into me. That corpse could be me in the future. Didier. Georges. Did you really send me here to keep me hidden? Or is this to be my grave? Can I put my faith in you? Can I trust you when you say I'll be able to return? That everyone will happily accept me? And that we'll all be together again? That we'll play chess and that we'll draw pictures? That nobody will be left out? All I really wanted was for people to accept me for who I was. To accept that I was a man. No, that I had grown to resemble a man. That I had the heart of a man. I didn't need anything else. I didn't want to cause anyone anguish. I didn't want to hate anyone. I simply wished to be who I was. No. Who I wanted to be. And I didn't want to be treated like I was strange or different. If that was asking too much, then at the very least, I wanted to have one person in my life who truly understood me. Didier. Georges. I pray that you can be that for me. Shit. So that was really deep, good line based off of like the whole gender dysphoria kind of feeling. Just wanting to be seen as who... God, poor Michel as well. Wanting to be seen as, in his words, who he wanted to be, rather than who he was as well. Since he's not even sure what he is at this point. All he knows is how he feels and what he wants to be. He wants to be a man, he wants to be a knight. He doesn't understand why people can't treat him that way. He didn't even understand what's up with his own body. Poor dude. And yeah, the whole, like, I just wanted somebody to understand me. Yeah, he's going to end up accidentally calling out to Morgana's spirit, who really can understand at least this part of him. And him realizing he may just be left here to die. Yeah, it's something that we considered in the last part as well. But maybe his brothers weren't so much trying to save him, but were just trying to help themselves. Were trying to help their mother. Were trying to protect their family. And it was just another prison. A different bedroom. He really wanted the validation and acceptance, as we all do. That's a human necessity, really. People won't accept you for who you are. That does shit to you. It makes you think you're not enough. Really. Anyway. Lurking quietly in the mansion's all-encompassing darkness, I waited and hoped that that day might arrive when I could come out of hiding. However, 1, 2, 3 years later, I'd still not been set free. Only my mother wrote me, and in all her letters she said the same thing. When your curse is broken, come back home, sweetheart. When your curse is broken, I want you back in my life. When your curse is broken, everything will be back to normal. I wait expectantly for the day you are free of that terrible curse. The curse would never be broken, though. What I was now was what I was meant to be. All that time I had spent as a girl, none of that was real. Didier had said he didn't think I was cursed. My brothers didn't think I was some hellish demon child. So no, curse would never be broken. Because there was no curse to break. I wasn't cursed at all. There was no damned curse. But the flow of time eroded away at me, slowly killing any confidence I had once had, sucking me dry of all trust for others and myself. With enough time, I started questioning my own beliefs about what I was. Started thinking that perhaps I was cursed. Much like they had at the Bolognier estate, the servant who came by every month did his best to avoid making eye contact. Beyond just bringing me food, he was also checking in on me and making sure I didn't attempt to run away. And every month, he probably went back and told Mother the same thing. But my curse had still not been broken. Do you have the answers I seek, O Father in heaven? If you do, I ask of you to guide me. Please, tell me what I am. If I truly am cursed, and perhaps you could tell me how much my soul weighs too. Probably not very much. Poor Michel. And there comes the religious trauma as well. Ah, God, especially since he wanted to be a knight at one point. He's straight up getting to the point where, oh, maybe I am cursed. Maybe it'll be broken someday. Maybe this isn't who I'm supposed to be. Maybe I was just cursed and don't deserve to live. The sad thing is, it was like the times. I mean, we said it in the last episode, but he was lucky enough that the family still loved him when he had albinism. He had the white hair and red eyes. They were chill with that, but they couldn't understand the other thing. And it sounds like his mother was desperate for a daughter for whatever reason. Childbirth was hard back in those days as well. 1099? Surviving 3 childbirths is hard enough. She was probably doing her best to get to a girl. She just wanted a daughter as well. Someone she could be on the same wavelength as. Someone she could raise to be her living legacy kind of thing. Someone she could teach to sew and do all those other girly things that Michel never wanted to do. True, every little difference was being a witch at that time. Yeah, this is literally the beginning of the Crusades. This is at the height of Christians going nuts. I know it's different times, but this is just cruelty. Yeah, I mean, we saw what happened to Giselle as well. Everybody. I mean, even like hundreds of years after this, it was still terrible. Shit sucks, man. Mom must be heartbroken. Yeah, that's the sad thing. The mom probably genuinely believes it's a curse. The mom probably genuinely believes, like, maybe she did something wrong or her husband did something wrong. There were people theorizing in the last part that maybe it was part of a... like she had cheated on the husband. Maybe she's thinking that she brought this curse on Michel, her darling daughter. This is her fault. And someday the curse will be broken. Someday she just has to believe and have faith because she believes in God. She has one son who's a knight. Surely she can't be terrible, and surely her darling daughter doesn't deserve to be cursed like this. Her husband does do wrong things. Oh, her husband's a piece of shit. Yeah, we know that. The mom must be really desperate to fall into madness. Yeah. And unfortunately, she's taking that out on her son rather than actually caring about who he is now. Shit sucks. Some people just can't change, and in that point, you just have to give up on them. That's what's painful as well. With Didier and George still trying to protect their mother for everything. Didier and George both like the whole reason they moved Michel, Didier said it himself, it wasn't just for Michel. They did want to keep Michel alive, but they knew it would have destroyed their mother if Michel was executed by their father. There are people like that in your life where they're terrible people, but you're still tied to them. Sometimes you have to cut them out of your life, but sometimes you can't. You're still too attached to them. She's still their mother. Even Michel, even he, you know, he's the one who's being hurt by this so much. That's such a real feeling. Someone that you love, even though they're destroying you. It's toxic. But yeah, I feel bad for Michel having to sit there and just be like, maybe I am cursed. Maybe she's right. When he isn't. He was just born different. And they just didn't understand that back then. And he doesn't understand that about himself. And he's just accepted their saying. You got to wonder how many times that happened throughout history for any kind of thing. Any kind of random being born different, looking different. It was a thing that people would like just lock their children away and be like, oh, try holistic medicine on them that often involved things like cutting them open and letting them bleed, or forcing them to ingest things that were actually toxic and poisonous. Fucking, at one point, they did the whole, like, the psychological problems they did. What was the thing called? Where they made a little hole through the nose and went in through the brain. That thing. Where it basically just destroyed part of the brain and made you just unable to think properly. A lobotomy, thank you. They did that because they thought it was genuinely helping people. Just for random things, for random emotional fluctuations. People would be like, oh, we'll give you a lobotomy. Then you'll calm down. You'll be much more docile. So glad how far we've come so far, and hopefully we'll continue to move in the future. I spent enough time alone in that dark mansion to drive anyone mad. The more time that passed, the more I grew to question myself, my worth as a human being. And whenever the self-doubt and loathing became too much to take, I trekked up to the top of the observation tower to see the light. Sitting there on the hard floor, I would place my hand on the skeleton's leg, its shoulder, its hand. And the size of the bones, whoever it was, appeared to have still been young when their life was withered away. Poor child. Even I feel blessed. Compared to you. Oh, how miserable it must have been locked away up in this tower. To have your arm mercilessly severed. You have my pity, though. I alone shall mourn your death, and I alone shall take comfort in your presence. You poor, poor child. By pretending to pity someone who had it worse than me, I was able to feel somewhat better about myself, because if I was in a position to pity someone else, then conversely I wasn't in a position to be pitied. Vainly, foolishly trying to convince myself of a lie, I spent hours, days alone in that tower, holding the dry bones in my arms. Now there was a sight to lend credence to my alleged madness. Yeah, not a great look to be hugging bones. It's also interesting that he has no idea what actually happened to Morgana. For all he knows, like, that could have just as easily been a criminal. It could have been someone who was locked in the tower because they did absolutely heinous things. A thief who would have had their arm severed for that. But he's just created his own narrative because he needs one. He needs someone to pity, someone who's similar to him, but had it even worse. Was left there to rot and die even younger, and left there for all eternity. So at least he feels like there's someone he can look after. Oof. Over time, the air in the mansion seemed to thicken. Over time, the air in the mansion seemed to thicken, as if the fog were condensing. Water pushed out all the air, swallowing me up, suffocating me. A putrid mire. I was trapped at the bottom of this thick, black sludge. Soon I lost track of the passage of time, my only landmarks being the dates on Mother's letters. Before I knew it, 8 years had passed. God damn, 8 years as well. It makes me wonder, like, I guess at this point Michel is essentially giving his energy to Morgana, but I wonder if they're going to twist this and it's going to turn out that Morgana was never even real. That essentially Michel created Morgana. They're either going in that direction or Morgana's going in the direction of like, no, it was your resentment that fueled me. You brought me back. Without you, I wouldn't be here. You're the one who actually created me. Whereas Morgana, like, yeah, probably did have a real history and probably is real, but if nothing else, his hatred, his resentment, him pouring energy into her is what's fueling her. We know her story. Do we though? Or is this just all in Michel's head? I don't actually believe that. I think Morgana's story is true. But at the same time, I could see them do that twist. And what I could definitely see them say is like, you're the one who brought me back. I was resting. Your malice, your discontent, your aggression towards your brother and family. That's what actually brought me back and gave me energy. Because spirits do tend to feed on like malevolent energy and these kinds of things, human stuff. What the hell is this? I hadn't heard my own voice in so long I had almost forgotten what it sounded like. There was a delivery that day, but it wasn't the usual package. The servant was instead carrying a large rectangular object draped in cloth. Shoving that into my hands, he said, "Regular supplies will be here in a couple days," and then ran off. This is when his mother started torturing him with the portraits of Michel, her daughter. Presumably, he was afraid to spend any more time than necessary with a cursed man. But I didn't bother to say anything about it. I knew it was a waste of breath. And I was not inclined to hold it against him if he didn't want to look me in the eye, to exchange words. All I could reasonably do was sit back and bear it. As long as I kept my mouth shut, the man could do his job in peace. By the candlelight, I began unwrapping the package the servant had delivered. From within, a sheet of parchment fell to the floor, and inside the package was a painting. Just looking at it, I couldn't tell what it was, aside from the fact that it was a portrait of a woman. I knew those brushstrokes, though. They were very distinctly Georges. The woman depicted had white hair. White hair. There was a flash, a fresh jolt of the pain that had nearly faded away. A half-dozen needles piercing my chest. So much blood had spilled from those gouges, I had long since lost any sensation of pain. But now it was back. Oh. George. You didn't. My whole body froze. The blood in my veins came to a halt. I couldn't breathe. I was drowning in a pool of imaginary water. I crouched down to pick up the sheet of parchment. It was a letter in Mother's handwriting. The first line read, as it did in all her correspondence. To my beloved daughter, Michel. Every day I pray that your curse might be broken. But lately I have come to think that perhaps the reason you remain cursed is because you have forgotten what you are supposed to be. So long you have spent in that accursed form,
It is very little surprise that you would lose sight of yourself. How can you return to your true self if you do not even remember what that is? So I asked Georges to paint you a picture, hoping it might help you break free of your curse. You are a beautiful young woman, my dear Michel. I presume you've already seen the painting. It's lovely, wouldn't you agree? That flowing white hair and skin like glass, those deep, enchanting red eyes, those slender fingers and modest feminine frame, those soft lips. It is not you when you were younger, though. Instead, I had him imagine what you would look like now. That is what you will look like when your curse is broken. Isn't that wonderful? Imagine it. Envision yourself. Your true self. Remember who you are. Recall your true self. I wait eagerly until the day that you come back to me, looking as beautiful as you do in this painting. My dear, sweet Michel. This is you. This is the real you. You are beautiful, my little girl, and I love you dearly. That awful fuss all those years ago, we can pretend none of that ever happened. Forget all about that dreadful thing the curse made you do. Become the girl you used to be, the girl you were meant to be, so we can once more be a happy family. I am waiting, forever waiting for you.
Yes. The letter ended there, leaving me with the woman in the painting staring back at me, her eyes seeming to insist that I was not me, that she was the real me, and I was nothing more than a fraud, laughing at me, scoffing at me for ever thinking I was anything but female, mocking me for stubbornly insisting I wanted to be a man. The pain in my chest swelled, spilling forth from my mouth in grunts and moans. You... And then... I screamed from the bottom of my lungs. Why? Why? I yanked at my hair. Why, George? Slammed the painting against the floor. You said I could believe in you. You swore to the god of art. So why? Why would you do this to me? You said yourself that you didn't think I was cursed. You acknowledged me as your brother. You know this isn't me. So why? Why would you make this? I've been waiting for so long. I put my trust in you and Didier. I trusted you. I believed you would always support me. Was that all a lie? Deep down, you really think I'm cursed? Just like Mother? That's why you haven't written to me. Why you haven't answered any of my letters. Where did my faith get me? Why did you even help me escape? Was it all a show? Was my execution just a lie? An excuse for you to send me somewhere far away? Well, was it? Tell me, Georges! Tell me the truth! What about you, Didier? Where do you stand? No. This isn't real. My voice was getting hoarse. I didn't have the strength to hold it in, and everything came spilling out of me, squeezed out by that phantom water. And the white-haired girl in the painting just stared back at me, smiling. I bit down on my lip as hard as I could. A metallic taste spread through my mouth, drops of blood trickling to the floor. Pulling the knife I used to open the monthly deliveries from my waistband, I lifted it high into the air, gathering what remained of my strength. This isn't me! and slashed the woman's face with it.
This isn't me. This isn't me! I am not this woman! I am a man!
Carved into it.
This is not how I look!
With everything I had.
Don't try to erase who I really am! Don't call me repulsive! Don't say I'm an abomination!
I tore into that smile, contempt surging from every slash.
This woman isn't real!
I wanted to curse the whole damned world. Every last thing. This wretched mire that'd become of my life. My brothers for happily going about their lives as I suffered here in the darkness. My delusional mother for refusing to acknowledge who I was. My father for trying to have me killed. Amy for making me realize I was a man, and then for torturing me for coming out about it. Everyone. I didn't care anymore. I wanted everyone who had ever wronged me to suffer the same way I had.
I can make that happen.
Huh? A voice rang out.
I can curse them for you, my dear.
It was a woman's voice, muffled like there were several walls between me and her.
Who's there?
I swiped up my candlestick, thrusting it forward to the sides behind me. But there was no one else around.
Give it a little thought. It's not that difficult. And when you figure it out, come to me. I've been waiting for so long for someone like you. Someone with such hatred for the world.
How am I supposed to know who you are?
How could you not, my dear? You've visited me so many times, held me in your arms, whispered,
"Poor child,"
into my ear again and again.
Oh. No. That's not possible. I see. I finally, truly lost my mind.
If that's what you wish to believe, that's your choice. But the way I see it, if you had truly lost your mind, you wouldn't be in so much pain.
The voice, still muffled and unclear, seemed to be coming from somewhere far away and very close at the same time.
Find your way to me and open the door once more. Let me out of my cage. Give me your hand.
I knew in the back of my mind that it was all absurd. Nonetheless, I did as the voice said. I let myself be drawn in by the pleasant whispers. The Archangel stood proudly upon his glass perch looking down at me. His gaze almost seemed judgmental, but I marched for the tower unconcerned.
For so long I have been waiting for the day I'd be rid of this darkness, the day someone would truly set me free. When you arrived at this house, I felt the hands of fate at work, that you were led here, that you were meant to come to this place. You've been through so much to get here. I know your pain. I know how it feels to be locked up, to be tortured and used for others' gain. You were the only one to ever have pity for me. And I'll be the only one to have compassion for you. You were the only one to stay at my side, and I shall do the same for you. You can give me life again. You can resurrect me. Now, open the door, Michel.
It felt like I was no longer in control of my own body. Her voice was tender in a way unlike either Mother's or Amy's, enticingly so. Standing at the top of the observation tower, I pushed open the door. And the first thing I saw was the ray of light shining through the window. And nothing else.
Thank you for opening the door.
It was empty. The skeleton, which had been sitting there as long as I'd been at this house, had vanished without a trace. I spun around, my gaze darting back and forth across the chamber, but there was no one there, only her voice whispering in my ear.
You made this possible. You gave me the chance to have my revenge.
Revenge?
Now I can make those men suffer a hell even worse than the one they put me through. Constant, everlasting despair. Their flesh may turn to dust, but so long as their souls live on, their torture will know no end.
The tenderness in her voice crumbled away, leaving only raw loathing behind. She then let out a half-muted cackle. Who are you?
Oh, you poor dear. They locked you up here without telling you whose house it was. You sad, pathetic thing. Well, that's exactly the kind of person I needed.
You're not the witch, are you?
That I am. I am the cursed witch who loathes the puny, wretched world, curses it. And my name is Morgana.
Morgana. I assumed the witch was nothing but a legend. A tale.
If you don't believe me, I'd be happy to show you.
Let's see.
I could place a curse on someone you have a grudge against. Drag them down into the dark abyss. You are the one who granted me freedom after all. Sympathized with me. Pitied me. Appreciated me. You happily embraced my filthy corpse. And for that, I will grant you your wish.
Oh shit. So this is how Georges got cursed and ended up painting himself in this building. He was so raw and emotional about it. The fact that Georges had painted him as a woman. And that's why Georges is still apologizing to this day. Fuck, that's the first curse.
And for that, I will grant you your wish. Wishes can come true, Michel. Much the same way I was able to come back to life. If you remain steadfast in your desires, they will become reality. The devotion and yearning are the fountain from which miracles spring. I cannot leave the mansion grounds, but that is but a minor inconvenience. Tell me who you wish to curse, and I can lead them here. I can force the cross you were made to bear onto them. I believe in my power to perform miracles, because you made my miracle a reality. So tell me, my dear, who will be first? Your second brother who made that ridiculous painting?
Georges.
Shall we kill him? He deserves at least that. He brought you more than enough pain. But if you would rather, you could curse your mother instead. Or the woman who set you on this path. Or perhaps you would prefer your father. With him gone, you could return home. Ask, and I will perform a miracle for you.
I didn't think she was lying either. As ridiculous as the whole affair sounded, the skeleton had disappeared from the tower, and I was hearing a disembodied voice. But beyond that, the voice seemed to have a sort of magnetism to it. If magic truly did exist in this world, then her words were laced with it. There was a power in her voice, something that repelled any instinct I might have to doubt the things she said. So I, on the verge of losing my grasp on reason altogether, believed every word the witch had said. I wanted to curse them, to curse my brothers, mother, father, Amy, and the witch was saying I could do precisely that.
What will it be, my dear? There is no price. I don't require a sacrifice or a dark ritual to perform my magic. I simply wish to show my gratitude. I want you to have that which you desire. Who do you want to curse?
The witch's sweet whispers hung in the air for a brief moment before wisping away. All the muscles in my body tensed up. I felt woozy, like the floor was wobbling beneath me. It took everything I had not to fall over. Who did I want to curse?
Oh, and you are welcome to choose more than one. All of them, even.
I could curse them, and the witch would kill my family. I would be free. No one would know I had been born female.
Why don't you become the new head of the estate?
Who would I curse? Who would I kill? Didier, Georges, mother, father, Amy. All of them? They had exiled me to this place.
Have your revenge.
A black butterfly fluttered across the room's single shaft of light. As I stared absently up at it, dozens of memories, of emotions flashed through my mind.
But at the end of the day, we're family. We can get past anything.
With enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and Georges. I don't understand. Why would I think about them now? They've abandoned me, left me in that room for 2 years, and then left me here for 8 more. They don't care whether I'm alive or dead. So why should I? Why should I?
Have you made up your mind?
I have.
And tell me, my dear, who will it be? Who will you curse?
No one. I cannot curse anyone, Morgana.
Surely you jest. I know just how much you wish to see them dead. I felt all your hatred, your despair. And you mean to tell me you can't curse them?
It struck me just now that I can't do that to family. I cannot curse my own family.
This is the family that cast you aside, labeled you cursed, made you suffer for years, and then locked you away in this remote mansion. And they don't feel even the slightest bit remorseful about any of it.
I understand that. I know that they don't give the same weight to their words as I do. I figured that out long ago. I know I'm alone in my prayers, that they don't want the same things that I do, that I trusted them more than they ever deserved.
So why then can you not curse them?
Because I don't want to hate them. Because I don't want to bring them suffering. On the contrary, I want them to be happy.
You have no place in that happiness, though. It's a happiness that rests upon your misfortune. Why then would you not drag them down so you could find respite for yourself?
I would find no respite by cursing them.
How can you be so sure of that, my dear? I most certainly found a great deal of it myself. You're trying to follow your conscience. I can see that. But that good is superficial, and all it does is shackle you. Remove the shackles, and everything will be so much easier.
Nothing you say can convince me to kill my family.
Why not someone who isn't family, then? Surely you can think of at least one person you would like to see dead.
Oh, I most certainly can. I could kill her 12 times and it wouldn't be enough. But just because I would be happy with her death doesn't mean there aren't people who would be sad to lose her. Remove any one person from that group and the whole thing could come crashing down. All because I couldn't restrain my own hatred.
Your concern for them will devour you.
Don't think. I'm not aware of that.
You aren't. You don't know that at all. The only reason you give them any consideration is because deep down you still have hope. But hope has a way of forsaking those who give it a home. You have a problem, and you need to take care of it before it kills you. You and I, we were cut from the same cloth. While you may still care for your family now, in time, you will come to curse them. Consider that a warning, Michel. Your hatred, your curse, is what brought me back to life, and there is no getting around that. We do have plenty of time, though. No need to rush to a decision. I'll show you what it is to truly despise, deep, deep down, and I'll show you again and again until you finally acknowledge it. The black butterfly hovering by the window disappeared, and the witch's voice grew distant. Overwhelmed, I collapsed to the floor unconscious. Had I really said what I did out of love for my family? Or was I just afraid of crossing that line? Was Morgana right? Was my heart now home to a terrible monster? If I actually had resurrected the witch with my hatred, maybe that was what I was now. Darkness seeped down over me once more. I was again encased in a pool of despair. Slowly, ever so slowly, it wore away at me, eroding me into nothing. If I didn't come up for air, I soon would take the witch's offer. Cackling like a demon, I would place a curse on someone. I would kill them. Reviving her was a mistake I never should have made. And not for the greater good or anything so noble. No. Every time she spoke, a little more of my spirit died. From that day on, Morgana's voice became a constant fixture in my life. Curse them. Kill them.
Curse them. She serenaded directly into my ear. No matter where I hid or how deep I put my fingers in my ears, her voice resounded just directly in my head. Hearing an incessant stream of curses from a disembodied voice was so unreal, so unbelievable, that I felt as though I was being dragged away from the realm of humanity. There was an odd, unsettling magnetism in her voice, allowing her malevolence to seep into me. It was downright torturous.
Curse them. Revile them. You really need to be in your right mind, honestly. The fixation on holding on to your sanity is what's causing you so much anguish. Admit it. There's more darkness, more seething malice inside you than anyone else. That's why you were the one who resurrected me. Admit it. You do want to curse them, don't you? You do want to kill them, don't you?
No, I don't. I don't want that at all. I've told you this already.
You're so desperate to deny it, Michel. It can only mean that it's true. You'd be able to maintain your calm if you were truly feeling of your guilt.
I do not wish to kill Didier, or Georges, or mother, or father. I have no desire whatsoever to see them dead. Your constant babbling is messing with my head.
Be honest with yourself, Michel. You do imagine what it would be like to hold their warm intestines in your hands, standing over their bodies.
No, I don't. That's not what I want.
Don't lie, Michel. You climbed the tower. You opened the door. You sought me.
No, I wasn't in control.
No, Michel. You were.
Enough! I'm done listening to you!
Now, don't take out your anger on inanimate objects, Michel. Do you even know where I am?
Where are you?
I'm standing beside you. In front of you. Now, I'm behind you.
You're just playing around with me, Morgana. Mocking me for your own amusement.
Not at all, my dear. In fact, I consider you a close friend. Why would I mock someone who means so much to me?
We are not close.
You will come to understand in time that we are very much the same. And when you do, you'll also know that I'm the only person who truly understands you.
Enough. Enough. Enough.
Let it all go, Michel. Curse it all with me. Despise it. Kill it. Make it suffer. Curse it.
Please. Just stop.
And where might you be going, Michel? Wherever you run, I'll always be by your side. Are you going to pray to God to exorcise me? Well, that's quite amusing considering I am the child of... I'm not trying to hurt you, Michel. On the contrary.
Stop talking. Please. Just stop.
I want to set you free from your misery.
I can't take it anymore. Please just be quiet. Who's there?
I'm here to deliver your monthly package.
I see.
Michel? Is something the matter? I opened the door, and there stood a servant of the Bolognier estate. He seemed to be quite perturbed by the sight of me. I must have looked terrible. Morgana's voice, her words, sapped my spirit dry. A human, a normal person, not a witch or a spirit or a demon. I knew good and well that the servant would never do anything to help me. He wouldn't believe a word I said. But at that point, his humanity was enough for me to latch onto. Help me. Please.
Pardon?
The witch. She talks to me. She never stops talking. I'm begging you. Please get me out of here. Let me go back home in your carriage. Please let me go back. The witch's voice. It's killing me. It won't go away. I can't escape it. Please, I need your help. You've gone mad. Oh, you're crazy. See, this is why I didn't want this job. Having to deliver supplies to this damned cursed mansion. Having to get anywhere near the Bolognier's youngest child. No. No. I'm perfectly sane. You sold your soul to the devil. Don't think I'm in the dark about that. No. There's no such thing. You're completely insane. No. I'm done with this damn job. It's not worth all the riches in the world. Not if it means I have to be around a lunatic like you for even a minute. Why? I am not crazy. I'm perfectly sane. I'm not mad. Michel, your mind is far, far from sound.
Did you guys hear that quiet laugh? Damn, that was good.
I won't hear it. I'm not mad, damn it. I'm not insane. I won't hear it. The witch spent nearly every waking moment of every day at my side, talking and talking and talking about how mean-spirited humans were, how ugly they were, an endless loop of vitriol, and she never seemed to tire of it either. Every single day, on and on and on. She also made a point of reminding me about myself, everything I was trying to get away from. But as much as I fought to ignore her, to not let the things she said in, she slipped past every wall I put up, every word warping me. There was no escape. Curse them. Revile them. Remember the things they did to you. Close your eyes and envision it. Remember the scorn in their eyes, the way their lips twisted as they laughed. You need only curse them, and you can wipe those reprehensible smirks out of existence. I'm serious. Please stop this, Morgana. Please stop talking to me. I'm begging you. I seriously can't take it anymore. Oh, now why would you say that, my dear? It's just the two of us in this gloomy old house. I don't see what's wrong with a little conversation. Your voice, everything you say, is eating away at me. I care for you, and everything I say is meant to help set you free. So I will continue saying it.
Wait, fuck.
I care for you, and everything I say is meant to help set you free. So I will continue saying it. You're allowed to hate the people who wronged you. They don't deserve happiness. Someone who's always smiling for you is someone who's certain to betray you. Someone who values themselves above all will not hesitate to put others' lives on the line. Someone who covets wealth and power will sacrifice his friends and family to obtain it. These are the kinds of people you once surrounded yourself with.
And yes, chat, I did realize I read the Morgana line as Michel. I was distracted because somebody said, haha, Discord notification. And I was sitting there like, I didn't have a Discord notification. That must have been on their end. And that's why I giggled a little bit there. I was like, I don't even have Discord on. So I was just like, ha, someone else got a Discord notification and they blamed me. But then that made me fuck up and read the Michel line as Morgana. Oh, you were talking about Morgana. You meant Morgana's basically a Discord notification. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, she's just going off in his mind continuously like, hey, Michel, we should hate people. Hey, Michel, your life sucks. Fair enough. It just made me lol. I read that and I was like, ha, that's on them this time. God damn it. Ah, that pulled me out of everything. I've told you repeatedly that I will not curse anyone. Why must you be so stubborn, my dear? I could ask you the same. Why won't you just leave me be? Because I can't stand to see you like this. With one word, you could be free of your pain. But because you insist on shackling yourself to your idea of family, you're making yourself miserable. You're the same type of person, Michel. The type who has the right to curse others. Regardless of what kind of childhood you had, or how much hatred it instilled in you, Michel, you are a cursed man named after an angel. You need to realize how twisted you are, and soon. I am not twisted. Do you honestly still believe you're normal? Tell me, what's normal about someone who happily embraces a skeleton? Tell me, what's normal about someone who hacks away at a girl's face with a knife? You are not normal,
And I will repeat it as many times as I have to. You need to accept that. Why must you hold on so tight to your sanity? If you would just let go, you wouldn't have to suffer. No one's going to come and save you, my dear. The only thing that can save you anymore is your loathing. We are the same. I am nothing like you. I am not a witch. I'm not cursed. I'm human. I'm a human. Man? Yes. A man. With that body. Oh, my dear friend. Let me tell you something you should be quite pleased to hear. Do you know what some people say about people like you? Those who are neither male nor female, that they are like unto God. Like unto God? Indeed. You should have been worshipped for your divinity, but instead your family cursed you. You're not human. From the second life was first breathed into you, your fate was decided. No. You're wrong. If I really were wrong, you would not be here now. You'd be back home with your family. Perhaps you would have had a pretty little wife, living a normal, happy life together. But you have long since strayed from that path. It's well out of sight now. I have not. I am human. I'm a person. A normal person. The youngest son of the Bolognier estate. I am an ordinary man. No one. Not a single person believed me. Not even the witch was willing to consider me human. Never mind my family. The archangel whose name I shared looked down on me. The witch tried to drag me into her world. My past constantly ate away at me. I had been imprisoned in this place for far too long. There was nothing I could do about my body. All of those things combined threatened to break me. I let out a scream and stumbled out of the room in a frenzy. I had to get out of that place. It didn't matter anymore that I was forbidden from leaving the property. I just wanted all of it out of sight. They wouldn't let me come home, then I would run away. It was all that I could do. I wanted to get myself anywhere that might have been even the tiniest bit of light to share with me. I was desperate. Fuck. That's painful. So Morgana was essentially woken up by his hate. He had so much hate in him when he saw that painting. He wanted to curse his family so much that Morgana actually woke up in that point. Finally had enough energy drained from him and felt that there was someone she could use to curse people. Started whispering into his ear finally, and she needed him to curse someone. That's how she gets her strength. I think it was like him starting with the sympathizing with her, finding her bones, holding them, pouring energy into her essentially, taking care of her. Then the anger woke her up properly, and she actually managed to become the house. Instead of just being bones lying in there rotting, she finally had something to latch onto. And so she latched onto him and became a part of the house. But she needs him to curse other people so she could get stronger. She needs to use him, someone who has life force, to actually cast a spell, cast a curse onto other people, drag them into the house, and then be able to drain their souls so she could become more powerful, so that she could start then taking care of her own problems. And I was shocked that Michel managed to resist that. I really thought he was going to say Georges. I thought that's how Georges was going to be the painting. But all in all, it ended up being Giselle. Fuck, Michel was so fucking strong. And no wonder Morgana went out of her way to continuously bring back Michel as a girl then. It not only wore down Giselle and made sure Giselle would never leave, but it was revenge on Michel for all these years of refusing her, for all these years of proving how much stronger he was than Morgana. Morgana went through some torturous shit for years, some really, really dark fucking shit. But she ultimately lost her mind and ended up cursing everyone around her. Whereas Michel, who she had decided was so similar to him, was evil and wanted to curse everyone, was able to sit there and say, no,
not my family. I won't curse anyone. I won't even curse the woman who wasn't my family. And so that line that Giselle speaks in the future, the white-haired girl was always innocent, had never done anything to anyone. Damn, Michel really was basically a fucking angel. He managed to stay pure despite everything that everyone else did to him. Fucking poor Michel. He still got wrapped into it by Giselle. She wanted to drag him down to her level, yeah. And when that didn't work, she latched on to the next closest thing. I wonder if part of this, yeah, maybe the reason she kept bringing him back as the white-haired girl tied him to Giselle, that one bit of life in his life that actually saved him, was to torture him even more, to show him that she had Giselle. She wouldn't let go of Giselle. If he wanted to stay with Giselle, he had to stay with her. He had to become a part of the curse. He became another part of Morgana's curse, something that she needed to have. Fuck. Morgana just wanted a toy. She probably also wanted to prove her own thing. Because she's right as well. In some cultures, even like back in like ancient times, there were people who were born intersex and they were considered sacred beings rather than monsters and curses and stuff. That is a fact. There are some cultures where they actually have quite a few people born that way that they use in like religious rites and treat as deified figures, essentially. People come to pray to them, similar to how Morgana got prayed to while she was a child. That is a thing. I think, I don't want to say anything because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be wrong, but I think there's like 3 or 4 cultures that I can think of off of my head. I'm going to Google it after this, but yeah, there are definitely cultures where that happens. See them as a medium? Yeah, see them essentially as, yeah, a connection to something beyond, like an angel. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think it's actually Christian cultures, which is even more interesting. But yeah, the angels were supposed to be genderless. So it's a similar thing to being like, oh, this is something above kind of thing. That's what they used to. There are some cultures that had that back in the day. So Morgana knowing that and teasing him with that is, yeah, essentially trying to tie it to her own story as well. And I like the moment when when Morgana slipped up as well. She had that moment where she almost said to him, that's funny, I was the child of God. And she froze. She stopped herself because she's still lost in this malice. But she still remembers her past enough that she had that little slip-up moment. She's long since started calling her powers curses rather than miracles. But at the same time, she had that moment where she was like, oh, you think I'm evil? No, I'm the child of... Wait. She stopped there because she was like, no, no, no. I don't believe that anymore. I'm the witch, Morgana. I'm evil. I'm here to curse people. I'm a demon. Yeah. She had that moment. That was amazing. So even she's getting challenged by Michel. Morgana was considered a saintess and latching Michel on the angel. I see the parallels. Exactly. The parallels are definitely there. That's why she wants to use him even more so. And he was the first one to sympathize with her and cuddle her and pour his energy into her, which I think is how she gets her strength. He latched onto her essentially and poured his spirit into her, envisioned this cursed character that he wanted to pity. And because of that, she was able to get into his head. And then when he was at his lowest moment, at his angriest, the most full of malevolence, she was able to take form inside of him and inside of the house and start properly fucking with him. And now she just needs to curse more people to get stronger. Morgana's backstory was revealed by this point? Oh yeah, it was revealed a few chapters ago. From what I know, it gets like they got to explain it deeper, but we know all about like the bloodletting and how she ended up in the tower with one arm and shit. Okay. We back in, but yeah, this has been great. I didn't want to interrupt during all of that, but yeah, I had many things to comment on, but I was like, nah, Michelle's going crazy right now. I want to voice act this properly. And then Morgana started whispering in his ear, and I was like, no, 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 let's keep going. So yeah, now we'll get back into this. I just didn't want to interrupt that. Wait. Chan, I tried searching about Angel Michael. Apparently he fought a giant serpent. It isn't Morgana's form when she dragged Giselle to the darkness look like a serpent? It looks like tentacles. I didn't remember there being a serpent. If there was a serpent, I just don't remember it. But that's pretty cool. Yeah, the serpent was always supposed to be like a form of the devil. Like even in the Garden of Eden, like the original like serpent whispering to eat the apple of knowledge was supposed to be a representation of the devil. So serpents have always been kind of representative of the devil. So Michael having fought one makes a lot of sense. Kinda slithery, yeah. Yeah. Michel doesn't like my Morgana ASMR. I would like some Witch Morgana ASMR. What up, Morgana in chat? Anyway, sorry. Someone. I pressed the wrong button. Anyone, please. Tell me I'm human. Tell me I'm a man. Anyone, please tell me I'm not cursed. But when I opened the front door, searing light pierced my eyes. Ah! The world quickly went white. I couldn't see a thing. And then... My arm began to burn beneath the sunlight. Black smoke rose from the sizzling flesh. A sickening stench filled the air. Excruciating pain quickly spread to the rest of my body. Why am I... Water! I slammed the door shut, restoring darkness. Gasping and groaning, I trudged back into the house in search of water, which I'm sure the Witch Morgana observed with a great deal of pity.
I don't think you're in need of any water. Take another look at yourself.
With what little light managed to worm its way into the corridors to guide me, I dragged myself to the chapel, stopping beneath the pale light shining through the stained glass window. Ow. I wasn't burned. In fact, my skin hadn't even turned the slightest bit pink. There was nothing wrong with me as far as I could see. Where had that pain come from then? The distinct stench of burning flesh. This is your doing, isn't it, Morgana?
I know what you're experiencing. It's happened to me too. Sometimes enough emotional distress and despair can cause physical pain. The mind and body are much more tightly linked than you think, and your mind is far more damaged than you know. You poor, poor thing. You have my sympathy, my dear. You sad little child.
Collapsed on the floor in front of the multicolored window. It felt like the whole world was closing in on me. Or perhaps, metamorphosing around me. I was completely and utterly cornered, and there was no getting around that, which left me with only one option. To stop fighting, and accept the harsh reality before me. It would make everything so much easier. The whole world said there was something wrong with me, and I was the only one who tried to deny it. So in the world's eyes, that meant there was something wrong with me. I was abnormal. I was irregular. I was mad. I was cursed. I was not human. I was not a man. I'm not human or male. Maybe I should just call myself a witch. I did, however, remain firm in my refusal to curse anyone, unwilling to give up that last piece of my humanity. Everything else, I let go of, which took a great deal of weight off of me. I stopped caring, and I stopped thinking. I stopped wanting someone to accept me, and I stopped wanting to run away. Sunlight no longer caused me agonizing unseen burns, but in exchange, I became emotionally empty. I discarded my faith and my hope, building a shell of cynicism and closing myself within it. And in time,
That became my normal. I began to believe it was what I wanted. Tranquility filled my days. Time trudged onward in an almost imperceptible pace. The witch's whispers no longer caused me aggravation.
He dissociated. He took himself away from reality. So what she was describing there, well, I think they're called somatic symptoms. 1 minute, let me Google that to be sure. Somatic symptoms. When a person has significant focus on physical signs to a level results in major distress and problems functioning. Excessive thoughts, feelings, and behaviors related to the physical symptoms. That's it, right? So that's what she said it was, which is a real thing. Psychosomatic, yeah. Like same things as like phantom pain. Pain that isn't real, but you feel it as though it's real anyway. But I don't think that's what actually happened. Possibly it was. Possibly it was. Possibly he'd just been locked up in the darkness for so long that it became an emotional thing for him that going out into the light was exposing himself. And if he were to expose himself, essentially, he would be burned like a witch. People weren't ready to accept him. They would not accept him. They would call him a demon or a witch and burn him at the stake. And so that's what he started to feel when he went out there. Not to mention he already has albinism. So just, yeah, being out in the actual, like, full-time sunlight would already start to cause, like, sunburns pretty quickly. He'd feel it a bit more. Phantom pain involves losing a body part but perceiving there's still pain in that area. I would have thought that that would be considered a similar thing, though. Because the limb isn't there, but you can still feel pain there. Because, yeah, phantom pain is terrifying. I've known people who had phantom pain before. And sometimes it isn't even pain, but it's like an itch, or it's something that you feel like you have to do, but the limb isn't there anymore, so you can't get to whatever you want to do. Like, it feels like there's an itch in your foot, but the foot's gone, and you can't scratch it, and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And then sometimes, yeah, it is actual, like, pain in the same thing. Different concepts, but similar, okay. But yeah, I knew what phantom pain was, but I linked the two, but yeah, they are different things, very much so. What else was I going to say? Oh, but I was wondering, it was specifically the way that it said it started in the arm. From that, I feel like it was hinted that that was actually Morgana fucking with him. The fact that it started in the arm, I think she did her curse that she did on him later, essentially, where he was able to feel her pain. He felt the pain of having an arm removed, and then he felt the pain of her slowly wasting away and dying. That's what I think happened. Is she didn't want him to leave, she didn't want him to escape, and so she did that little thing that she could do, and within that instant he felt the pain of having a limb removed and being like cut all over, being left to rot, having your body waste away. I think that tiny little hint of it starting in the arm was the author trying to tell us that no, it wasn't psychosomatic symptoms, it was Morgana fucking with him and trapping him. And then just to make sure he did not curse anyone, to make sure he did not fully go insane and lose himself to Morgana, he did then dissociate, give up on emotion, and became the Michel that we first met through Giselle's eyes. Could have been genuine psychosomatic pain that Morgana just used to manipulate him. Possibly as well. It's just the way that it started in the arm that kind of hinted that it might have been Morgana to me. Like I said, it may well have been real. Or it may well have been her influencing him, just fucking with him, and that he had been inside and completely away from sunlight for 8 years. And so his body just wasn't used to it at that point. He could have had to like build back up to getting used to the sun again. But yeah, the way it was written, it just feels like there was a hint there left by the author of saying, yeah, no, that was Morgana fucking with him. Taking away the arm, moving on to the rest of the body. Yeah, that's just my thoughts. Could be wrong. Could be both. Could be none. Could be anything. Could be that she just used that and whispered into his ear to keep him after that and be like, yeah, no, you're trapped here now. Oh, my poor baby boy. Anyway, let's keep going. Boop. Essentially, nothing of note happened over the next 2 years. At one point, a man with an unusual disease stumbled across the mansion while wandering through the forest. But there is little more to be said about that. But nothing at all could have convinced me to care about someone else. I spent much of my time sitting before the fireplace. I'd covered the stained glass window with drapes, loath to even think about that damn dark angel.
Staring at the dancing flames, I was able to forget the passage of time, watching unblinking as the red and orange tongues flicked back and forth. They seemed to spread outward from the fireplace, consuming me, whether by raging infernos of hell or the cleansing fires of purgatory. The thought of being swallowed up and burned to ashes by a massive conflagration was quite pleasant, but those visions never became reality. Tell me, Michel, what are you thinking about right now? You still not want to curse them? Look at yourself, Michel. Look at how you're living. You really want this life? Have you ever thought about dying? Michel. Would you like to die? That's the right answer. God has said that taking one's own life is a sin after all. That's good, Michel. You've made the right decision. And I shall be there with you until the very end, my dear friend. Honestly, part of me did desire death. I just didn't have enough energy to take my own life. My mind and spirit were far too decayed. Even have the spirit to die. God damn, that's deep. Oh, and this is their theme. Oh, it's coming to time. Yeah, he would be 26 now. Wow. He was 26 when he first started to turn off his emotions. Because there was 2 years of being locked up that led him to be 16. 18, yeah, so 26. And it was 13 years of being locked in the mansion that he found Giselle. So this should be 3 years after that. Now he's about to be 29. And yeah, the Ivy. So this has got to be one that's divided between him and Giselle. Let's see Giselle save him again. However, in my 10th year, the door opened once more, and time spotted back into motion. And you showed up. Giselle. Everything I'd given up on, and everything I had thought I'd lost, it all came back. At first, as you know quite well, I was deeply mistrustful of you. I hated having you around. But if I hadn't met you, in all likelihood, I probably would have continued down that path and become a demon. You seem to me like a rather handsome man. I think I get what you're trying to say, but my mental image of a witch is definitely more a woman. So you're not a witch. Oh God! We never realized how powerful that first fucking line they shared was. Her immediately showing up and being like, I think a witch looks like a woman. You're not a woman. You're a man. You don't look like a witch. Just immediately, you're a man in my eyes. Oh, God damn. I pressed the wrong button again. No. Stop. There we go. To tell you the truth, I didn't know who might be here, which had me rather scared. But I think I can make this work. It's a pleasure to meet you, Master. Right, that was her voice. We started with the maid being like, Master, it's a pleasure to meet you. So she was just a much more energetic version of that. After taking care of Giselle, I returned to my room. I was, to be quite honest, dumbfounded. But it was naturally the witch who stoked the fire of my apprehension. Why would you let that woman stay here? She came from the Boliniere estate, and we both know how you feel about your family. Chase her out. Give her a little scare and she'll be gone within the day. If you'd rather not, I could always frighten her in your place. A rattling window here, a couple broken glasses there. Small things like that to accentuate the eerie atmosphere. Are you going to say anything? Why do you care about her at all? Oh, now. Don't be like that. I live here too, so why shouldn't I care? And I'm not fond of noisy people. Or sprightly women like that one. That's something we can both agree on, isn't it? You don't like that woman, do you? The more a person smiles, the less you can trust them. Oh, I hardly have to tell you that, do I?
Stop talking.
Now, that's not very polite.
This is a family matter. It's none of your concern.
I was merely offering to help you rid you of a pest.
I don't need your help. I'll get rid of that woman when I'm ready. But first, I'll find out what secrets she's keeping. Then I'll go back to living in peace.
Very well, then. That pest has no place in your sweet solitude. The world before you now is so much kinder, so much warmer than the one you used to know. Well, good luck then. And if you need a helping hand, don't hesitate to ask. Oh, and by the way...
What now?
You've changed, my dear. And I like you so much better like this. I always hated how much you reeked of human. You were blessed with a body like unto God. You were personally created by his hands. I could only dream of having what you have. You only wanted to deny it. Now, though, you act the part much better. A saint, resurrected by the closest living thing to God. Perhaps this too could be considered a miracle.
Morgana.
Yes.
You are a deranged, delusional woman.
Why, thank you.
Damn, I like that. By saying he'd become more like a god because he'd become emotionless. Yeah, not wrong, not wrong. God's supposed to be uncaring, unfeeling. He just is what he is. Pure love at times, but other than that, he's doing a good job of resisting her with the evil. Oh, man. 3 absolutely tormented souls trapped in one place, yeah. And Morgana's worried. Morgana saw Giselle and immediately was like, oh no, companionship. I'm not done twisting him yet. I'm not done breaking him yet. You can't be here. Go away. Morgana knew this was someone who might bring Michel back out of his shell, give him someone else to rely on, give him someone else to listen to. So it wasn't jealousy, but it definitely was threat. It was the threat that she was worried that, oh no, my precious ability to escape. The person I need to curse others is going to be taken away and saved. No, I need them to fall into a sanity with me. Little did Morgana know that actually Giselle was the one she needed. Possessiveness? I mean, in the literal sense, not in the like, oh, I'm jealous of you, you should only be with me sense, but in the literal like, I need you, you belong to me, I require you. Ah, she loved him. You think Morgana loved him? That's wild if true, man. The threat because Giselle offers change? Yeah, exactly. Offers salvation more than anything. Offers someone who could actually care about him, see him for who he is. Make it so that Morgana can't keep whispering all this evil in his ear, because as we saw, she actually did save him. I didn't think so either. I think Morgana lives right now for revenge. I don't think there's much left of the original Morgana. It's all just the curse. But that's my thoughts. Maybe jealous because she never had that person. That's a possibility as well. The anger spreading there. I feel like she also hit at the mother a bit, the family connection. I don't think she was happy with the fact that Michel said he could never curse his family. Morgana's mother straight up sold her into slavery, didn't give a fuck. Michel's mother, even though she can't accept who Michel is, still cares about the daughter that she thinks she has. Still thinks her daughter is cursed and thinks there's a day when she'll come back to her. Even though Michel's right there and Michel is considering himself a man. And Morgana would be pissed about that. But yeah. And there's the possibility that his brothers still care about him too, even though we don't know. We don't know exactly how much his brothers cared about him, how much... I saw a lot of people... I didn't talk about this earlier. I saw a lot of people getting pissed off about Georges as well, actually painting the picture. I don't think Georges ever thought it would go to Michel, though. I don't think Georges thought he was painting that picture specifically to be sent to Michel. I think Georges was probably asked by the mother to just paint a picture for what my daughter would look like. Probably nagged him for ages, and so he painted the picture. I don't think the mother ever said, paint me a picture of Michel as a girl. I wish to send it to her. I wish to send it to her to remind her what a beautiful daughter she is of mine. I don't think he like... Or maybe he just didn't think about it. Maybe that's the I'm sorry. Maybe he was just thinking, oh, even if I paint this and Michel sees it, Michel knows he's a man, or just didn't realize. Because, I mean, again, back then, nobody had any fucking clue. Maybe just didn't realize how psychologically tormenting that is. To have that validation ripped away from you and to be told, no, this is who you really are. Didn't understand how much that would hurt him. Either way, I'm just saying, Georges fucking dumb. Georges fucking dumb. I don't think any of that was done with the general feeling of malice or like trying to hurt him or not caring about him. I think it was either just not understanding or not knowing what was going to happen. Personally. But you know, we don't know yet. We'll find out. But yeah, I agree that like she's threatened by that. She's jealous of the family thing, pissed off about that. But more than anything, I don't think she's in love with him. I think she definitely like feels some similarities to him and maybe some companionship. But most of all, she just wants her curse to happen. She needs somebody to say the words. She needs somebody to perform the curse so that she can get more strength and get the revenge that she wants on the people she wants to draw in. She doesn't have the strength to draw people in right now. She's just a weak, pathetic ghost that can whisper into people's ears. And, you know, apparently some poltergeisty shit from her words. She could, like, rattle things, move things around. Sorry, Georges, but you're a dumbass. Yeah, if it was the bigger brother who was that dumb, he'd be a himbo. But he's just a little puppy dog. He's just an adorable little puppy dog, even though by now he's probably, like, almost 35. He's still just a dumbass. Think she feels possessive of him? Again, possessive has weird terms though, weird like connotations, because possessive normally means like, I think she genuinely is possessing him right now is what I would say. I don't think she's part of the house right now, but she's also part of him, and that's why she's able to make him feel the pain that she felt when she died. Literally a ghost possession rather than being like possessive as in I want you. It's possessive as in I own you. You're going to make this curse happen for me. I am going to drain you of all your sanity. You're going to give me your soul, and I'm going to use that energy to get my revenge. Parasite, basically? Yeah, exactly. Poltergeist, malevolent spirit. Demons. You ever watch The Conjuring? It's all about weakening somebody's spirit, making them give in, and then possessing their body. Draining it, taking the energy. So yeah, that's my personal thought. It may not be true. We may go like a chapter forward and Morgana will be like, no, I loved you, Michel. And I'll be like, bruh, nah, don't like that. Don't like that. I like to think she's just living for her curse right now, but we'll see. Anyway, let's keep going. Oh, I couldn't turn off Morgana. There we go. Giselle was a woman who smiled a great deal. Her jade eyes seemed to glimmer every time she made a new face. And the more she smiled, the more vibrantly she spoke, the more suspicious I became. I couldn't trust everyone who smiled that much, especially not a woman. And the way she kept trying to get friendly with me didn't help that impression at all. I had a hard time believing she honestly wanted to get to know me. Oh, her facial expressions are changing. Cute. I couldn't help but think she was trying to fish for information. Anyone who tried to get close to me had to have some ulterior motive. Like Amy, who had only done so to satisfy Mother. Perhaps my mistrust could have been considered paranoia, but even 10 years later, flashes of that nightmare would still come back to face me from time to time. It would take more than a few attempts at being nice for me to trust this stranger. And she kept giving you more and more attempts. Eventually, I came to the realization that she was hiding something, and I convinced myself it was out of guilt. So I wrote Mother in search of something I could use to tear her down, to get her out of here.
I should have listened to Giselle rather than Mother or the witch. But I had conflated her with Amy in my mind, so I was unable to see where the truth really lay. I was only able to perceive her as malicious. So instead of her, I put my faith in Mother's words, despite Mother never once doing the same for me.
This is lovely as well, because we figured that out while that was going on. While that was going on, we were like, oh, Michel's had some sort of tragic past with women. Something's gone wrong here where he's like not trusting Giselle because he's been fucked over by a woman specifically before. Like, we realized that during the time. That's crazy. I love this song as well. They're bringing back all the best songs.
My beloved daughter Michel.
Oh, and we finally get to hear what she said about this.
My beloved daughter Michel. I deeply regret having to put you in this situation. I never wanted to let that woman get anywhere near you. She's a witch. A terrible, sinful witch. A dreadful, tainted woman. She lay with my husband, with your father. She's a lowly merchant girl who wormed her way into our family, so she could exploit your father for money. She committed a grievous sin, the sin of adultery. I tried to have her executed, but your father wouldn't allow it. So instead he had her banished to atone for her sins, unaware that you already live there. And I could not tell him either, for that is mine and your brother's secret. I pray you can find it in your heart to forgive your mother for her failings. Forgive me for delivering a witch to you. I would not be surprised if she tried snooping around. She is a ruthless fiend who will do anything for money. Should word of your curse happen to spread, it would surely draw unwanted attention from the church. We have no allies except each other. Michel, with this letter I have included a knife. The blade has been blessed with holy water, which should allow it to eradicate the corrupt, evil soul of the witch. I ask of you, with all of my heart, to send that awful creature back to hell.
I rarely use this word, but what a fucking... Jesus. She was so pissed off about this woman sleeping with her husband, which she didn't choose to do. She was assaulted and raped by the husband. And she decided, oh, banishment isn't good enough. Go ahead, Michel. Here's a knife blessed with holy water. She's a witch. You must kill her. The mother is truly delusional at this point. Like, not just about her own son, Michel, but about this shit. It can't be that her husband is a terrible piece of shit rapist. No, no, no. This woman tainted him. This woman is a witch who seduced him into her bed. She just wants money. And the bad fucking luck that Michel got that fucking letter was keeping an eye on her, and then Giselle happened to like sneak into his room and pick up a thing, and he was like, oh, you're trying to rob me. Mother was right. You are just here for money. Fuck, man. Poor Michel. Poor Michel. It was storming that night. Erratic claps of thunder ripping through the sky. Giselle let out a panicked scream, shoving me back. And the look in her eyes kicked into motion, and it kicked into motion emotions I thought I'd lost. I knew that face. I knew that scream, because that face had once been mine. I had screamed with that same utter despair at the world. Back to the way things were. I hate that as well, because that's so true. She was having a traumatic flashback to when a man forced himself on her. That's what Giselle was doing. So Michel realizing that in that moment, that Michel was assaulted back when he was like 14, realizing that was the same face as him, the same scream, the same realizing I'm powerless to do anything to this. Fuck me.
Yes, finally. It's quiet again. I'm honestly surprised she stayed as long as she did. In a way, her tenacity is rather impressive. Not many would persist for so long in the face of such obvious disinterest. But you know no one would try to get friendly with you without good reason. Information about you carries considerable weight outside these walls. But the look on her face then... Was that...
Oh, fuck.
the look on her face then. Was that really her just putting on an act because I revealed her scheming?
If you think she was afraid of you, you're mistaken. That's not how people behave when their sins are brought to light.
She was screaming, though. She looked genuinely terrified when she knocked my hand away.
You're not going to let a woman's screams cloud your judgment, are you? A woman can make a weapon out of anything. Tears, a smile, fear. The day she arrived, you recognized her smile as fake, so surely you aren't going to fall for this.
I'm not falling for anything. I feel like I know that frenzied panic. Something doesn't add up.
Just nothing, my dear. In fact, what perplexes me is why you didn't simply kill her when you had the chance. Are you afraid of the sight of blood? The blood of your tormentors has no more worth than that of a wild boar. You should have sliced her throat without a second thought. Although, I suppose that would have made quite the mess. Now, that makes more sense. You were not afraid of hurting her. You merely didn't want the burden of having to clean up afterward. How very like you.
Be quiet.
Oh, come now. A woman's finally gone and it's back to just the two of us, and you don't want to talk.
Silence. Please.
As you wish. I will celebrate your accomplishment in silence, my dearest friend. I imagine she's out there, half buried in the cold earth by now.
And she's not wrong. Fuck, that was good as well. Her, for one thing, whispering into his ear about the whole, like, using his trauma towards Amy against him and being like,
you know women can use anything as a weapon. A smile especially. You saw that smile as fake.
But then also her doing the little whispers for like,
oh no, that can't be why you didn't kill her. It's not because you didn't want to kill her. You just realized it would be hard to clean up afterwards.
like she's trying to put that in his head. She's trying to tell him,
you want to murder people. You would love to murder people. You're fine with murdering people. It's just it would be a mess to clean up. Next time, perhaps you'll murder someone. You want revenge. A curse would be easier. A curse you wouldn't have to clean up.
she's really trying to get her way into his mind, and it's the fucking writing is so incredible to that. It's so good.
I get chills every time I consider where I would be if I had done as Mother said. If I had killed you, or if out there in the forest you would succumb to the unforgiving weather. Life had never given me much in the way of good fortune, but you coming back, you being alive, was absolutely a blessing. I'm done! I can't take it! I'm through with this whole world! You don't have any idea what I went through there. How hard it was just to keep myself together. Giselle, I do understand. I know very well how difficult, how painful it can be for no one to believe you, for no one to accept you. I know far too well what it's like to want to scream that you're done with this whole damned world. I truly do. That day, for the first time, we saw past the surface. We got to know each other as people. It was nothing more than a single small step, but for us, it was like we had moved a mountain. I still remember how the light felt as it shone through the windows we opened together. It didn't burn, and while this might sound melodramatic, I feel safe in saying it was probably the gentlest light I had ever felt in my life. Oh, look at the light come into the world.
He's such a romantic. You never said these things to Giselle, you fucker. You said that kind of shit to Amy, and then you locked that sweet poetic heart away. God damn it. Obese rats. That's what fucking Giselle got. Amy got all these waxing poetics.
You kept these shits locked in your head and gave her obese rats. At least they were happy together for a while. And this BGM, I know. We really are getting every single beautiful BGM. The tragic ones and the romantic ones. You forgot about the obese rats? I will never forget about the obese rats. It was such a ridiculous scene. I remember being like, when did this turn into an anime? When she fell on top of him and he grabbed her boob. And now they're just like, it felt like an obese rat. Truly lost the riz. He locked it away because Amy fucked him over so hard. Amy messed with his mind so hard that he was just like, no, that's not me. I don't have feelings for women or anything. I don't have feelings for anything. But it came back out of him eventually. It's a unique compliment. I mean, he did say obese rat specifically. In that case, it was very much a little bit of a like a, hey, it's big. It's round, it's soft, it's supple. God damn it. It was firm. Cicero, that's the name of this one. I love this one. Following my reconciliation with... Let's try this again. Get obese rats out of your head, Fu-chan. Following my reconciliation with Giselle, I started turning back into my old self. Well, I suppose that's not quite correct. I felt a comfort and peace with myself that I never had before. That may have been the first time I was really human. Having someone else around began to feel normal. It was something I was certain I would never have. It was incredible. Though to someone else our time together may have seemed frivolous and empty, our conversations, meaningless chatter, I'd never thought the day would come when someone would laugh at something I said, when someone would smile at the sight of me. However trivial, seeing Giselle smile made me happy.
Oh, darn it. Where'd you get off to? Are you here? Wait. Master. Are you here? Are you in the vase?
What's with all the racket? Is something the matter?
Ah, Master. Yes. A cat.
Huh? A cat?
A naughty little cat's been sneaking into the cellar the past few days, so I'm trying to catch him. If you happen to come across him, don't let him get away.
Right. And what will you do once you've caught him?
Well, I don't want to punish him. That would be mean. If he insists on coming back, I think I'll take him in and teach him how to be a house cat.
The sideways glance. She knows exactly what she's planning.
He's like, oh, I don't want to punish him, so I mean, I guess I'll have to teach him to be a good boy.
You want to adopt a cat, Michel? Ugly Speckles II? If he suggests that name again, if he's just like, we should name it Ugly Speckles.
You mean to keep him?
Are you not fond of cats, Master?
I don't mind them, no.
And there you have it. I hope he doesn't take too long to warm up to us.
Maybe it'll help if you give him a name.
Say the line, Michelle. Say it's not often you get to name something living.
Oh, a name? It's a great idea. What should we call him then? You decide, Master.
Oh, he got to choose.
You want me to pick a name?
This is your house after all, so it's only right you would be the one to choose.
I'm not sure I follow the reasoning.
I'll hit you with it, Master. The true reasoning is she wants you to name it so you're more attached to it. She's making sure she gets to own this cat. I've seen this shit happen before. As someone who doesn't like cats.
Ugh. What does the cat look like?
Well, he's wild, so he's dirty, I guess. You could say he's speckled. And he's kind of got some spots here and there. There we go.
Is he ugly?
He's so ready.
I'd say so, yeah.
All right, then. Ugly Speckles Mark II.
He even added the Mark II. I thought he was just going to rename Ugly Speckles. God damn it.
That's a name?
Why on earth would you want to call it something like that? What does Mark II even mean? Be quiet. It's on you if he runs away, Master. He named him so bad that Ugly Speckles Mark II just left. Ugly Speckles was like, no, I refuse to live in this house if that's going to be my name. The Mark II sent me. I know. For one thing, Mark II doesn't even make sense back in that timeline. But it's fucking hilarious. Ugly Speckles the second would have made more sense, but man. Mark II. They could have just named it Mark. That's how you could have shortened that. Like, I'm sure that's what Giselle would have done if they actually managed to catch the cat. They would have just been like, Mark, Mark. And you'd have that moment of him being like, why do you call him Mark? It's Ugly Speckles. No, Ugly Speckles Mark II. Mark for short. My time with Giselle made a normal person out of me. Made me able to tell stupid jokes, to get frustrated or surprised or exasperated. I started showing actual emotion. Our silly, meaningless banter became something precious. My heart of stone began to soften. The world she created for me was what I had yearned for my whole life. Having lost half of it imprisoned and spent the other half playing an identity that conflicted with how I felt in my heart, it was the first time I genuinely felt like I was allowed to be myself. Eesh. You're not a kid, so stop being so picky. It's not good for you. You make a mockery of the culinary arts. I've heard quite enough, Master. Sounds like I'm going to need to put your taste buds through some intense rehabilitation. How about this, Master? Play a game against me. Oh, I didn't think about that either. She brought back everything. She brought back his love of food. He didn't like food anymore after the torture from Amy, specifically parsnips. She made him like parsnips again, and then started making proper meals instead of just shit to survive on. She started playing chess with him just like with Didier. And of course, if you're open to it, it doesn't have to end there. We can continue getting to know each other for years to come. And at some point, didn't she even ask for parchment so that she could do some painting and drawing? So yeah, she brought back the painting and drawing of Georges as well. She brought back everything he'd lost as a child. She was perfect for him. Fuck. Giselle. Though I did my best not to show it, I think that I treasured our time together. Right! He ended up drawing her. Like one of his French girls. Fuck. That I treasured our time together. Even more than you did. I'd latched onto it, desperately refusing to let go. I needed it, and I needed you. Is this going to be the end? No, this is him negotiating with Morgana. That's wild. And even up to the point where he died, he literally said he latched onto it. It's the same kind of thing as Morgana latching onto him. He needed it. But, unlike with anything else, even at the end, he was just happy for what he had. He didn't want to curse the world after he knew he was going to lose his life and lose Giselle. He still held on to his beliefs and wouldn't hurt other people. Fuck, man. Are you listening, Morgana? I can hear you just fine, my dear. And what brings you all the way up here? You know you can call me from anywhere in the house. My bonds to this tower have been broken. This is a conversation we can only have here. The place where we first met. It's time for us to part ways. My desires haven't changed since our first encounter. I wish to be a person. To be a man. Exactly. When I'm with Giselle, I am that. She makes me into the person I always wanted to be. And now you wish to be rid of me, so you can complete your descent into the realm of the unclean. I do. You came all the way up here just to tell me that. A needless formality. I'm sorry, Michel, but we are kindred spirits, as much as you may want to deny it.
You could be second only God, yet you spurn his gift.
I'm nothing like you. I'm a human. Nothing more.
I shall not condemn you for your unyielding resolve, but rather pity you for being so utterly blind. Allow me to make a prediction before I depart, Michel. Cursed namesake of an archangel. You may think that you're making some sort of progress, but the fact of the matter is, you've gone nowhere. Will that smile of Giselle's be able to withstand your secret? You know better than anyone, and no one can accept what you are. Not even her. You will never be with anyone.
I understand that.
No, Michel, you don't understand. But you will soon enough. What you have now is not true happiness. It's empty. Naught but a masquerade. And when the night is over, the masks will come off.
So what if it isn't permanent? Isn't real? Does being ephemeral make it worthless? Why can I not want something that doesn't last forever? This is the first time I've ever found joy in my life.
Those moments of happiness only serve to worsen the loss. The sweeter the honey, the more you despair when the pot runs dry. Sooner or later, you will return to me begging for my help, and I have every intention of giving it to you. I'll not hold this over you either, but when you come to me, it will be the time of your utmost despair, and when your little paradise finally comes crumbling down, you will become what I am. So I will take my leave from your side in anticipation of that day. Until we meet again, my dear.
I forgot about that too. She's right. He did not become what she became. However, he did make a deal with her. I forgot the fact that he asked her to keep Giselle safe. He made sure the door could not be opened. That was the one thing he wished, and that's the thing that he sold his soul for. He sold his soul and was wrapped up in Morgana's fate, trapped in the house of Fata Morgana forever, just because he wanted to protect Giselle. And yet, immediately after that, fucking Morgana then immediately took Giselle's soul as well. Fuck, she played them so well. He only wanted her to be safe, yeah. He didn't want to curse anyone else. He just wanted to protect Giselle. He could have wished for all the soldiers to die, so they both could have survived. That could have been the wish he made. He could have said, just, hey, save us. Take these soldiers away. I want me and Giselle to be happy and continue living. Instead, he just said, keep this door shut. Keep Giselle safe. Don't let her be killed here. He didn't know. No, he didn't know. He was probably willing to sell his own soul. He probably was willing to trade everything, no matter what, just to protect Giselle. He just didn't know that Giselle would then immediately make a deal with Morgana as well to try and bring his soul back. A soul that Morgana already had, but decided to fuck with her with as well. He was just very caring. Yeah, he never cursed anyone else. He just wanted to save Giselle. He took the curse upon himself, rather. Sacrificed himself just to save her.
Oh, hello, Master. I was just looking for you. I heated up some wine and thought you might... Is something the matter?
No. No, I'm fine. Thank you.
No. It's nothing. All I did was warm it over the fire. Are you sure nothing's the matter?
I shouldn't be hearing the witch's voice anymore. So yes, I am fine.
Oh, wow. That's wonderful news, Master.
It is.
Poor girl. She didn't understand that either. She probably just thought, oh, good. He's gotten over that too. He's gotten over so much over this much of time. But yeah, now he's finally over his invisible friend. Oof.
Giselle seemed quite relieved when I informed her the witch would no longer be bothering me. I knew she didn't believe in the witch, but that wasn't what mattered. What did matter was that despite likely questioning my sanity when I'd first told her about it, she hadn't tried to pull away. She treated me the same as before. She never stopped smiling. And that meant so much more than whether or not she believed in the witch. With Morgana's voice no longer constantly in my ears, my life started to feel like some approximation of normal. In fact, I would say I was probably happier than most. Nevertheless, I intended to keep a certain degree of distance between us. What the witch had said rang truer than I wanted to admit.
You will never be with anyone.
Having been born into this body, that was my reality, and there was nothing I could do to change it. I'd come to accept that. Or so I'd thought. I wasn't going to covet what I couldn't have, but I had gotten a taste of that sweet happiness. I'd started to develop a great affection for that smile, and as much as I tried to tell myself I was just getting caught up in the moment, that the feelings would pass in time, I found myself unable to restrain the swelling of emotions within me.
Oh, that CG was so freaking beautiful. 1 second, because there's one thing I need to call out there that was so good. That's a really good line for just anything in general. She treated me the same as before. She never stopped smiling, and that meant so much more than whether or not she believed in the witch. I think that's a good analogy for the general feeling he had of gender dysmorphia as well. He never needed his brothers or his mother or his father or anyone to believe him. He never needed them to say, to just be like, okay, you definitely are a man, scientifically, biologically, whatever. He just needed them to accept. It didn't matter whether they believed. What they needed to believe is in his feelings, in what he knew in his heart. That's what he needed. And that's what he got from Giselle. Just pure acceptance. She didn't believe the witch existed. She thought he was just a little, you know. But at the same time, she was just like, you've got a witch's voice in your head. That must be uncomfortable. And when the witch was gone, she was probably just like, it's gone. Sweet. Yeah, you don't need an invisible friend anymore. Like, I'm here. That's good. That's good. You can just rely on me now. Yeah, just love him. Yeah, just love him. Just accept him. Just accept that that's how he's feeling. Validate his feelings. That's good. That's beautiful. I love the way they wrote that into that. Tied to the witch rather than to the actual feeling that they want to convey as well. It's so good.
That day by the fireplace, I thought that all I wanted from you was friendship. To have you in my life, always nearby. I thought that if we were simply friends, I would still be able to see that smile, even if you were to learn what I was. That if we were merely friends, you would be able to accept that. So I would keep these things I felt inside, at all costs.
Michel's shy gaze, yeah. He's about to be called out like a little bitch too. He's about to realize he loves her. Especially when they start sleeping together.
However, with each passing day, with each gentle smile, my affection for you swelled. It reached the point where, as hard as I tried to keep it contained, all it would take was the slightest nudge for it to come spilling out, and it made me desire what was out of reach. I was convinced I had changed, because this happiness had become my everyday. I had no right to do any such thing, but I came to wish that I could be the center of your life. I yearned for you, and I wanted you to yearn for me. And like the fool I am, I thought that with you, it might even be possible.
The red rose. The feeling of pure love. The rose that couldn't compare to her beauty. This man is so good with words. Yeah, he is.
Honestly, it's no trouble. I mean it. You just took me by surprise, that's all. I am pleased. It doesn't matter how it turns out. You drew it for me, Master. Whether it's good or bad is irrelevant. I'd be happy with anything drawn for me by the man I love.
Oh God, I fucking love that line.
The way she looks directly into his eyes as she says it as well. She's so shy up until that moment, and then she turns to face him to give him the honest confession. Oh, it's so good. And Michel fucked it up. But it was better later.
That one word set me into motion, for I had long since fallen deeply, utterly in love with you, and there was no escaping that.
Sorry, distractions. That's a really good CG for Giselle.
Listen very carefully. I love you. I love you so much I feel like my heart's going to explode.
You're so fucking cute, man. Put Chan eyes up there. They knew how they drew it.
Nevertheless, there was also no escaping my past. What I was. Knowing I could never truly be with you. That I could do nothing about this body. I pushed you away. But seeing all the color drain from your face, I knew I had to take that step. I thought that maybe you could change my world. If you really did love me as much as you said. Together, we could change everything. We could walk a new path side by side. And so, I decided to trust my heart.
Oh, the ugly crying is so good as well. It's so beautiful.
I'm in heaven. I'm so happy I could cry.
You did cry, Giselle. You cried your fucking eyes out. It was beautiful. Such a good confession scene. I love that so much.
I too was elated.
Then there was that. That was soul crushing.
Giselle, I'm sure you thought I was a kind-hearted man, that my love for you was pure and chaste, and I wanted to be that for you. But beneath the surface lurked indecent desires. Despite saying I didn't want to hurt you, that just having you by my side was enough, my desire bubbled up at the warmth of your skin. I wanted to let that heat take over, to let my hands run free. I could feel it burning inside of me. I longed for intimacy, not just emotionally, but physically. I wished I could lay you down on my bed and satisfy those desires. I wanted to make love to you. Unfortunately, that was not possible. I didn't have the ability. No matter how hard I try, my body lacks the capability to be one with you. I can pray, and I can long, and I can wish all I want, but my body will never be what I want it to be. Oh man. Fuck. I am grey. Though I have always known my true color, I have no way of becoming it. My heart has always known what I am. The world refuses to accept it. Every time I claim I'm normal, 5 say I'm an abomination. Would it really have been too much to ask for me to be born normal? To let me be who I truly am? Is that really so much to ask? Things began to change when I learned my father Antonin had passed away. Georges would, I assumed, be busy preparing to take his place. And if what he said was true, then I would be welcomed back to the estate. I would no longer be a demon child, but a member of the Bolognier family once more. Deep down, though, I couldn't completely believe it would actually happen. After 11 years in exile, I had no idea how they felt about me anymore. Would they even remember a promise they had made so long ago? Fear that they wouldn't threaten to consume me. But Giselle, as she often seemed to do, put my mind at ease. No matter where I go, you'll be there with me, Michel. It's true, I am nervous not knowing what the future holds. But not in a scared something bad might happen kind of way. It's more of a jittery, excited anxiousness. I'm confident the two of us can overcome anything, no matter what obstacles may come our way. Together we can create an even more wonderful future.
Could I believe her? Could I have faith in her wonderful future? That she would always be there with me? That we would return to the estate and finally move on with our lives? That together we could create a future? No, that wasn't a question. I wanted to have faith. I wanted to believe as much as she did. I wanted to believe that even if I was grey, I could have a normal life together with her. She had rescued me from the depths of hell, and now I wanted to make her happy.
I love that line as well, because they've used the color thing so much in this visual novel. They've had the world fade to grey so many times, and for him to say, I am grey, even though he knows what color he is, the world keeps making him grey, the world keeps making him neutral. He knows he's a man. He knows he's Michel Bollignier, the youngest son of the Bollignier family. But the world has painted him grey, and he can't do anything about that. It's written so fucking richly and so well. Every part of this visual novel continues to shock me. God damn. The fact that they brought that in words as well as through imagery, and now linked it to the gender dysmorphia. And the fact that he can't lay and be intimate with Giselle the way he wants to. Fuck me, that's god powerful. Linking all of that back to this, Jesus Christ. I pressed the wrong button and muted myself.
After taking that step in our relationship, I made numerous attempts to reveal the truth about what I was. But every time I tried, sharp pain gripped my chest, and my words faded into nothing before they could reach my lips. I knew that if our relationship were to continue, I'd have to tell her eventually. But merely imagining her face twisted in disgust nearly crushed me. She was everything to me. And so, as we prepared to make our departure, I decided it was time to make some changes. It was time for me to break out of my rut. And what happened next depended largely on whether Mother and my brothers were willing to accept me as a man. The course my future took was in their hands. In their hearts. If they couldn't accept me, then I couldn't return home. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that things would turn out for the best, that my family would accept me for who I was, and that they would accept what I had with Giselle. I decided I would tell Giselle everything after I received their responses, and I hoped dearly that she would join me wherever I ended up. I couldn't provide Giselle the same kind of happiness a normal man could, but if she and my family accepted me, I would do anything I could to build a happy family with her in my own way. And so, I sat down to write. Dear Mother, there's something I wish to tell you. Something that means a great deal to me. So I ask of you, please hear me out. And I ask of you, please accept it. Mother, I no longer bear any resentment for my present lot in life. Nevertheless, I would ask of you to concede one thing, that I was never cursed, that I was always your son, that I am Michel, not Michel. I have found someone whom I care for dearly, a woman, and I love her with all my heart. I would like to spend the rest of my life with her. I do not wish for much, simply to have a quiet life with her, to go through our days together, man and woman. That is the one thing I want. Mother, I know you're aware that my body is no longer female. I am a man. My heart is male, and I ask of you to please accept that. I have no grudge with you. In fact, I am incredibly grateful to you for bringing me into this world.
With love, your dearest son. But rather than a reply, I received a visit from knights ordered to kill me. They don't deserve you, Michel. They need to tell me who the fuck sent the knights. Was it Mother? Was it Amy? Was it fucking Didier with the knights? Ah!
Michel, tell me, why do you think this is your fault? What is your curse? Your curse? It isn't just the color of your hair and eyes, is it? There's more to it, isn't there? There's something else, isn't there?
Can you hear me, Morgana? Morgana! Please say something! Morgana! Your predictions. They were right. I was a fool. And you can laugh at me all you want. So please, say something! Death.
Death to the unholy one.
Death to the heretic.
Death to the witch.
Why won't you answer me, Morgana? Why can I not feel you there beside me? You said you would help me when I came for it. Well, here I am, begging you for this help. Please, come back to me. Just this once. I know you're there somewhere. Please, before they break down the door.
Michel, I'm all right. It's okay, Michel. I'm not scared. You're here with me after all. I'm fine. It's all fine. So please, hold me until it's all over. Please stay with me. Michel, my dear, why would you ever believe that fairy tale nonsense? Why would you ever think a wonderful future awaited you?
Morgana.
Here you are now. Wretched. Pitiful. For that, you have my sympathy. I will help you in your time of need.
Finally, speak.
Michel? I can feel the despair emanating from you. You hate it. It kills you. This is how you're worried. This is how you're rewarded for fighting to be yourself. You know exactly who sent those knights, don't you? They rejected you. Rejected what you are. Hey, Michel? Are you all right? Your family, unable to accept your body and heart, branded you a heretic and turned you over to the church.
Yes. They did.
And did you hear what the knights were saying? They've even accused you of being a witch. Taken my sins and placed them on you. Come back to me, Michel. You hate them, don't you? You want to curse them, don't you? You want to kill them, don't you? I shall grant you that wish. Out of your hatred and despair, I shall make my own wish. And that wish shall become a curse upon your family's wicked souls.
You'll grant my wish then, Morgana?
Yes, yes. Absolutely. Tell me what it is that you want, my poor little darling. Michel! Let your contempt flow free. Give me the names of those you want cursed.
I want you to protect her.
Excuse me?
If they find her, she could be accused of abetting a witch and executed as well. So please, use your power to keep her safe. You said you would grant my wish. Did you not?
That was not the wish I was hoping for.
I know. But that's the wish I want you to grant. Morgana!
And offer me something in return. Such a disappointing wish will require a sacrifice. Step beyond that door, my dear, and witness ultimate despair.
That was my plan anyway. So long as I am considered a heretic and marked for death, my being alive puts Giselle in danger.
Indeed, it does. Yet here you are, shaking like a scared little child.
Of course I'm scared. There isn't a single person who doesn't fear death. Please, keep her safe. You're the only one who can help me, Morgana.
You have my word. From this moment, I vow to protect her life.
Thank you. Giselle. Please hear me out, Giselle. I never thought anything good would become of my life. I never thought I would find anyone who truly understood me, would be happy to have my love. And for that, I hated the world. I was in constant torment, living in the shadows. But then, a single ray of light shone down on me.
Michel!
You, Giselle. You delivered me from the darkness. I'm scared, Giselle. I'm terrified. I used to think my life was meaningless. It didn't matter if I lived or died. But now, I can't stop shaking.
It's perfectly normal. I'm scared of death too, but
what scares me most is losing you.
Michel.
So please, allow me to repay you. I said I would do anything for you. So let me do this. I haven't given you anything. I haven't done anything for you. So give me one final chance.
Michel! What are you doing? Get back in here, Michel! What? Why? The door! I can't open it! Michel? Michel! What did you do to the door? Come on, get back in here!
I guess you really can perform miracles, Morgana.
I don't want to lose you either!
I know that by doing this, I will bring you pain, Giselle. But I can't make you happy, no matter how hard I try. And I realize that now.
Say something, Michel! You're out there, aren't you? Please! Please don't do anything rash! I'm going to kill you if you're out there!
Giselle. The witch told me.
What?
She would ensure your safety.
Michel! She isn't real! There's no witch talking to you, it's all in your head! Figment of your imagination created to alleviate your loneliness!
Rest assured, she does not lie.
Michel!
I pray that someday she will be able to get past this. Move on with her life. She needs to know that that's what I want. I have to find the right words. I'm pathetic. My voice is so shaky. Please listen. You are a wonderful woman, Giselle. Spirited, true to yourself, deeply sympathetic. You are not to blame for how difficult your life has been. Most of the fault lies with me, and a bit of bad fortune. But that's all behind you now. Once this is over, you can start anew.
What are you talking about?
Survive. Live a good, fulfilling life. Move past this. Live your life. And always love your family. I know that you can do it. That is my wish for you.
No. I don't want that. I want to be with you. No one else but you.
I don't want to let you die. There it is. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic.
Get back in here, Michel. Open the door. My choice is to live on without you. I'd rather...
Your scars will heal. You'll find a nice man and have a wonderful family.
Why?
Because you have a good family. Have a mother and sister who love you. If you were to be executed here with me, you'd be marked a heretic as well. And your family would be condemned. I don't want anyone else to suffer that kind of disgrace. But I can't tell you any of that, because I don't want you looking into why I'm a heretic. So this is where we part ways, Giselle. Thank you, Giselle, for bringing light into my world.
Don't say that.
The year we shared together, and the months since our relationship blossomed, have been the brightest days of my life. But if there is a next life, I hope you don't mind if I pray that we're able to meet again. And this time, that we can find each other once more. In another world. In a body that better suits me.
Michel!
Michel. I had thought I was prepared. That I was doing something good. Something I could be proud of. That I would give my life for her with my head held high. But it wasn't long before I realized what the witch had meant. What she had warned me about. When she had said ultimate despair waited beyond this door. It is our holy duty as knights of the church to deliver punishment unto the heathen who made a pact with the devil. You are sentenced to death, your body to be hanged upon the cross for 3 days and 3 nights, wherein your unholy flesh shall be purified by the fires of heaven. Oh, it's fucking Didier. No. Why? What are you doing here? I stared up at the night, eyes wide, for the voice from within the helm. Didier belonged to my elder brother. You shall now be executed. Do you have any final words? I knew well enough that Mother was not in her right mind, and while her refusal to accept me had hurt, at the same time, I had somewhat expected it. It made sense to me. In her madness, Mother had declared me a heretic and reported me to the church. But this... But Didier... Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies, and they do so to protect the weak, women and children. I am here to protect you and your mother. What are you doing here? Why are you pointing your sword at me? Are you smiling behind that cold steel helm? Frowning? Or staring expressionlessly? Though your transformation was too much for Mother and Father to accept, with enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before. Just like it did for myself and Georges. None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing. You said that it would all go back to normal eventually. Can I trust that even if the whole world says I'm cursed, that you'll always be on my side? That you'll always be my brothers? Can I put my trust in you once more? Didier, Georges. You absolutely can, Michel. I swear to God on high. Did your vow have any meaning at all? I spent years here in this dark house, waiting, believing you would come through for me. So why? Why are you standing there a half dozen nights at your back, saying I am to be executed? Why? Yeah. Do not cry. Don't you dare cry, Michel. You're standing here in front of this door as a man protecting the woman he loves, so you mustn't cry. Who is it you're sentencing to death? Michel Bolinier? Or a demon child, naturally. Or a witch, perhaps. But why? If I'm not an angel sent from heaven, or a demon child, then what am I? What on earth am I? What are you? You're a Bolinier. You're our family. And that's all there is to it. I thought you were brothers. Our familial bonds have long since been severed, cursed witch. Now I see, Giselle. This world never had a place for me. I was never welcome here. Kill him! So many blades pierced my flesh. Didier's sword in my chest, lances in my arms and shoulders, arrows in both of my legs. I could hardly even tell what hurt anymore. But the pain from within was much clearer. My heart cracked audibly before shattering completely. Don't cry. Do not cry. Tears will only make me more pitiful. So don't you cry, Michel. Don't cry. Oh, he cried. I believed in you. Didier, when I was younger, I idolized you. Those broad shoulders, muscular arms, gentle eyes, everything you said. Your simple but pure desire to become a knight. I thought if I could be like you, then I could be proud of who I was. Though that may have faded somewhat after being locked away for so long, my adoration for you never went away. I thought you of everyone would accept me for who I am. And I thought you would celebrate my relationship with Giselle. You would put those big hands on my shoulders, a smile on your face, and say, "I'm happy for you." That you would welcome her into the family, where we could go on outings together on cloudy days, and maybe she could make something for us. She's a pretty good cook after all. Georges would rifle through the basket before lunch, and Didier would scold him. I would be there watching, a proud smile on my face. As unlikely, as out of reach as I knew it was, I still dreamed of a life like that. I had the faintest hope that when we saw each other again, that dream might come true. Didier, I put my faith in you.
Fuck Didier.
And there they go. Crying back then too, imagining himself as a child again, running into his memories, imagining Giselle was there too. And yet, that would never happen. He was all alone. Michel is crying. Yeah, Michel tried so hard not to cry, but he couldn't take it. And the symbolism of Didier being the one who stabbed him through the heart, the fact that that was both probably the first blow actually, but the one that was going to kill him. Like, you don't survive a stab in the heart, and the fact that, yeah, the pain internally was worse than the pain from the actual stab wounds. The fact that his brother, the one he had idolized, the one he had considered this holy knight, this beautiful, perfect person, was treating him like that, had called him a witch, had called him an it. Did at one point call him a he when he was about to kill him, but was fine to execute him, was fine to call him a cursed child, a demon child, the thing he said he wasn't in the past. And the sad thing is, Michel ended up becoming what he'd always thought Didier was. Michel died protecting the woman he loved. He died a knight, a chivalrous knight, laying down his own life and indeed his own fucking soul to make sure that Giselle was fine, to make sure that Giselle would survive. Didier, on the other hand, for one thing, slept with his brother's wife and so easily gave up on vows that he made. Vows that he made to his own fucking family. True knight Michel. True chivalrous knight Michel. Michel actually got it. Michel was stronger in his heart than Didier ever was, despite the fact that physically he was so much weaker. Didier may have been able to swing a sword, but Michel was the true knight. And so, my life came to an end. But that wasn't the end of the story. I don't know if what comes next could be called my story, but memories of these events linger in my soul. After being pierced by Didier's blade, I found myself looking down upon my own corpse. How could I have ever imagined that I would be made to witness my own misery even in death? I watched as my eldest brother dragged me to the place of my crucifixion, and my soul, evidently still bound to my flesh, was dragged along with it against my will down to the nearby village. Rainbow! Yay! Happy Pride Month! They're all going to celebrate the death of the witch and the demon. The knights! The knights have returned from their holy quest!
And how we've awaited your arrival. How glorious it is to see you.
Waiting for us there was a cluster of villagers. A large cross lay on the ground in the center of the square. Holding torches, they formed a crowd around the knights, several of them familiar faces. The men who had came to ransack the mansion were standing there, staring at my body in awe.
I forget what voice I gave this guy, but I know...
Milady. Oh, the Lord's judgment has been delivered unto the witch of the cursed mansion by his holy servants. No longer shall we live in fear of the curse befalling us. Eternal peace is assured. We've assembled all the tools you need to execute your divine mission. A cross befitting of such a heinous sinner. That witch threatened to curse us. Sullied our pure ears with its blasphemy.
I had done no such thing. I hadn't cursed anyone. I had merely been defending myself. They'd been armed and outnumbered me, so I had said what was necessary to chase them off.
Our poor harvest and our suffering at the hands of the greedy Lord were all the work of the witch.
Why then were they acting like I was at fault? Why was I the sinner, and why did I need to be judged? My soul trembled at the overwhelming fervor consuming the crowd, their zealous desire to see judgment cast. So I prayed. I asked God to grant me the smallest of miracles, to let my voice reach my brother who carried my body. Please, don't do this, Didier. Please, hear my voice. You know me better than that. You know I've done nothing wrong. Those men smirking at the side of my body, they're the ones putting the blame for their sins on me. Please tell me you, at least, don't think I did those things. Don't put me on that cross. If it was Mother who sold me out to the church, then surely you can give me a respectable burial.
The nails and rope for the crucifixion are here. We would have you, O knight, deliver the Lord's judgment unto this vile witch.
Didier, why do you say nothing? Why do you accept the tools this man presents you? Tools meant to punish me. Tell me, Didier.
Crucifixion! Crucify it! Crucify your witch!
My brother lowered my corpse to the ground and began removing my clothing. And in that very moment, I realized the purpose of hanging someone from a cross. Overwhelmed by hopelessness, tears streamed down my face.
Please, anything but that. I'm begging you. Don't expose me to these people. Don't expose my body, Didier. I'm begging you. Don't do it.
But of course, my voice had no way of reaching him, and he proceeded to remove my clothing, piece by piece, until I was left fully nude. For a brief moment, an unpleasant silence spread through the crowd. The erratic cackling of their torches was the only thing that could be heard in the square. And then, with a mocking laugh, one man spoke.
Ah, so there it is, the devilish creature. Don't look at me. Please. Look away. I'll just get it over with. Burn me now. Burn my body, please.
One simple thing was all I was missing. I had a frame like a man. I lacked breasts of a woman. My heart was male. I was in love with a woman.
You sold your soul to the devil, and this is what you became. This frightful, reprehensible creature. To dare defile the sacred body God blessed you with.
Was that what people really thought of me? Was there no way to make them understand? Could they not possibly imagine how miserable it was to live in a body that didn't fit shape to your soul? Was there no way to get through to them, even the slightest bit? That all I wanted was to be what I felt I was? Was that really so heinous a crime?
Please, Didier.
stop this. Don't humiliate me any further. Please, just let me depart this world in peace. Carry my body away from this place. That's all I ask. And if you can't do that, then at least burn me instead. Didier. Didier. He then placed my body upon the cross, bound my arms together at the wrist with ropes, and then drove a nail through my palms. I couldn't look away. I tried to close my eyes, but I couldn't. My vision remained perfectly clear despite the constant stream of tears. When he was finished attaching my body to the cross, he and several other knights lifted it off the ground, planting it at the center of the village square. The villagers showered the knights with their praise and gratitude. Not for lack of trying, I was unable to get away from the cross. My soul was trapped there along with my body. Didier didn't say a word the entire time. After a full day hanging there, grotesque blackish splotches began appearing on my lower body. Everyone who saw it grimaced in disgust. The knights, Didier included, had long since taken their leave, leaving my soul behind, curled up at the base of the cross. A constant stream of tears ran down my face. Despite all my prayers, I remained bound to that place, left to rot on the cross with my body. Passers-by threw rocks or spat on me. Children laughed. A mother warned her daughter to always obey God's teachings. By 48 hours, black-feathered birds and maggots had appeared to devour my rotting flesh. I couldn't imagine any less pleasant a sight than my own body decaying in the sunlight, exposed for all to see. A group of children assembled in the square not far from the cross, and soon after, a competition began to see who could take down the evil witch. They gathered all the rocks they could find and started throwing them at my corpse as hard as they could. The stones ripped through my decomposing flesh, exposing bits of bone. Eventually, they settled on a winner, the one who had torn off the most flesh, and went on the way. And when they were gone, the birds flocked in to take their place. The third day and night came and went, and at sunrise on the fourth day, I received a visitor. "Watch your step, madam. The crucifix is this way." Fucking Amy? It's gotta be fucking Amy, isn't it? After everything I had been through, I thought nothing more could possibly affect me. It's either Amy or the mother. I had sunk as far down into the abyss as I could go. However, Mother. I knew it was her instantly. She was older and bonier than I remembered. She had bags under her eyes so dark they looked like bruises. Her once lustrous blonde hair had faded almost white, but I would always recognize my own mother. "What are you doing here, Mother?" "Father." In the 13 years since I had last heard Mother's voice, it had grown raspy and weak. But there were still distinct traces in it of the woman who had raised me, who had stayed at my bedside when I was sick. Though I lacked a physical body, I still felt a deep, piercing chill at the sound of her voice. "Father, this is not my daughter. I did not birth this accursed thing. No. No, no, no. No, I'm her victim. For years I suffered at the hands of this witch. She stole my daughter away from me, tormenting me, endlessly tormenting me, trying to ruin me. A demon. You're a demon." "Mother." I despise you, you foul, hellish monster." I loved you. "Took everything from me." I could never bring myself to hate my birth mother
I feel nothing but revulsion for you.
I loved you.
An eternity in the fires of hell would be too good for you.
I often disagreed with the things you said and did, but I still remember the feeling of your hand in mine as I lay sick in bed.
I have absolutely no relation to this demon.
I kept writing you letters, kept pretending to be a girl for you, because I didn't want to hurt you.
This is not my daughter.
I couldn't stand doing it. Whenever I sat down to write one, I came out a horrible wreck, even worse off than before. But even so...
Send this monster straight to hell!
I didn't want to break you, Mother. I didn't want to push you any further off the edge.
Quickly! Set me free of this accursed thing!
I suppose I still did end up breaking you. Please, be at ease, madam. The Lord has heard your prayers. He wants you to cast the demon into the cleansing fires. He wants you to show him that, as you say, you have no relation to this unholy thrall.
Gladly. I'll send this vile creature to the deepest pits of hell with my own 2 hands.
Her eyes swirling with every hateful emotion imaginable, Mother took the torch from the priest and tossed it into the pile of straw spread around the base of the cross. The flame crackled as it spread upward, consuming my body and filling the square with the putrid stench of burning flesh. Through the cloud of smoke, I could see a faint smile on Mother's lips. Mother, I'm so sorry. You had to give birth to me. When the inferno had devoured everything and the cross itself came tumbling down, my soul was finally released from that place. Or rather, I suppose it more shattered. The things I saw, the things I was made to watch, were harrowing. Morgana had been right. The anguish that came after knowing happiness was much greater than anything I had felt before. It eroded my spirit, drained me of the willpower to bear the sight of the world after death. But rather than give in to hatred like Morgana had, I despaired of myself. I didn't curse or bear a grudge against anyone. I prayed for my own extinguishment. My soul began to crumble, neither ascending to heaven nor falling to hell, but fading into darkness everlasting. My fingers were the first to go, then my eyes, then my mouth. All sound vanished into nothingness. My beating heart and all the emotions that had once taken root within it scattered like leaves upon the wind. My soul completely, wholly decomposed. I couldn't stand to allow my soul to return to the living world, no matter what it might take residence in. Some length of time later, I began to hear a sound, muffled and indistinct. No longer human in form, I had no ears to speak of, but the sound gradually increased in volume. It was a voice.
Where are you? Michel? What are you doing? I'm still praying. I'm still wishing for you to appear before me. Forever. And ever. And ever. And ever. And ever. And ever. I've been praying for so long. I don't even know how long it's been. Before you left, you said you were going to pray too. You said you hoped we could meet again in another life. I'm not misremembering, am I? Michel, come back to me soon.
As if drawn in by the sound of that voice, bit by bit I began regaining some of what I had lost, but it took an incredibly long time. My body and soul had been ground to dust. I'd rejected myself, scattered it into the void. It would take several lifetimes to find and reassemble all those pieces.
Michel, all I can remember about you is your name, your glassy white skin, your fiery red eyes, and your snow-colored hair. Nothing else.
I had thought my mind, my body, my spirit, and my heart had all been eradicated. But every time I heard that voice, I thought, I must return. Well, thought is perhaps inaccurate. It was not so much a conscious idea as an instinctive force. The voice slowly buried the overwhelming pain I had suffered in both life and death. I began to search for the source of that quiet, constant whisper echoing in the emptiness, chasing after that tiny fleck of light, the one thing in the world that seemed to desire my presence.
Michel, I'm no longer the girl I once was. I've built a thick cocoon around myself, a cocoon I can't break free of. My own protective shell is devouring me. I'm waiting for you, Michel. Waiting for you inside my shell. Always waiting. Will you be able to recognize the person I've become? Please, Michel, let me out of here.
At long last, I found the ray of light I sought, and I had an absolute certainty that if I followed it, I would reach the source of the voice. I had to find them. I had to set them free. I desperately had to give back to them what they had given to me, and that sense of purpose is what set me back into motion. But the void was so expansive, so endlessly deep, that reaching the end of the trail of light was no easy task. Struggling to follow it to its source wore my barely held together soul thin until it crumbled apart once more. Again and again I lost myself. I can't account for much of my time chasing after that light. The gaps in my memory are large and frequent. Nevertheless, after countless cycles of breaking down and reassembling myself, after hundreds of years of wandering, I finally found my way back to that mansion. Nope. And when the two of us had our long-awaited reunion, neither of us were our old selves anymore. In my endeavor to return, I had worn my soul down to almost nothing. I was but a vague shadow, completely devoid of memories. And that was the beginning. We met each other anew, lost and broken, devoid of life. The darkness here reminds me of my time in the void, of the despair that filled my shattered soul as it sunk into the endless abyss, of the emptiness I felt as my body crumbled and faded into nothing.
Michel, the poor soul who was named for an angel and born with a curse, made to bear an unfairly cruel fate. I am the only one who sympathizes with you, the only one who understands your pain, the only one willing to help you. I'm sure you're not feeling particularly fond of me right now, not after I made you relive the past you so wanted to forget. Every moment of that despair, not after I revealed your every last secret to the woman you loved. But you must face the truth, my dear. You put your life, your very soul, on the line for this woman, and even she would not accept you. But as I have said before, that's the normal response. She's no worse than anyone else for it. You simply aren't something people can accept. You believe that even if your family wouldn't, that even if your dear brothers wouldn't, Giselle would be able to accept you for you. That she alone was different. She alone was special. That she wanted you in her life. That she alone would extend her hand for you. You never doubted that, did you? But Michel, hope exists to be crushed. And the stronger you cling to that hope, the more you have to lose. You can hear that, can't you? They're mocking you, scorning you, rejecting everything that defines you. The revulsion in her voice. This is the woman you fought so hard to get back. Listen to it, my dear. Focus on her voice. Disgusting. 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 Stop. Please. I don't want to hear it anymore. Make it stop. Can you blame her, thou? For hundreds of years she waited, trusting you, and you came back to her a woman more than once. If you think about it, you betrayed her first. No. Stop. Don't. I didn't. Tell me, what was it like? How did it feel to be born and live as a woman? You spent your life insisting you weren't a woman, and yet your soul chose a female body to return in. All those gaps in your memory were from your lives as the white-haired girl. First, there was the kind, mild-mannered, flaxen-haired boy. You, a woman, and he, a man, were joined in love. And then there was the deranged man-beast. By exposing your female body to him, you were able to temporarily contain his madness. And then there was the man obsessed with money and power. You were his wife, ever faithful, waiting patiently for him to remember his love. You put your faith in the wrong person's love. How can you expect her to not be disgusted? She was forced to watch again and again as the man she loved was reborn as a woman and had relations with other men. Would you like to know what you're doing right this moment, Michel? You're crying. Crying. As you have done so many times before. Those tears, they wash away your dignity. Would you also like to know how you look right now, Michel? You've reverted to your final moments, both in body and in heart. Take a look at yourself, my dear. Your body, incomplete, only partially male. The wound still fresh and war, pierced by your brother whom you trusted completely, and the knights whose ranks you dreamed of joining. Even now your blood still flows from those wounds. They will never heal, not so long as you remain yourself. It's not pleasant, is it? It hurts quite a bit, doesn't it? I did not inflict those wounds on you, though. They're your own, and no one can erase them. You've lost everything, Michel. Tell me, what do you have left? You were robbed of your pride, your dignity, your life, your identity, very existence, and the love you thought you still had? Wow. She's gone and left you behind too. And you still refuse to curse anyone. Why do you not take what you deserve from those who stole everything from you? You have every right to vengeance, and I am offering you the means to have it. Ask them, my dear. I cannot curse anyone. You disappoint me, Michel. But if that's what you want, if you won't join me in my hatred, then so be it. I'll accept we are not as similar as I once thought, and as much as it pains me to do so, I will release you. I'll even wish for your reconstruction into the body you desire. You shall descend into the mortal realm as a human man, never to set foot in this cursed mansion again.
1 minute. Wait. Oh. How do I do it? How do I bring up the actual save menu? What the hell? There we go. No. There we go.
Imagine it. After waiting for so long, you will finally be able to obtain the body you so desperately seek. To have a wife and create a happy family of your own. Wouldn't that be just lovely? I'll make that wish for you, my dear. You can have that life. All you have to do is walk out the door. It's that easy. Just let go. Let it all go, Michel. Don't listen to her. Don't trust anything she says. Don't trust anything she shows you. Michel! You told me you believed in my love. But if it could survive for hundreds of years, it must be real. So don't start doubting it now. Oh. In your eyes, Michel. And look at me. Listen to me, please. Listen to the sound of my voice. Michel. You listen to what I really think? How I actually feel. I would never, ever push you away. Do you remember what I said, Michel? When you broke through the cocoon I'd built around myself? I said that I would never come to hate you. I still stand by that. My feelings haven't changed in the slightest. It doesn't matter what kind of past you had, or what kind of secrets you kept. I still love you. You accepted me, Michel. I spent hundreds of years trapped in this place, watching as tragedy after tragedy befell its residents, slowly losing my grip on myself till I'd been twisted so far I could tell them like stories with a cold smile on my face. And despite what I'd become, you still took my hand. You still said you loved me. No matter what horrors you've experienced, I will always and forever take your hand. Michel!
Giselle.
Please, have faith in me, Michel. Don't believe what some illusion says. Believe me. Believe the real me.
You have it backwards, Giselle. The truth is, I never once doubted you.
What?
I never doubted your love.
Michel.
I despised myself. I hated that I was so weak I couldn't even bear being rejected by a phantasm made to look like you. I didn't want you to see me like that. I didn't want you to know that I was so weak. To see my past. To see me now. A pitiful, unsightly mess. I couldn't stand the thought of you seeing any of that. If only in your memories. If only for you. I wanted to be gallant. To be a man. I wanted to be the man who never cried. Never showed weakness. And who died trying to protect you. I didn't want you to know that I was so weak. That I was such a sad, frail person. And not even a real man.
Michel.
I didn't want you to see that. Morgana was telling the truth. I opened the door to our past in order to bring you back. But that wasn't the whole story. I kept details about myself out. Things that would make me look bad. There's no one as shameful and reprehensible as me!
Oh, Michel. There's no one in this world as admirable as you. You remained true to yourself to the end, no matter how bad things got. Day after day you fought alone, despite being put through hell. You chose not to curse those responsible. Only once did you ever consider cursing someone. Your father. I remember that day very well. I was too stupid to realize it at the time. But you did that for me. But one time you ever wanted to curse someone was for me. Give yourself a little more credit. You did perhaps come off as a bit inscrutable, but deep down you're truer to yourself than anyone. Your motivation's simple and pure. Your heart full of kindness. Know that you're a wonderful, admirable man, Michel. Be proud of who you are.
That doesn't change how much suffering I put you through, Giselle. I was the white-haired girl. The girl in the portrait was me. It was all me. I came back more than once, showing up a woman, then disappearing again, hurting you completely unaware, pushing you away, leaving nothing but tragedy in my wake. I'll never forgive myself for what I did to you.
Have faith in yourself, Michel. Follow your heart. I know it was a secret you didn't want revealed.
Wait.
But for me, I couldn't be happier to know the truth. Because it shows just how incredibly much you loved me. And not only in life. The hundreds of years I spent trapped in this mansion. You spent searching for me. In that vast, empty, hopeless void, you heard my voice. Your love guided you to me. When you lost everything, your love for me still lived on. Even as it tore you apart, you kept fighting to make it back to me. A few blanks in your memory don't account for how someone so fiercely determined could suddenly become a completely different person.
But, Giselle, how am I supposed to believe in that? How am I supposed to believe that wasn't me? Everything about us is exactly the same.
You are not the white-haired girl, Michel. Have faith in your own heart and the things you stand for. Have faith in your true self, in the person you are, the shape of your soul. You were never the white-haired girl, and you never will be. Remember when you first arrived at the mansion, Michel? I took your hand, and together we watched dozens of different lives play out. Were your memories anywhere among them? It wasn't behind those doors that you found yourself, but in the remnants of the months we shared here. Was the white-haired girl anywhere in your memories? You are Michel, no one else.
But that doesn't change. But my body...
I know you, Michel. I know who you are deep down. I love you from the bottom of my heart, and I want you to understand that. To know how I feel. Though we only shared our love for a month in life, it was enough for me to wait hundreds of years for your return, and you fought with everything you had to make it back to me, to get me out of here. You are the greatest man I've ever known.
Giselle! How was it? You always manage to see straight through me, Giselle. To give me exactly what I want. That smile. That single ray of light in the endless dark. To say exactly what I've so desperately yearned to hear. The words I've sought for countless years. Giselle. I reach out for her, but she's begun to fade, her outline hazy and blending into the surroundings, and all I manage to grab is empty air. I want more than anything to feel her warmth right now, the sensation of her skin against mine. There's nothing there. Please, Giselle, don't leave my side again!
Don't worry. I'm right here with you. I'm not going anywhere.
Giselle?
Put your hands on my shoulders. Wrap your arms around me.
I can't. I want to so much, but I can't feel you there at all.
You can, Michel. I promise. Close your eyes. Now, reach forward, slowly. You can feel me there, can't you? That's my finger. And that's my hair. Those are my eyes. And here are my lips. Here's my heart. where I keep all the feelings you gave back to me, and my love for you, in body and in spirit. I'm all yours. Can you sense me here beside you? I think I can. Now, hold on and don't let go. You know, it's kind of funny. We're like two awkward kids around each other, bound together by a love so amazingly powerful. Yet we only ever held hands a few times, and embracing is like some incredible achievement for us. And we're supposed to be full-grown adults. Kiss me, Michel. We never got the chance while we were alive. Giselle. Or are you going to tell me to wait again? Not this time. I feel my way around the emptiness where she is. Her skin, white but not pallid. Her slightly flushed cheeks dimpled by her smile. Her lips, which at times called me master, and at times called me Michel. Her entire being. This woman who accepted me as a man, who even in death continued to bring me back from my darkest places. She is my everything. I feel a faint breath against my neck, somewhere between a sigh and a giggle. I feel her warmth, which I thought I would never know again. The soft touch of her skin. I envision her face before me, where I'm sure she is, with her eyes closed, and I press my lips against hers. It's a quick, clumsy affair. Just a little peck. Not the kind of kiss two grown adults might be expected to share. But nonetheless, a gentle warmth spreads through my body from the place our lips touched. It's a sensation so pleasant, so nice, I can hardly believe it's real. Our surroundings dissolve, and the world takes on a new face. A plane of tranquil light created by Giselle, into which the mansion's darkness slowly seeps. The difference is, now I'm not afraid to step back into it. All it took was that single, irreplaceable moment to change my everything. Though I can't see her there, I can feel her presence right beside me, her heart, and that she too can feel mine. I won't falter anymore. I'm through hesitating, wavering about in fear of my own weakness. I will look forward to the future. I will believe in myself because she believes in me. I'm done carrying the chains I created for myself. I have work to do. No more looking away from my responsibility. As the light dims and darkness begins to take over, I hear her voice in my ear. Michel, can I ask you to lend your hand to someone? You set me free, and now I'd like you to do the same for her. This is something I don't think anyone else can do. Only you can rid the mansion of its darkness. I'm here with you too. So let's open the final door together. The true final door. We can put an end to all this tragedy. I know we can. Now, off we go, Michel. And do not let go of my hand.
Fuck. That was so well done. Oh my god. That's obviously where we're going to stop for the day. But man, Fuchan died. Fuchan broke. Fuchan ugly cried. Fuchan whimpered. Fuchan had to pull away from the mic because I couldn't deliver that one final line. The way it came full circle.
Master, please take my hand. Never let go of my hand. We'll be lost without each other.
What is this music? French. Yeah, it seems like it's time for them to save Morgana. To finally get Morgana to let go of everything. One more person I need you to help. One more person I need you to take their hand. Which makes me wonder. Morgana has insisted that Michel was the white-haired girl. So while his soul was wandering and being reformed, he was coming back as the white-haired girl. And I believed that. That was my main theory. I'm starting to wonder if the white-haired girl might have been Morgana, or maybe a combination of Morgana and Michel. Maybe. Or maybe it just was Michel and they're just like, what Giselle meant when Giselle was saying, was any of that you, is that this is your true soul, Michel. And that was just you being lost. But it could have been like both of them. It could have been that Michel wasn't just happy taking her revenge, but was absolutely living through those moments as well. And feeling just as heartbroken all over again, but then torturing the people in the past. We'll find out as it goes on, but it could be, yeah, Morgana was trying to find her own happiness as well. Or it's like the good side of Morgana. The happy side of Morgana that didn't wish for murder and torture and horrible shit, but instead wished to actually have had a happy life. The Morgana that wished... First one was Mel. That was the boy she met in the woods. So the Morgana that wished that the boy in the woods had actually taken care of her. That the boy in the woods had actually been nice to her and loved her the way she loved him. But she didn't even necessarily love the boy in the woods. She just wanted kindness from him. But yeah, that was Mel. The second one was... Yukimasa? Was it Yukimasa? Either way. That was the wandering swordsman. The one who had saved her from being turned into a slave. And yet abandoned her. And then so easily fell in love with a different person at the church. Cut off her own arm to save the girl at the church. If instead she had been the one to quell the beast. If Morgana had been the one to quell the beast, would anything have been better? And then finally the third one. Rich husband, the mayor who just wanted to profit off of her blood. If the rich husband had instead loved her more than money. It could be that Morgana's been reliving all of her past tragedies. And giving them a chance to give her a happy ending, a chance to be happy with her. But instead, they continuously fucked up the same way they did in the past lives, and then they were tortured by it. Jacopo? Yeah, Jacopo. Jacopo, who was the mayor in the original timeline for her. So yeah, I'm not sure. It could have even been because she essentially possessed Michel. It could be that she was essentially using Michel's form, but using him as a pawn, controlling him, whispering into his ear since he was reborn as a girl, using him as a self-insert for herself. Honestly, not sure. Wow, this fucking music is incredible as well. I love the way it's swelling up. But yeah, I'm not sure if it's got to be like they combined into the white-haired girl, or if the white-haired girl was Michel, but it's also like Morgana's own little tool to fuck with the people she's torturing, or if it's just the good side of Michel and she was actually keeping the white-haired girl away but torturing Giselle with the idea of the white-haired girl being Michel. Don't know. Keep going, please? Hell no. In fact, you know what we're going to do? We're going to crush each other's sanity. We are going to go see the bad ending. Oh, God, I don't want to delete that one. I liked that chapter. This one I'm fine with deleting. We're going to let go. We're going to let go. We're going to see which direction that goes. We've hit every bad ending before this. Just 5 more minutes. Are you telling me that we actually start like a new chapter in 5 minutes? Are you telling me there's a better place to end on? Is that what you're telling me? If you're telling me... Okay, the door's not ended. Okay. Okay. If it's just like 5 minutes left and then we start a new chapter, then yeah, let's finish this off. And then we'll come back and see the pain. No. Giselle. Reality fades back into view. Let me turn this down because it's very loud.
I'm looking at neither the endless eroding darkness nor the visions of my past. The sea of blood spreading in all directions. I'm standing at the top of the observation tower outside the door. I've returned. Back in Morgana's world. A bitter, hate-filled, curse-fueled world.
To tell you the truth, I didn't see that coming. This is my mansion. My domain. She was supposed to be locked up. But it would seem my will is not as absolute as I had thought. What did you call that? The power of love? Is that what allowed this to happen? I'll try it. Where's the magic? A miracle. I can think of one other reason she was able to escape. And it's the only way we'll be able to find the power we need to cast off the darkness in this house. But first, before we do anything else,
Oh, fuck. Shit, my bad.
I can think of one other reason she was able to escape, and it's the only way we'll be able to find the power we need to cast off the darkness of this house. But first, before we do anything else, we must open this door.
Whatever nonsense that woman filled your head with, it certainly seems to have put some fight into those eyes. Well, good for you, my dear. A little confidence boost doesn't erase the fact that you were on the ground crawling through the filth like a worm, tears streaming down your face as you tried to ignore what lay before you. A little self-esteem isn't going to make you any less helpless when you step through that door.
But that won't stop me from trying. I'm done acting like you're some inevitability, some force of nature. It's time for me to take a stand, Morgana. The air around the door has a distinct chill to it as I place my hand against the wood surface. My arms, once bloody and lacerated, are now whole again. I can feel my entire body, everything back in its rightful place. I take in a breath, lift my head, focus my gaze on the door, and push it open. Resting on the back of my hand, I can feel another palm, soft and warm. Through the single window sitting high atop the wall shines a ray of light. A black butterfly flutters within the beam. Its form is indistinct, wavering like a mirage as it slowly descends to the tower floor. Morgana. And then, from within the darkness, a person appears. Real form, Morgana, holy shit! Is that you, Morgana?
How does it feel to finally meet the real thing, my dear?
Oh, her smile. I knew you were young. You really are still a child. Having heard her tale, I know she died still a girl. And I know how she came to bear so much hatred for the world. But knowing and seeing are two very different things. The sight of her bony adolescent body is a painful reminder that she never had a chance to know happiness, to know adulthood, before being robbed of her life.
I'd assumed monster would be your first reaction. With a face and a body like this.
Holy shit. She's really trying to scare him, but you need to remember, Morgana, he's been through shit like this. Yeah, he's not concerned. He knows you're just a little girl crying out against the world.
How very sweet of you, Michel. So tell me, what exactly do you mean to do now that you're here? Your ultimate goal was, as I understood it, to take Giselle back. But she's no longer here for me to return to you. She broke out of my cage and exhausted what remained of her soul to show herself to you. I cannot perceive even a trace of her presence any longer, so I presume her soul shattered, dissipated into nothing.
No. She's right here beside me.
Is that so? You seem to believe as much anyway. Which only makes your presence here a bigger mystery. Ah, I know. You want revenge. I made you miserable while you were alive, and I continue to torment you in death. You entrusted me with Giselle's life, and I used it for my own ends. You must despise me. Hatred fills you. You want to curse me, to kill me. My death couldn't well mean the end of all of this. Shall I grant you that wish?
She flicks a finger, and the next second a long sword clatters to the floor at my feet.
Take the blade in your hands, and like the knight of old who executed the witch, pierce my heart with it. Do now what should have happened then. You always wanted to be a knight, didn't you? Go on. Pick it up. Show me your revulsion, my dear.
Morgana, I do have a reason for being here. I came to save you.
Did you hit your head on the way up? You came to save who?
I spent so long trying to look away, when I should have been trying to look deeper. To tell you the truth, your constant chattering in the darkness evoked more than annoyance in me. I empathized with your loneliness. I bear no hatred for you. It was my despair that brought you back to life, so that makes it my responsibility to end this.
My own wish has given me all the redemption I need, my dear. Or should I be expecting another self-righteous lecture about how hatred does you no good? Brilliant, Michel. Brilliant. Do you have any idea how absurdly presumptuous you're being, trying to force your idea of redemption onto someone who has no interest in it?
If the tale you showed me was the whole truth, then I would have said you could revile those heartless men as much as you pleased. But I refuse to believe that's the whole story. The man I saw beyond the first three doors had genuine concerns and worries. They felt things, real human emotions, even if those things ultimately led them down a path of destruction. Wanting to do something nice for the one you care about, being disgusted at things you've done, hiding your urges from those around you. You certainly couldn't call them good men, but they were real people with real conflicts.
So you're saying I'm lying? Well, can't say I blame you. Who would believe the word of a witch?
I don't think you falsified your account, Morgana. The tragedy, no. The grisly reality you described, I don't doubt any of that happened. You wouldn't be here otherwise. But I've learned something in my years. Reality exists from more than one perspective.
Doesn't change what happened. A two-faced young man deceived me. The beast severed my arm, and the greedy, power-hungry lord used me for his own personal gain.
Events by themselves do not tell the whole story. Only when you take into account their circumstances, what they thought and felt, their perspectives, only then can you say you've reached the truth.
Your point being? Are you going to march down to where the souls are and ask them for their perspective? Don't waste your breath. I'll only tell you what benefits themselves the most.
Then we do it our way. We open the door to your past.
And if I refuse? This is my domain, my world. It operates in accordance to my will. The door won't open unless I allow it to.
Were you aware, Morgana, that I recovered my first memory in front of a mirror?
You what?
The same mirror Giselle used to practice her smile. And in all those hundreds of years, bits of her memory came to reside within it. Every time she stood before that mirror, she had me in her heart. And next, I saw one of my own memories play out in my bedchamber. It was the first day after we opened the windows when she let the morning sun into the room. That day was a turning point in my life.
And why are you telling me this?
Because you have memories trapped here too, dumbass. Because it means this world doesn't belong only to you. It's also hers. And mine. And that is why she was able to break free. Your wish is without question the most powerful of anyone's here, and you have more authority over this place than anyone else. There's no denying your position as master of this mansion. But Giselle and I, we too have influence over this domain. I was the one who resurrected you, and she who served as your guide. So the door will appear, whether or not it is of your will. Their souls reside here as well. They may spin convenient tales, but the memories ingrained upon their souls can tell no lies. All the pieces are on the board. The door will open.
Say the door does open. What does that change?
Nothing those men may have thought or felt can take back what they did to me. This rotting, broken creature they turned me into. I don't care what was going through their heads. They will never have my forgiveness. My hatred is unwavering. My wish will not be undone so easily. Their souls shall suffer for all eternity! Before we begin, Morgana, let's get one last lingering question out of the way.
And what might that be?
Who the white-haired girl is.
That's your lingering question? We've already established.
That was you, Morgana.
So, in a desperate plea to deny you came back as a woman, you're now trying to make me into her? That is perhaps the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. That was you, my dear. Don't avert your eyes. You must face reality.
I'm not averting my eyes, and I'm not in denial. I have faith. Faith that I only ever made it back to this mansion once, when I awoke in the rocking chair beside the fireplace.
Nevertheless, that hardly justifies accusing me of being that foolish girl. How could you possibly think I was her? Never have I not been present in these walls, not even while she was alive and in the claws of tragedy. My hair is not white, nor are my eyes red, and look at this horrid, festering face. How could I ever become her?
How your soul appears is irrelevant in this case, Morgana. I will uncover the truth about you. Things even you don't know. And if I can show you that you were in fact the white-haired girl, in that moment will your reality be rewritten.
If you're so confident, then be my guest. Find out for yourself just how little you're capable of.
Blackness fills the observation tower once more. Morgana fades into the distance, leaving me alone in the dark stream. It's a darkness I've seen, felt, and been consumed by numerous times since arriving at the mansion. But this time, I welcome it, praying that beyond it lies a truth with the power to release all from the house's grip. The next tale has no narrator. I won't sit back and listen as someone recounts the path of fate for me. No, I have to find the path for myself this time. I don't know what awaits me beyond the black, no matter what it may be. So long as I have the power to provide redemption, I must never put down my sword. Now, let us open the door. The final door. Together. I added the together, but I mean, like, he spelled it out. This is him and Giselle going forward together. Their souls are entwined now, even if she's not strong enough to show herself. That was cute. That's where we're going to end. I'm still wondering if it's got to be 100% Morgana as the white-haired girl, or if it's got to be like some kind of I also used Michel like a little bit. He seems sure, and Giselle seems sure, that he never came back to the mansion until the end. But could be. I like the fact that Morgana doesn't know. Whether it is like literally a split part of her and it's the good part of her that's left, or if it is just like straight up her 100%. I like that. I like that she's gotten rid of that part of herself, essentially. She's pretending that that part of her doesn't exist. That she wasn't desperate for some level of redemption. That she wasn't desperate to have been the beautiful white-haired girl who everyone fell in love with, instead of the cursed girl with the disgusting face and the missing arm and everything like that. She could have possessed that body, yeah. She could have possessed like Michel's like form, essentially. Come back in Michel's form, because Michel, white-haired girl, kind of beautiful. She's refusing to face her own reality, just like Giselle and Michel. Exactly. She's refusing to accept that she didn't just completely, as she keeps telling Michel to, give in. Sanity is holding you back. Lose yourself. You don't need it. Curse everyone. Curse everything. Deep down, she wanted to be accepted. She wanted to be loved. She wanted someone to take care of her. That's something that she's hiding, running away from, afraid of, terrified of. Michel's soul was scattered, but his body might have been reconstructed. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think that would be nice, because just like, if it was just a bait and switch, like Morgana just came back as the white-haired girl for no reason, that's kind of meh. But if she was like stealing his body, using his body, if that part of her soul was like taking that and being like, I want to do this, I want to live like this, I would like that. It fits in with how young she was when she became the witch. Yeah, because she always came back as like a teenager as well. And she interacted with and fell in love with and became intertwined with the men who betrayed her in a past life. It was one more chance at them, for them at redemption, and for her at having a nice life. And it still never worked out. Because the curse, she was essentially cursing herself at the same time as cursing them. The curse that befell all of them due to the mansion is also still cursing the innocent part of her soul. The part of her who still believed she wanted happiness. I think that's the message they're probably going to have at the end of this. It's that whole, if you ever curse someone, make sure you decide to dig 2 graves at the start. You're gonna take your own life as well. Anytime you hate someone, you're really wasting energy and hurting yourself as well. You can just let go of that shit and move forward. That's the best thing to do. To move on with your life and enjoy it. Rather than being lost in a maze of hate. And that's something Michel was able to do. Even at his dying moment, he didn't want to curse anyone. He wanted to protect Giselle. He was able to let go of all of the resentment about everyone that hurt him. Morgana wasn't able to do that, but she wanted to have a happy time, maybe. Now knowing Michel's whole story, that one band ending we got a while back when Michel was willing to pretend to be the white-haired girl for Giselle, just as he did for his mother back then. Exactly. That was the biggest part of his tragedy. Being born the way he was, and yet he was willing to face that for the sake of Giselle. This game ties in so many things so well. God, it's so beautiful. Now it's time for the pain. Yeah, no, we're gonna do the pain. We're not ending on this nice, happy, like we're going in the future moment. We're gonna see what happens if we chose to let go. I found that one ending where we actually got to the modern day, reincarnated as Giselle outside of the mansion, but then Michel walking in front of a bus. That shit was crazy. So yeah, if you don't want to watch a sad ending, feel free to leave now. Maybe come back in like 20 minutes. I'll go going into Zatsudan after that. But yeah, I want to see what this is. I want to see how this is.
Imagine it. After waiting for so long, you'll finally be able to obtain the body you so desperately seek. To have a wife and create a happy family of your own. Wouldn't that be just lovely? I'll make that wish for you, my dear. You can have that life. All you have to do is walk out the door. It's that easy. Just let go. Let it all go, Michel.
Wait.
I
evil laugh.
You've made the right decision, Michel. The tragic tale has finally come to an end. You're free from the grip of this cursed mansion. Free to begin your life anew. I wish you a wonderful life, richly fulfilling and abounding in light. For you, my dear friend, I will not cast a curse, but give you my utmost blessing. Farewell, Michel, until our souls cross paths once more in the boundless sphere of fate.
That's sweet of her, but do you believe her? Is the next question. Is this just the... No, okay, we're going back to modern day France. This is weird. It's still weird seeing, like, live action people. Oh, God. Is this gonna be Morgana or Giselle?
Michel? Is something the matter, Michel?
Oh. It's Morgana! Oh, God. I guess... which one do we want? Maybe... this one will do.
I've been trying to get your attention for some time, but you were just staring off into the distance.
Oh. Sorry. I'm fine. What were you saying again?
Are you sure you're okay? I was saying we need to settle on a destination for our trip next month.
Any way you'd like is fine with me.
It's always how it goes with you, isn't it? You are allowed to have an opinion of your own, you know. We'll end up going to Prague again if you let me pick.
There's nothing wrong with Prague. We can go see Mooch's stained glass window at the St. Fituf Cathedral and visit the Petrine Gardens again. And maybe this time we won't be late for the Walk of the Apostles at the Clock Tower.
All right then. We should start looking at hotels.
It was a day just like any other. A layer of clouds drifted slowly across the sky. We sat across from one another at a cafe's outdoor table. Nothing particularly noteworthy ever happened. Our lives were quiet, unspectacular, but fulfilling. And yet, at the same time, I felt a sense of emptiness, like there was something irreplaceable missing. I can't seem to remember what it was, but I feel like something terrible happened to me. She was sitting there across from me, so I wanted to say something nice for her, something to make her smile. But for whatever reason, I couldn't get my mind off the cloudy sky. The last thing I wanted to do was make her worry, because her smile, so soft and subtle, meant the world to me. Her smile was always restrained, meek. He's got to call her Morgana at this point, or is he going to call her Michel? Yet somewhere deep down in the depths of my memory slept images of a wide, beaming grin. I didn't know anyone who had that smile, though.
Michel?
I lifted my head to the sound of her voice, and a gentle breeze like a baby's breath brushed across my cheek. Rather, my lips. An emotion I couldn't find a name for, couldn't put words to, suddenly sprung up within me.
Michel? Why are you crying?
Crying? I am...
Are you sure everything's okay?
Yes. I'm fine. I think I just got something in my eye.
Oh, alright. You had me startled there for a moment. Never seen you cry before.
Giselle.
What is it, Michel?
Never mind. Clouds are starting to thin out, so we should head home. Sure, the cat's hungry too. Morgana stole her life.
Morgana had them reborn and stole her life with the cat, living with Michel. Oh my god. And you could even, he felt Giselle. Giselle gave him a kiss right there, or at least tried to touch him. That moment when he had the emotion, when he suddenly remembered something else, a wide grin. He was thinking about Giselle's wide, happy grin, and he felt something touch his lips. That was Giselle's spirit still holding on to him. But he'd been reborn with Morgana. And Morgana even took her fucking name and the cat and the life she deserves to be reborn with the man she loves. NTR end, NTR end. I can't even like hate Morgana for that, because that's white-haired girl. I would separate white-haired girl from Morgana. White-haired girl has been continuously reborn. I don't think she has any of Morgana's feelings. So this is just her white-haired girl latching onto someone. It's still Morgana though, which is so fucking creepy. Oh my god. Glad the actual story doesn't go like this. Yeah. I'm kind of I should have done that first. That would have really confused the hell out of me before we did the whole, no, Morgana, you're the white-haired girl. I would have been like, ha. This ending is pure confusion. It's just another possibility for how they could have been like reincarnated. It's basically Door 4 sequel ending. Kind of. Except in Door 4 sequel, I don't think he was with fake Morgana, white-haired girl, Giselle amalgamation thing. Like, I think in that door, he specifically still remembered Giselle, and he was just wandering around aimlessly like he was fucked up because he remembered the memories. In this one, he's continuously forgetting the memories. They're there. He feels it a little bit every now and then. He feels the loss. He remembers Giselle's smile. He can feel her soul, her spirit around him. And that's sad as well. She's still clinging to him. She managed to get out, but they got reincarnated together. That one's dark as shit. Because it might actually be the happiest thing for white-haired girl. It's so tragic for Giselle. Giselle's just still holding on, watching that happen, suffering even more, even though she's already suffered 1,000 years of waiting for him. That wasn't so bad of an ending. It's so tragic for Giselle. It's not so bad for anyone else, but goddamn. Seems like they're having a good time. And we don't even necessarily know their relationship. It was heavily suggested it was probably romantic. Just because they talked about the hotel. But I mean, they're both white-haired. It could be that they're siblings in that world, rather than romantic. No. Going back home to the cat. No. They're living together. There's no way you live together when you're that age with a sibling. Okay, yeah, no. They're romantically involved. Man! That's a weird one. That's a weird one. The fact that they've got the cat as well. Yeah, they look alike, though. Maybe. We haven't even seen Michel in, like, modern times. He may have not even been reborn with albinism. I mean, she was still called the white-haired girl. So she still has white hair and red eyes. But we don't know if he looks like that in modern days. Their bodies can change, so. My brain. My brain. So Morgana does have romantic feelings. I wouldn't say the Morgana we know has romantic feelings. She has possessiveness. I think white-haired girl and Morgana are basically two different beings at this point. Morgana, I think, wanted to corrupt Michel. Essentially wanted to own Michel. Because Michel was so similar to her in her mind. For 1,000 years, she wanted to, like, get Michel to make a corrupted wish. To use her power. She didn't really need him after Giselle made her wish, but she still, when he came back, decided to try and fuck with him and use him again. Bleh. Brain. Pain. It's interesting that Georges is in the house as well. Like, fuck Didier. Fuck Didier and the path that he went down. However, I have many questions. Georges ended up in the house and Didier, as far as we see, didn't. So it's possible still that Georges showed up eventually at the mansion after everything went down. After Didier showed up and did horrible things. I don't know how long it took. It could have been like decades. It could have been like his last living moments. Georges could have shown up and just been like,
apologetic after everything. After his mother had passed away, after Didier had passed away, he could have shown up at the mansion, which, I mean, he's the leader of the household at that point, so that's his house. He could have lived there as a recluse for the last few years of his life in atonement, wondering what could have changed. Maybe he even eventually found out what his wife did and found out just how tragic Michel's life was. Would have been there after the mum left. She probably talked about it. I'd imagine he would have heard about it pretty quickly anyway. It's just he wouldn't have been able to react to it. If the mother had already set Didier and the knights to go kill him, what could have Georges done? Kind of thing. Like, Georges seems like one of those characters where it's just like, oh, I can't do anything. And maybe just in the later stages of life, he realized how fucked it was. And so his soul latched onto the house as well, sensing that there was something still going on there. That was his part of the tragedy. He realized how much he'd fucked up in the painting, in not protecting his brother, in not bringing him home sooner, in not loving him more. That's a possibility. But yeah, possibly later we'll get a glimpse of that. We'll find out exactly how that came to be. If it was just, I mean, he might not have even shown up at the house. The thing is, like, he could have just, like, wandering spirited it, essentially. Just, like, been trying to find his brother in the ether and ended up in Fata Morgana. Hope we find out. I hope so, too. Yeah, me too. I'm going to turn on the air conditioner. It's hot as shit in here. I wanted to finish all the voice acting before I did this, but yeah, no, I need air. Oh yeah, I've got a new thing. I'll only be gone for half a second, but I'm going to show this anyway. And it's only now that I realize I need to add a chat box in there. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I've actually had that on my OBS for a while, but I haven't had any need of going for a break. We have a BRB screen now. Yeah, from essentially like the last time I had to take a bathroom break, I think the 3rd bathroom break of our career. I was like, yo, I should probably actually add this. So it's actually it's been in the list of the credits for a while. BRB screen animation was made by Amu Utao on Twitter. But yeah, we've had that for a little while. It's above the Warlong hair asset, so that's how long I've had it. I've had it since before we played Warlong. No toilet break? Hazukashi. A bathroom break was historical. Yeah, I just figured that one was pretty long. That one was like a 5-minute one. And anyone who walked into the stream at that time would just be like, what the heck is going on? Is this a stream? Everybody's just spamming super chats while he sits there doing nothing. But yeah, I figured I'd like have a BRB screen. I think it looks pretty good. It's very fitting for the theme. Okay, gotta close this game. We've got our saves ready for next time. We've got our tragic ending. Let's change some music. Put some actual music on rather than listening to the game OST. How about calm sounds good. Not super sad, but melancholy. There we go. That'd be confusing with no context. That's what I mean. Like, without a BRB screen, you come into a scene and just everybody's spamming super chats and super stickers, and I'm just there in the corner like... They were probably wondering what the hell was going on. Wait, what? I fell asleep? What's up, Tish? How's the air conditioning? Oh, it feels amazing. I don't even know what temperature it is today. It's been getting hotter day by day. Like,
the whole last week, it's been nice. It's been like 70 degrees, but I think it's creeping back up to 80 now. All I know is the last few days, like every time I finish an actual stream and hit Tazatsudan, I'm like, air conditioning, please. I hate the sound that comes through the goddamn microphone, but oh, it feels so good. Anyway, let me grab my comment grabber and we'll get into this properly. I long for the air conditioning. And eventually it's going to get so hot that I'll have to run it even while we're in the middle of streams. But for now, I can bear it for like 2-3 hours through the mic. I mean, yeah, look, if I turn off the music, like you can, yeah, every time the sound cuts in and out, you can hear that zzz, zzz, zzz in the background. I hate it. So yeah, thankfully, like I have good microphone settings that make sure it doesn't come through all the time, even just in the silence, but you can hear it like every time I stop speaking. You can hear like the little bit of zzz, zzz, zzz sound. It's much clearer with headphones than on speakers. But I'm glad you guys, a lot of people can't hear it. Most people will be able to. If you have high quality listening stuff, and especially if it's like directly in your ear, it's a lot easier to hear. And a crunchy sound, exactly, yeah. It's not too intrusive, but it's annoying enough. But yeah, I need it. Why did Twidget break? What the frick? Uh-oh. It crashed. I'm gonna try resetting it. Bro. Try again, I guess. My comment grabber, please. You're so cool. Oh, yeah, it looks like it's properly... Oh. Give it a minute, maybe. Maybe. It's turned into a white screen. Before it was nothing. 2:30 a.m. I need to sleep. Bye-bye, Fuchan. Later. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you have fun. Oh, what was that sound? Yeah, error. It's broken right now. Ooh, shit. That's scary. Huh. Well, we'll try that again tomorrow. For today, it's definitely not working. No comment grabber today. That's okay. I have to get through a lot of super chats from yesterday as well, so that's a thing I have to do. At least it didn't crash my PC completely, so that's good. We are safe today. You're safe from the comfy grabber. Better not stay on though. I like using that. Okay, Sparrow Splat. Thank you for donating the feed funds. Just celebration super. I've been crying non-stop this whole stream. But finally something good happens. I'm off to bed. Have a nice day. Thank you so much for donating the food fund, Sparrow Splat. Yeah, I loved that. I loved that in the middle of like telling him, hey, being a little bitch. I'm right here. Believe in yourself. I never fell out of love with you. I always cared about. I loved his reaction as well of just being like, no, I knew you wouldn't do that to me. I knew you wouldn't betray me. But it was the fact that I got so sad about hearing it in general. I was so destroyed by that. God, I've let myself get so weak. Michel's fucking incredible. Yeah, and the fact that they finally got to cry. Oh, cry. They finally got to kiss was freaking amazing. Even if he couldn't actually see her, even if he was only really just barely imagining her as she faded away. That was cute. They got their kiss. The fact that they described... I thought it was going to be like one of those long romantic Disney style kisses too. You know, like True Love's first kiss, they spend like 30 seconds on each other. The fact that they just described it like really curtly, they were just like, it was just a peck. Nothing compared to what you'd expect from two people in love. Like, that was cute. They're just like down to earth with like the, yeah, nah, it wasn't a particularly good kiss either. It was very short, it was very brief, but you know, for them, that's a big fucking step. Especially since they'd even just talked about, Giselle had talked about the fact that they act like children. That it was so incredible for them just to be able to hold hands or like hug each other. That was good. That was perfect for them. Alva Shizuo, thank you for donating the feed funds. Once again, thank you so much for sharing this visual novel with us. Thank you for the journey. I cried so much in this door. Can't wait to explore the final door with you and hopefully also the prequel. Me too. I think the final door is going to be very long. I was told by somebody that it definitely wouldn't be like 1 or 2 streams. It might even be like 3 or 4. Not the final door, but like how much we had left of the game. Because I was told it might be like 5, even 6 from like before this stream. So apparently we have quite a bit. I don't know if that's true. That's just what I heard from one person who's already played the game. I don't know if we've got a long way ahead or if they were just like being hopeful, or maybe they meant... Oh, there you go. People in chat as well. It'll be 4 to 5 streams. Final door is 8 to 10 hours. We could do 8 to... Oh, we just did like 4 hours of this. We could do that in like 2 to 3. But I'd imagine, yeah, there's more after the final door as well. Just like a little bit. So yeah, we've still got a few streams to go. Final door, but we ain't wrapping up like next week. It's crazy that this is the beginning of the week as well. We never play Fata Morgana this early. Oh my god, we normally have that in the middle of the week to save my soul. But thank you for donating the food funds, Albert Shizuo. I can't wait to explore the final door too. It should be great. I can't believe it's going to be that long. Like, I guess we're going to see like longer parts to each of the stories. We're going to see where white-haired girl went after door 1, after she like shaved her hair and fled. We're going to see like what happened to white-haired girl in door 2. Well, we know she died. That's yeah, actually that one had an ending. But maybe they had a beginning about why she got like tortured and ended up in that place. And then there's like door number 3 where she went crazy and just like ran away from home. We never know what happened to her there either. So we don't know. That could all be bonuses, or it could just be like exploring things from the other people's perspectives. I don't know which direction. That's what's great about this. Completely blind. Completely blind. Eve Punk. Vox's sweet thing. It was great to finally watch this live because I was finally caught up. Yay! Just wanted to say your streams are so comforting, even when games like this hurt. So glad you're back, Food-chan. Thank you, Eva Punk. I feel true as well. Thank you for donating the food funds. It was a great stream. I loved the fact that I cried like 2 times during this stream, but thankfully most of the time it was like, hey, I'm in the middle of Michel crying anyway. I can just channel it into that. I just have to pretend I'm not crying while I'm doing the Giselle line. There was only one moment and it was just like, oh man, it hit me out of nowhere. Doing the whole like, now come, take my hand. And it was just, that got me so fucking well. Happy tears, I'm crying. That works well. About 1 Zelda stream? True. The door is about 1 Zelda stream long. Which part did you cry? Oh god, I can't even remember now. I remember that specific one where I like couldn't deliver the line, but I'm pretty sure there were just parts of Michel's... I think when they relived Michel's death, but that time they yeah, that was definitely one. When they relived Michel's death, but they also had him talking to Morgana properly and showing that he, like I had theorized before that, refused to curse anyone, but instead wanted to protect Giselle. That bit got me really bad, and then thankfully stopped crying before all the horrific shit that happened. Oh god, to his body. That was not fun. I mean, I know it shouldn't have been fun, but man, to think it was the same children who were playing with Giselle, who loved Giselle so much, who were so adorable and like took to Giselle so well, that were then throwing bodies at Michel. Throwing stones at Michel. Doing horrible shit, man. It did so good. Yeah, it was so good at completely breaking us down. I wish I could have done the old woman voice better. I kind of like didn't do that well, but I stuck with what I ended up doing. Lydia and the mother hurt me so bad. Yeah. God. That's why I'm hoping at least George saves the day. Throwing what? Oh, you weren't there for that. Have fun in the VOD. The VOD for this one. This is definitely not going to be monetized. Is all I'll say. Fuck me. Thank you for donating the food funds, Eva Punk. Nia Otsu. Fun fact. The novel have some illustrations done by the same visual novel artist. The sub-endings and other characters, you can look them up after finishing the game. Oh, so even the sub-endings, we get to see what the characters look like. That would be very interesting. Auda Otsufu. My eyes are going to be swollen from all the crying, but it's worth it. I sobbed like a baby when that CG of Giselle embracing him from behind appeared. Yeah, that was the other part. When Giselle appeared out of nowhere and then slowly started to disappear as well. When she slowly started to disappear, I was worried they were going to make it super emotional and be like her soul had finally broken so much it just had to like disappear. But the fact that instead she just escaped and now she's not attached to her resentment anymore. She's not trapped by Morgana. Instead, she's just attached to Michel. Instead, she's just attached to Michel. That's beautiful. There's also the grandfather. Oh, Mel's grandfather, yeah. Mel's grandfather, yeah. God, he had such a tragic ending. I wonder if they are going to connect that to other things. Haydn, yeah, Haydn. Noeen, Otsu on the game, foo. I feel sleepy because of endless crying. Night, night, everybody. Night, night, Noeen. Have a wonderful evening. Count the sheep and rest well. The poison one? Yeah, the poison one. Because he... Wait. Oh, you just mean images of him. Yeah, right. We know we did get his whole story. Shit. I forgot. We saw that through Giselle's eyes. I was like, but no, there was a beautiful woman who lived in the mansion. And I realized, oh wait, no, that was Giselle at the mansion. Fuck. I was like, maybe there was some other shit going on there. Damn it. Oh, man. Hey, Ona DGM. I can send supers again after YouTube didn't let me last Sunday. I wanted to thank you for making your stream such a place of comfort and calm. So thank you, and I'm glad you're back. Oh, Iona, thank you so much. I'm sorry YouTube didn't let you get supers. They let you send supers for a while. Sometimes YouTube be weird like that. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. I'm glad to be back too. I'm just glad you enjoy the streams. Thank you for being part of the comfy community. Bowiator. I survived until this stream. Today I shed tears. But here are virtual huggies, because I need them. There you go. Everybody hugging in the sheep pile. YouTube be not YouTubing? I know, right? Disono. Friendship ended with Didier. Though he was Daddier, he's now Doodooier. What the fuck? Oh, Sufu! This door enclosure truly wrecked my heart and soul, but also rejuvenated my body and mind with all the drama. What a way to put it. Yeah, I'd still smash. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not above smashing horrible people. You know, there wouldn't be feelings there. There wouldn't be feelings. He was unfortunately hot. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. Sudi will be dead, yeah? I mean, he was dead, yeah, eventually. He lived in 1099. He gone. He gone. Thank you for donating the food funds to Sono. Albert Shizuo again. By the way, I just found out Mujo no Erasmus and Seventh Lair are like AUs of Fata Morgana. You see all the characters, but their personalities are different. Yeah, Seventh Lair was the one I was talking about where it's like a comedy kind of thing. I believe you play as the main character, Michel, but Michel is a game developer in that game. Mujo no Erasmus I'd never heard of. Two-Faced story. Oh shit, yeah, that is straight up the white-haired girl. One day, Mel receives it. I won't read this out loud. In fact, no, I won't read this at all, just in case there are spoilers. Even though I know it's an AU, I'm just not gonna. It's bad enough I know about Seventh Lair. Yume Haya. Holy moly, today was intense. I left a longer message in Streamlabs because I needed way more words to express how amazing you did today. T-Waifu-chan. Thank you for donating the food fund, Yume Haya. That's very sweet of you. Can't wait to read it at the end of this. This show really does give game dev vibes. How dare. How dare. Hiding his face with his armor and we still don't know the truth about Didier. Yeah, he could have been crying his eyes out. He could have been just doing his duty. Doing what his mother told him to do and what the church told him to do. However, he still did it. He still fucking did it. He still stabbed his brother and led the knights. But maybe it was like a respect thing. For all we know, it was a respect thing of like, if anyone's going to kill my brother, it's me. Like the knights are going to show up anyway. He immediately stabbed him in the heart. He was sentenced to be hung for 3 days on a cross. For all we know, he wasn't meant to be executed and then put on the cross. For all we know, he was meant to be just put up on the cross and left to hang for 3 days to slowly die. It could have been that he showed up with the intention of giving him a quick, clean death. We don't know. We don't know. He still killed his brother. He still did those things to his body. Mother Dearest had no excuse. No, 100%. And that's the thing. Michel even called that out at one point. He was like, what does your face look like behind that helmet? Are you smiling crazily? He humiliated him. That's a difficult one as well. He humiliated him to the townspeople and to Michel. But there's every possibility that that was also a form of him showing, well, he knew what his body looked like. Maybe by that point he did actually accept what he was. But yeah, for Michel, that was the most traumatic thing that could happen, being exposed like that. No excuse for these. It's fair. Fair. I don't know, man. There is a possibility where that gets turned around. Not turned around as in like, oh, it's fine that you did it. But just turned around as in like, that could have actually tortured him as well. He could have actually still cared about his brother at that point. But yeah, come to kill him. To put him out of his misery quicker. You never know. You never know. That's the thing about this game. There's been so many characters where it's like, they're completely irredeemable. And then you're like, you know... Like, even with... Oh, God. Sad as it is. Since that is such a real thing. Like, fucking Michel's mother. The fact that even with Michel's mother, you can kind of... Again, not forgive her, not justify it, but sympathize, empathize, feel like... the kind of thing there where it's like, oh... She kind of lost her mind. She really believed Michel was her daughter and she felt crushed by the loss. Like, doesn't change the fact that she then went on to ruin Michel, her son's life, when she could have just fucking accepted reality and dealt with that shit. But you can understand where she genuinely loved what she thought of as her daughter in a weird way. Explains the behavior but doesn't excuse it. Exactly. And that's what Michel is looking for now as well. Michel knows that, what's-her-face, Morgana has done horrifically evil things. We've seen her past and we've seen what explains why she is so vengeful. And now we're going to go further into seeing exactly what went down with her as the white-haired girl. And that will not justify all the horrific things she did to not only the people who hurt her in the past life, but then also the people that had nothing to do with it, Michel and Giselle, that she drew into this for 1,000 years. The simple fact is, they still want to set her free. Both Giselle and Michel are like, yeah, you tortured us for 1,000 years and fucked us up. But at the same time, it's time to let go. It's time to move on. It's time to be free. At some point, yeah, you just gotta let go of all the hate of the past. Pwah, 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 pwah. No mother should ever say that to their kid. That was the thing. At that point, she didn't consider that her kid. Disgusting as that is, revolting as that is. She genuinely believed her bullshit. And who's to say she didn't have some horrific upbringing where she was forced to completely believe in the church or whatever? I don't know. Religious trauma is also a fucked up thing to have to deal with. But yeah, again, never justifying those things, but I think coming to understand different people's perspectives and why they do the things they do is important. I feel like that's why it's so good to focus on these kind of characters, especially in fiction, because in reality there's too much that's drawn up into it. In reality, there are a lot of people where you're like, I don't want to sympathize with you, whereas with fictional characters you can be like, yeah, okay, you did some horrific shit, but you're kind of sexy and you had a terrible childhood. Okay, Prince Zuko, you maybe burned down a lot of villages and tortured a lot of people, but I mean, you had daddy issues and sister issues and mommy issues, and I mean, you grew your hair out and looked pretty hot after a while and became the Fire Lord. That was pretty cool. Oh, pretty cool. That's rough, buddy. I don't know why Avatar's... Well, yeah, no, that's exactly why Avatar's been on my mind so much recently. Is because of the That's Rough, Buddy coming up so many more times. But yeah, we can all do with like... And especially... Oh, God. There are those things where there's just like rumors that come out. Like everybody in the village genuinely believed Michel was some horrific demon child. That's something they were told. They didn't know anything about Michel other than at one point, some of their village people went to the fucking mansion, tried to take some things, and a witch showed up and said, yes, I am a witch, and I will curse you and your entire bloodlines unless you leave my house. That's all they knew about Michel. Michel declared themselves a witch. And so to them, Michel was some evil monster, demon child, witch thing. Different perspectives and stuff. Rumors get out. You don't know what a person's really actually up to. And unfortunately, a lot in the real world, so many perceptions of people are built up on bullshit that people just don't know is actually bullshit. They just
I've heard it so many times. Rumors spread. The rumors just keep coming back time and time again. You never really escape them. Came back to Fuchan yelling. There we go. Jet from Avatar is more... just because you didn't see a lot of what Zuko did doesn't mean that Jet is necessarily worse than Zuko. Jet did a war crime. Yes. Zuko probably did many war crimes. We've seen Zuko continuously burn down villages to try and find the Avatar. How many people were trapped in houses when that happened? How many children? How many other random people did he burn or scar to certain points and degrees? And in his justification, it was all to bring back his honor so he could go home to his daddy. He did burn down a lot of places. Yeah, he had a lot of rage. And he overly attacked a lot of people. When he was angry at someone and wanted to hurt someone, he fucking hurt them. Zuko chooses to be better. Jet chooses to be bad. Zuko had a lot of time, man. See, this is what I mean about fiction. You're condemning one man who had maybe a year when he one got attacked by the Avatar and then tried to make a new life, but then saw a fucking firebender that he knew for a fact was a very high member of the Fire Army in front of him. He almost did redeem himself. You give Jet like a few more years in Ba Sing Se without Zuko around, he may have recovered. He may have been better. And yeah, Zuko had guidance. Zuko had uncle. Jet tried to recover, moved into Ba Sing Se, was gonna try and like live a life, and then he saw Zuko, fucking Prince of the Fire Nation, living a perfectly calm life in Ba Sing Se. He tried to have Iroh killed because he was drinking hot tea. I thought he saw Zuko first. I thought he saw Zuko after he saw Iroh. Am I remembering that wrong? Even then, Jet was right. Iroh was a firebender living among the Earth Nation. Jet wasn't wrong in that. I'm just saying, you can't condemn anyone. Zuko had a lot of chances, had a lot of time, took a long time to grow. Jet might have grown in the future. We saw parts of Jet. And there's also that very funny thing that they point out during like the flashback episode with like the play and everything, where Sokka's like, did Jet die? And fucking Toph is like, yeah, it was left kind of vague, wasn't it? For all we know, Jet died. Jet never got a chance at redemption. Jet just kind of gets hit real bad and stays down. You never know if he like was knocked out or died. It's just like Jet gone out of the story now. Oh my god. Iroh was also a war general, so yeah. Iroh was also the war general who destroyed a shit ton of Earth Nation villages and laid siege to the Earth Nation for a long time. Iroh did some horrible shit in his past as well. When you see that flashback of Iroh when his son was still alive, he's making jokes about war crimes. He's laughing about the fact that he just killed an Earth Kingdom warrior, and he's giving his honorable warrior's knife to his nephew, Prince Zuko. He's quite happy to say, he put up a good fight, but I killed him, and now his knife is yours. That's who Iroh was. Iroh grew as well. Characters can grow. Again, it never makes up for what they did in the past. But yeah, to be like, oh, Zuko did better, Jet did worse. It's like, they both did pretty bad things. People do bad things. That's the point of fiction. You can't just be like, no, that character is bad. This character is a sweet, sweet, lovable boy of sunshine. Everybody does things. People can do their best or they can do bad. We don't know. We're going to pretend he was just sleeping for a long, long time. Fair enough, Daddy Kira. Oh, man. Iroh almost completed hostile takeover of Ba Sing Se. Yeah, almost ended everything. Come to think of it. The only reason he gave up on that siege was because his son did die, from what I remember. Iroh was about to complete the siege, but he got everybody to just give up at that point. Why are we talking about Avatar? I don't know. We got really into the whole, like, characters, morality, like, accusations on people. It's just like, unless someone is actually a completely, like, bullshit character, like fucking Ganon in Breath of the Wild. Well, Ganon in Zelda in general. Ganon is literally possessed by the fucking spirit of demise. So even you could argue that Ganondorf isn't fully evil. That Ganondorf was just, you know, leading the Gerudo until the spirit of demise inhabited his body and made him pure evil. But yeah, unless you go into like full-on fantasy constructs like that, like fucking Sauron,
Shit like that, where people can be like truly. I mean, yeah, Sauron was literally used as a fucking plot device version of Satan. He was the evil. Even though he has a backstory too about like being another one of the angels. And well, Satan was an devil. Satan was an angel. Satan was, oh God, fuck me. There is no good or evil is what I'm trying to say. Even in biblical depictions, Satan was Lucifer who just refused to bow to humans. My brain. People, morality, things. Yeah. Yeah, I'll leave that there. Just let people chill. From Avatar to Lucifer, I know, right? And now I just can't wait to watch fucking, oh, what's it called? Heavenly, oh, Good Omens? What Omens? Good Omens? It's Good Omens, right? The one with the angel and the demon being bodies. I'm looking forward to season 2 of that. Good Omens. It is Good Omens. Yeah, Good Omens is coming out like next month. That's fun. Angel and a demon. Gay for each other. It's great. They're getting more and more domestic as it goes on. Cute. Okay, where were we up to? Okay. Yuzu W. Otsu. Weekly Fata Morgana, so blessed. The lines, arts, metaphors, and awesome. And Fuz VA Tascaru. Michel def the strongest, but I just want to say, it's okay to be weak with showing it sometimes. It doesn't change if you're strong enough. Bah, you're... Exactly. Freaking... That whole thing... I mean, for Michel, it's very much a chip on his shoulder because of everything he went through. But yeah, you can be a strong man and cry your fucking eyes out. That's why... God damn it, I'm about to bring it back to fucking Iroh. Iroh is one of the strongest and most defined like versions of like a male father figure, just in general, all-round amazing character in everything he goes through, because he was a horrible person. The one thing that kept him good was the love of his son. He lost his son, and then he began a path of righteousness and realizing how fucked up everything he was doing was, and came to understand the balance of the different nations and how bad the Fire Nation was, and did his best for his nephew, and still had time to like make tea and listen to other people. He got called weak because he didn't want to hurt people. Other people would be like, you're not much of a man, and he was just like, he would chill through all of it. He is one of the best definitions of a man, and he still went to visit his son's grave and cried his eyes out like a fucking bitch. People, morality, things, exactly. Men can cry, women can cry, everyone can cry. There are times you have to cry. There are times you have to kind of like put your foot down and be a dick about things. Honestly, there are some times where you're gonna get used unless you go ahead and just be like, nah, fuck you, fuck this, fuck everything. It's just you have to try to not also hurt people when you do that. But you know, people walk over you all the time if you don't occasionally just be like, yo, I don't like what you just did, fuck you. Everyone can cry, crying is healthy, exactly. But yeah, poor Michel. I'm glad he got to cry his eyes out, and Giselle still held him and then kissed him. Oh. And now he's so much stronger because of it. Now he knows that Giselle loves him and cares about him, whether he cries, whether he has a different body from what he wants, all of that. Like, Giselle's got to be there for him no matter what. He feels content, he feels seen, he feels validated, and he can continue being the fucking heavenly being he is and try to save Morgana, who kidnapped his wife for 1,000 years. Cataclysm. I feel so validated and heartbroken knowing who finally sent the knights. Ugh. Otsufu for another wonderful stream. The tears didn't stop for a while. I was really hoping it would just be Amy. Like, that's the thing. Me sitting there being like, I hope it was Amy. It's just because it would have made it easier than it being the fucking mother and Didier being one of them. Like, if it was just Amy, it would be like, fuck Amy. Amy's a fucking bitch. But now it's like, oh. Where's Mama? Didier. Maybe Didier was just doing his duty. Maybe Didier just wanted to give him a quick, clean death. Maybe. And I mean, I'm sure a lot of that is the same kind of shit that Michel went through as well. Because even after everything that happened, everything that Didier did, everything that his mother said to his corpse and did, like, he was still like, I'm sorry, mother. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you gave birth to me. Like, he was still apologetic at his very existence, which fucking sucks.
Chestnut. Michel, do not cry. And me, cry like stubbing my pinky toe on the corner. Painful, but so good. Also, thanks for the stream, Foot-chan. Have a good day. Have a wonderful day, Chestnut. Yeah, I cried too. I cried too, and that does not make me any less of a man. It means I understand my fucking emotions. It's fine. That hurt, bruh. Yeah, that hurt really bad. And that's another thing. It would be much easier to just be like, yeah, well, the mother's fucking evil. But yeah, you can kind of like see where the mother is. There's just things like that where it's like, you still fucking suck. But at the same time, I get where your emotions are coming from. And Michel, you need to fucking move on from your mother. She was a piece of shit to you. You should have cut her out of your life decades before that. But at the same time, I understand being a child with a shitty parent. You don't really ever stop loving them. You're always attached to them, even if they're shitty. It sucks. It sucks. But that's life. That's reality. Emotions are complicated. Aku, I cried so hard with your VA along with the story. The feelings hit so hard. TY for introducing us to this game. The story is so good written. Watsufu-chan. Thank you, Aku. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Hope you have a wonderful evening. Please rest a while and take it easy. Didn't you call the mother a C word at some point? Yeah. Yeah. And I stand by that. But I used that so people didn't hear it. They just heard the beginning of it. But yeah. Stockholm? No, that's not even Stockholm. Stockholm is a different kind of thing. It's the problem that Michel literally had a good 10, 11, 12, I think, no, 14. Michel had a good 14 years of love and acceptance from his mother and brothers. Even though the mother always wanted a daughter, and he kind of felt in his heart back then that something was wrong about him being called a girl. Like, he still had 14 years of lovely memories with his two brothers taking care of him as a sister, having picnics and having a wonderful time. His mother taking care of him, even up until his final moments being regarded as a girl. That's one of the biggest things he remembers, is his mother being at his sickbed for like the entire time until the puberty really started to show. And then it got to the point where she was like, she freaked out and thought it was a curse at that point and left the bedside. But Michel remembers all of that. But yeah, no, Stockholm is more like actually being kidnapped and like being forced into a bad situation, but eventually just accepting that and coming to sympathize with your captors. It's different. It's different. Family is normalized Stockholm syndrome. That's such a dark way to look at it. God damn. Shimomi. Oh, I read that one. Sorry. Did I? No, it's very similar. Atsufu-chan, I love your VA as usual. I wished Michel didn't have to listen to the words and suffer being killed inside again and again, even after death. He's not a saint, and I did say, God damn it, but he deserved to rip. That's the thing as well, because he was named after an angel, and he went through a lot of biblical shit. He basically, yeah, got the whole, like, martyred as a saint treatment. He got crucified. He had everyone in his life betray him, and he still turned the other cheek. He still was strong enough to forgive them and be like, it's okay. I just want to protect Giselle. I just want her to be happy. And if then in the next life I can be a man and meet her again, I would love that. So yeah. Exactly, Kay. There's a difference between those things. I'm sure the person who said like family is just like acceptable Stockholm was just joking. Like, that's the thing. But yeah. God damn it. Thank you for donating the food fund, Shimomi. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Luthier, TY for another amazing stream for Chan. Your VA making me cry again. Pain, but beautiful. To be honest, personally, I hate tragedy, but Fata Morgana was too good. I can't stop watching. And also because there's you in the comfies with me. Hug. Yeah, this is such a good story. It's worth all the pain. It's worth all the crying. It's worth all the shock because it's just so well written. Characters are all amazing. I normally hate a saint character, but this time, yeah. I normally hate a saint character because normally they feel like Gary Stews. It's just like, or Mary Sue's. It's just like, oh, they're perfect. They always forgive everyone. They're always so nice. But with Michel, he's a lot more multifaceted than that. He's dealing with his own shit. He understands when people are like being made out to be monsters and shit. And like, he also, even he has that moment like,
I talked about the fact that like he manages to not curse anyone and to choose only instead to protect Giselle. But even Giselle points out that there is one point when he almost thinks about cursing someone and Giselle tells him not to. Giselle actually helped guide him down that path as well. When he wanted to curse his father, when he wanted to kill his father for what he did to Giselle, for what happened to someone else. There was a moment there where vengeance did enter his heart. And Giselle was strong enough to tell him no, because then it shows that I'll never get over it. It shows that that thing defines me, and instead I want to actually move forward and get over it. Giselle actually helped Michel go down that path and become a person who doesn't hold those things back on other people. Michel shows his insecurity too, and he'd hate at some point. Yeah, he showed that he hated, he has insecurities, he has like genuinely fucked up shit. I remember what he did to Giselle at one point, because, to be fair, he was traumatized by what Amy did to him. But yeah, he's a deep character. Whereas, yeah, you get like perfect characters, and it's like, no, fuck those guys. Like, I still remember, Sword Art Online fans are gonna hate me. But yeah, I remember hating Kirito like back in season 1 and 2 in Sword Art Online, and just be like, oh, he's just too perfect. He's a Gary Stu. And they even do the thing like way early on where it's like, he decides like, oh, these guys need an enemy. If they can't rally against an enemy, they'll have no one. He like martyrs himself on the cross with the whole, I played the beta and I cheated. I'm a beater. No one's as strong as me. I can do this all by myself. He basically like martyrs himself and makes everybody see him as the bad guy. And it's like, nah, I'd rather take a character like Wei Wuxian, who like genuinely does some fucking evil, horrific shit, but then gets accused of doing worse, more horrific, evil shit, and has to prove that he didn't. That's much better. I love the whole series after season 2. It only got to me around Mother Rosario. Mother Rosario and past it, like Alicization, I was like, oh, okay. Because the series was fun even when I didn't like Kirito, because it had action, it had fun stuff, but it was just like, focus on the other characters. They did my boy Klein so dirty. Every girl that shows up, it's like, oh cool, this character has like deep, interesting issues that they're dealing with. And then by the end of their character arc, they become a part of Kirito's harem, and I'm like, I don't like you anymore. Fuck you, Shinon. You seem like an interesting character. You had shit to prove to the world. Now you're just another one of the cheerleaders. Anyway. Ennis, thank you for donating the food funds. No message, but I hope you enjoyed the stream today and have a wonderful evening. And Elsale, thank you so much for donating the food funds. Thank you for the TED talk through. You're welcome. I feel very... The funny thing is, like, I think most people understand that when it's fiction, like, no characters... Well, characters can be good and evil in fiction. But yeah, I love the story of this one because it's the whole, like, I want to see the reasons for your actions, though. Like, sure, that's some horrific, evil thing to do. And from my perspective, you're a piece of shit and deserve to die. But I'd love to see your life to see what led you to this kind of action. I like that about this story. It's like, from my perspective, you're a piece of shit, but let's see why you're a piece of shit. And it may not make you go like, ah, I understand why you stabbed me through the heart, brother. But it may like let you go like, oh, yeah, I guess I can kind of, you're still a piece of shit, but I see where you're coming from, you arsehole. Fine. Anyway, you're welcome for the TED Talk. I feel very strongly about fictional characters and about the fact that people shouldn't attack each other over fictional characters, and also the fact that people shouldn't attack other fictional characters as good or evil and put some on pedestals and some is whatever. They're just fictional characters. Enjoy them. Good, evil, middle, whatever. And yeah, have fun with them. Do whatever you want with them. Just don't drag that shit into the real world and then make that shit morality for actual people. Misha, Fata Morgana streams are such a treat. You put your foot in that VA, so immersive and emotional. Thank you. Off topic, do you happen to watch What We Do in the Shadows? I do. I love What We Do in the Shadows. I love pretty much everything Taika Waititi has made. What We Do in the Shadows, the movie was amazing. The series is amazing. Especially, I forget his name, but the one who became like the volleyball coach captain in an episode, Laszlo. Laszlo is amazing. I also like, I think they just announced the season 2, Our Flag Means Death. I don't think they've actually started recording it yet, but I'm looking forward to season 2 of Our Flag Means Death.
Yeah, Taika Waititi, amazing. What We Do in the Shadows, amazing. Also, just recently watched Renfield. If you like What We Do in the Shadows, I think you should watch Renfield. It's not quite the same thing, but like comedy vampires, still pretty good. What's the show? What We Do in the Shadows. They're both called the same thing. The movie's literally called What We Do in the Shadows, but then the series is also called the same thing. Understanding motives does not abolish the wrongdoings, but as the victim, it can help you to not be drenched in hatred yourself. Not that you forgive, but just understand. That's true, Megawitz. And truly, even if you understand, yeah, you could still, like, the victim doesn't have to understand, but sometimes it would help the victim to move forward. Like, that's another thing that I've loved so much about Fata Morgana. One of the best moments was having Giselle explain to Michel that if she lived her life just wanting revenge, if she lived her life wanting the man to die, that would define her experience through life. That the better way to move forward was to just let go and live her life and not let him forever ruin it for her, even if it takes a long fucking time. I mean, even before Michel would have problems of like being in bed with her, she had problems of being even near him. It took them a long time to move forward through that. I've watched Renfield. Let's go. It's good. Thank you for donating the food funds, Misha. Toby Chow, Otsufu. Too much feelings, hard to express tonight. Michelle and Giselle, both too gentle and strong. TY for your VA. Your Michelle's crying voice is amazing. Thank you. Yeah, I did my best to try and keep it deep while I was actually crying. That was fine. Thank you for donating the food funds, Toby Chow. I'm glad you enjoyed it. The best revenge is to be happy, I guess. The best revenge is just... yeah, move on, as sad as that is. Like, hopefully, whatever the person has done to you comes out and they get punished for it, for like whatever level it is. Hopefully by the law they deal with it, or I don't believe in karma, but I know some people do and like to think, oh, the universe will punish them in some other way down the line. But yeah, in general, it's just like holding on to it yourself makes it hurt you more. And it's hard to move forward, and sometimes takes like support units, therapy, years and years of like work. But the fact that you can live in the future is better than like trying to get revenge. Oh man, like this is going to get deep as well, but like after 13 Reasons Why came out, there was like a rash of people who thought that that was a good option for things, that if they were being hurt by other people, a good revenge option was to, trigger warning, do what happens in 13 Reasons Why, and then people would take them more seriously, that that was the only way they would be heard. And that shit fucking sucks. Yeah. That kind of shit, it's just like, ugh. You gotta live for yourself. You gotta live. You gotta survive. You gotta push forward. Michelle, hi Fuchan. I missed Fata Moru's live for the first time ever because I was out, so I'll be VOD gang later. Hope you and everybody had a great time and everybody has a great day and night ahead. I had a wonderful time. It was a deep time. The Fata Moru always brings up deep conversations where I'm like, oh, how much trouble am I going to get in for talking about this? But it's worth it. This is such a good storyline. Never watched the show but read the book. I watched it. I liked it, but yeah, don't think it should be taken in that kind of way. Lala. Oh god, there's a new one right as I was about. Oh, well, I'll read the old one first. Lala, thank you so much for the huge rainbow super. Thank you for donating the food funds. No message at all, but I hope you enjoyed the stream today, Lala. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening. And that's so sweet of you. Especially since you dropped the rainbow off of stream, damn it. Toby Chow. By the way, I decided to buy this visual novel in Chinese so I could read your VOD from the beginning. I want to understand the meanings behind the lines more with your explanation. Such a long journey to go, but TY for letting me know this story. Thank you. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. And yeah, it's shocking to me that before everybody, a lot of people suggested this game to me, but before I got suggested this game so much, like, I hadn't heard of it.
And that's crazy to me. Because when you do like Google best visual novel, Fata Morgana comes up in pretty much like every list. But unless you're looking for a visual novel, okay. It's sad that like Fata Morgana isn't talked about more in like the general world. Just because people prefer like action games and stuff, or it's a bit long, I guess, and stuff like that. Like it's hard to get into at first. But yeah. It's good that like in the niche audience that it has, everybody knows how amazing it is. But it's just sad that it hasn't entered like consciousness for everyone. Second, I'm trying to change one of my plugs. There we go. I need to charge my phone at the same time as this. My phone just died because I use that to read chat. It's hard to talk about it without spoiling it. That's true as well. Kind of like What Remains of Edith Finch. Yeah, well, What Remains of Edith Finch is like one of the incredible stories out there, and yet nobody talks about that one either because it's like hard to explain. And yeah, it is very much just a walking simulator, but a fun one with a couple moments of like transformation and stuff. Okay, hi Fuchan. I missed out on the Fata Moru part because I was sleeping, so I can't wait to watch the VOD. Hope everyone has a nice day. I hope you have a wonderful day too. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for donating the food funds, and have a wonderful evening. But yeah, I hope more and more people hear about Fata Moru as time goes on. I would love for it to like have a small mainstream. Like the fact that Dan May have a really intense niche audience that's so powerful that they often cross into the mainstream with like the things going on to like bestsellers lists and stuff. I would love that for Fata Moru. I'd never be able to play Fata Moru on my own, so I'm glad I got to experience it this way. The VA makes it so much more powerful. There. I saw someone on Twitter last week. Oh, well, yeah, not too long ago, since the stream wasn't too long ago. But I saw someone on Twitter be like, I don't think I can watch Fuchan's streams anymore. I ended up hated his voice so much because he put so much emphasis into the character. It was a bad character. I can't remember which character it was, but they basically said it made them hate the character so much and hate the experience so much and make it feel so real that they just couldn't watch the VODs anymore. And I was like, Amadeus? I don't even think it was Amadeus. I think it was one of the Bolognese family. But that was just like, that's a compliment to me. It's sad, but like I get it. But I mean, there are so many people who like know this series is going on and it just like they see the trigger warnings and they're like, I don't want to live through that, which is fair. So it's like one of those things where it's just like, yeah, I still love this series. Small Fox, dude, this door is loaded. Michel is so well written. Must commend you for the VA again, especially with the painting. Anyway, TY for today. Watsufu. The painting bit was great. I really tried to do my best at like making him lose his mind there. Thank you for donating the food fund, Small Fox. I hope you have a wonderful day. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I didn't feel bad that the person said that. It was just like, oh damn, that's kind of amazing. That was like a 5-star review kind of moment where I was like, I'm doing my job well. I love this story anyway. Wall picture, man, did amazing that part. Thank you. Could you imagine playing this game alone? I can't. You would totally like fly through it as well. I feel like the music would probably line up better if you were playing it at that kind of speed. At some points, we end up like looping the same song like 10 times, and I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be giving all these pauses to every line. But yeah, I think it's good. Jenny Xing, thank you for donating the food funds. No message, but I hope you have a wonderful day. Wangi Marineth. Oh, you're trapped with that name, aren't you? Hello, I am Wangi Dant. Nice to meet you. That's a horrific vision of what I'm about to have to deal with after I get through Streamlabs. Thank you, Wangi Dant. Marineth, I hope you're having a wonderful day. This day is going to be a mixture of emotions. We went through enough tragedy and then romance and then like a little bit of happiness. And then I was like, oh, let's see the sad ending. And it was fucked up and sad. And then I came to this and I was like, eventually I'm going to have to go through the sniffing super chats. And that's going to be cursed. Cursed. Oh, God. Arina. Seeing you appreciate so many details in this game always brings me lots of joy. Thank you for streaming it and have fun. I'm always like amazed when I find a detail. Honestly, a lot of them may be wrong as well. So many of them may be completely wrong where like, what was it? There was something about
colors? Oh, or was it the stab through the heart? There was one thing where like, to be fair, there's a lot of things. Just a lot of things where like I bring up a thing and I'm like, could this be a reference to this thing? And later on, it often feels to me like one of those, the curtains are blue because he's sad and emotional kind of thing. Like it's one of those things where I'm like, this would make sense to me. And then I'm like, that's overanalyzing. That's probably BS. But I liked it in the moment. I like that kind of thing. Thank you for donating the food funds. Apple F, I hate how self-sacrificing Lamb Michel is. Yeah, he's a bit too sweet. I feel like a great like meme for this series would just be fucking Morgana, like face really close up to Michel's, just being like, wouldn't you just like to go ape shit? Wouldn't you just like to pop off? Just go, aren't you tired of being good? Like that's essentially what happened for like Michel's entire time at the mansion, was just with Morgana being like, don't you want to go ape shit? Wonky Wonky Marineth is back. Otsufu. Sad I fell asleep. I can't wait to watch the VOD. I hope you enjoy it, Marineth. Have a wonderful evening. Aren't you tired of being nice? Exactly. Try Princess. Thank you for donating the feud funds. Thank you for the stream. Have a nice day, everyone. Have a wonderful evening, Try Princess. Thank you for joining us. And then we got up to the super chats we got up to. So we're caught up on super chats. I'm going to do Streamlabs and then I'm going to dive into yesterday's super chats. That's going to be a thing. That's going to be a thing we do. That's going to be a thing we survive. I love that meme. I love that meme too. Okay. Well, there were quite a few today considering. Raven. Hi, Fuchan. Thanks for the Tears of the Kingdom stream yesterday. Really enjoy watching you explore it in so many creative ways. I had to go to bed early, so I'll watch the VOD. Also, why is the streams getting longer and longer? Please have a good rest, sir. Look, with that stream, it was a problem because we hit like 4 or 5 hours and I was like, okay, I think it was around 5 hours where I was like, okay, we finished this random sky island. I just want to do these 5 shrines in a row and then we'll go to Kakariko. And then it turned like we did like 2 of the shrines, but the other shrines we didn't see them. They turned out they were hidden. And so we ended up spending a lot of time just running around and looking for 2 shrines that we probably have to do some sort of mystery to find the secret of. And so, yeah, I wasted a lot of time listening to him making excuses. Well, if they were actual shrines that were up above on the land, it would have been easy. They would have just been like, hey, 1 shrine, 2 shrine, 3 shrine, 4 shrine, 5 shrine, Kakariko. We probably would have been done in like 6.5 hours rather than 7.5. But because we fucked around and like found the Yiga clan and got attacked many times, and we ended on a good pod anyway. Zelda's fun. I had fun doing all of that. I was like, I want to finish these things and then finish, and I didn't realize that these things were going to take a long, long time. I'm not complaining, but you said you wanted to stream less. Yeah. We're probably going to, yeah, I'm genuinely going to set a thing where it's like when it hits 5 hours, I'm going to be like, okay, I can do one more thing and then it's Zatsudan. So that no stream goes above like 7 hours, like 5 hours of gameplay. What matters is that you have fun anyway. Exactly. Tauro is still yummy. Not wrong. We're about to see Tauro again. He's in Kakariko village somewhere. Step on Shepherd. Michel still tried to be a good person after all. Broke me so hard. Forgiveness is better for ourselves, but really such a difficult thing. It really is difficult. And not just forgiveness, but also just getting over like the random bad shit that happens. Because Michel went through a lot, but I mean, and this may be because while I was away, I was also like reading up on stoicism again, because I had to like remind myself of all of that for my own mental health. But yeah, the whole like ability to be able to just be like, people are being a dick to me, but that's on them. That really says more about them than me. Like, that's hard to do. I failed at that for so long. And now that I'm back on that path of like, people say bad things about me and I react immediately and be like, yeah, well, they're pieces of shit. And then I'm like, give it 5 minutes. It doesn't actually reflect on who I am. That says more about them than it does about me. It's fine. They clearly don't know the real me. They're assuming things based on things they have no knowledge about. It's fine. And then goose fraba, everything's good. That kind of shit, like,
it's still, and it's very hard to do that in the middle of a moment of something. Like if somebody is like literally in your face saying something to you, it's very hard to just like hold back your initial emotions of being like, fuck you, and instead take a moment and be like, whatever you say, buddy. Yeah, you're good. Cool. I'm moving on. But yeah, it definitely does in the long run help you to be like, I don't care what you think. If you actually had anything to say about me as a person, I would find that you're just voicing random anger, essentially random hate, things that are incorrect. Cloudines. You know, for some people, a stress ball can help in stressful situations. Also a nice smell if you're perceptive for smells. The Fuchan finger puppet fits perfectly in a hand. Why not put some solid perfume on it and use it as a stress ball? Ta-da. You could do that. I can't wait to get my solid scent. Oh, the puppets are very good for like squeezing. Also, just having them on your finger gives you something to do, something to twirl around and mess around with. But yeah, you can do what you want. I'd say maybe this isn't as like, oh, this isn't me like trying to sell more food puppets or anything, but maybe have like a second one at hand in case you destroy the first one, which may happen. You know, everything has an age, so if you're going to be squeezing it or like throwing it at walls or things. So already my stress ball, I mean, what you could do is put a stress ball inside the food puppet, and then you'd essentially, like, the outside wouldn't get too damaged because it would be the ball that would be taking much of the force. That would help. The Daiso washing, yeah, I saw that. I saw somebody put me in the washing machine. Anyway, did I even read any of these Streamlabs? I did. I read Raven's one. Hope you enjoy the VOD. Hey, Pancake Roll. Hey, Foo. How are you today? Hope you're doing well. Time for the fun fact about me. The genre of writing I want to try to write the most is historic fantasy like Fata Morgana. Drink the water, blow your nose, bless you, and have a great day. Bye-bye. Awesome. Historic fiction is amazing to me. I especially like historic fiction where it like touches on fantasy, doesn't necessarily go all the way. Like Game of Thrones, like the earlier parts where it was like everybody would talk about magic, and I mean, I guess you always had the White Walkers, but I mean, everybody would talk about magic and like people having swords made of fire and dragons and stuff, but most of it was just like BS. I like that kind of stuff. Historic fiction is always good. I wish you success on your endeavors. And yeah, I haven't had to blow my nose yet today. That's weird. That's very weird. That's good though. I'm fine with that, but that's weird. Drink water, stretch, definitely stretch. We've been here for a few hours. Isn't Danmei just historical fantasy? Nah, a lot of them are. Danmei just means boys love in Chinese. Danmei, yeah, just essentially boys love, but yeah, a lot of them are Shansha settings, which is historical, like, yeah, Chinese fantasy based off of a lot of the practices there involving like, yeah, powers and stuff, ascending to godhood, that kind of stuff. There are also a lot of like wuxia ones and stuff. But yeah, there are modern danmeis. There are sci-fi danmeis. Little Mushroom that we've talked about, Imperfections. Fuck, I forget its name. Guardian, that's coming out soon by Priest in English. Yeah. Minty. Oh god, Borg smell. What do you call an old sheep? Pasture Prime. That's actually freaking good. That's like a 9 out of 10. Number one, I didn't see that one coming. Number two, Pasture Prime. That's, yeah, no, that's a good pun. That's a good dad pun. That's a solid 9 out of 10 dad pun. Which, you know, makes it like a 6 out of 10 joke. But for a dad joke, that's really freaking good. I love that. Finally. Yeah, finally. 10 out of 10, what are you talking about? Okay, I'm glad you guys like it. God damn it. Okay, Camille. Michel's last words to Giselle on the tower gave me a flashback to that one line in the last... Yes, I was thinking about that too. In The Last of Us episode 3. I was never afraid before you showed up. The same kind of thing with him being like, what was the line he did? Essentially that he wasn't afraid of anything other than losing her. He didn't mind what happened to him. He knew he was still afraid of death. He knew it was going to be painful. He was scared. He was shaking. He didn't want to cry, but most importantly, all he cared about was keeping her safe.
That's all that mattered. And before that, he didn't feel like he was actually living. Before he met her, he was pretty sure he would be lost to the kind of insanity that Morgana wanted him to. But because she was there, he got to live a life with her. So yeah, I was never afraid before you showed up. Same thing. 2 heart-wrenching love stories on the same weekend. It gave me the cathartic cry I needed. Thank you for the stream, Fu-chan. Thank you, Camille. I hope you have a wonderful evening. And thank you for joining us. And thank you for pointing that out, because I did think about that while I was reading it. And it's, yeah, it's unfortunately one of the things that by the time I got into a breaking point and started talking about things, I had forgotten about. But yeah, it's not a meme, a cliche for a reason. But that's definitely a cliche. Even before Bill and Frank, I've definitely heard a lot of people say the equivalent of like, I didn't live until I met you. I wasn't afraid until I met you. I would have been happy to have died, but now I have something to live for. That's because of you. You're my purpose. Like, that gets said a lot, but yeah, it always hits hard, especially when you actually see it. Like, it doesn't hit as hard when you just randomly hear somebody say it, but when you've actually seen somebody like full on not living a real life, barely taking care of themselves, not giving a shit about anything, and then all of that changes. One of the things that really threw me, like, I actually rewatched episode 3 of The Last of Us because it was that good. One of the things that I didn't notice during the watch along was that at the end when Frank is in the wheelchair, it's actually Bill that's taking care of all the flowers around the house. You actually see him watering the flowers and stuff. And that was so against everything he stood for before that. But because Frank had dropped the whole line of like, it's how we show our love, he's still doing it for him, even though from everything he said early on, it's a waste of time, it's a waste of resources, it's not worth it. He did that for him to make sure their house was still a home. Did you cry again? Nah, not the second time. I'd probably cry if I'd waited like a few weeks and watched it again. Susuri, thank you for donating the food funds. The message is, in case you forgot, but it has a bonus this time. It says smiley face, but actually crying. I'm glad you cried, Susuri. No more smiling for you. Thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you have a wonderful day. You may hire. Oh my god, Fu-chan, this was absolutely insane. Thank you so much for the stream today. The daily struggle to keep a straight face while working turned into the struggle not to cry. Damn, your VA is always impressive, but you killed it today. Holy fucking shit. I think the scream during the scene with the painting is going to haunt me for a while. It was so incredibly visceral, my god. And then the scene with Didier broke my heart. Oh, Michel, the emotion in your voice sold that so well. I love this game so much, and I can't think of any better way to experience it than with you in the sheep pile. I hope the rest of your day is amazing, Fu-chan. My break is over, back to work for me. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. That's so sweet. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. You said so many nice things, so thank you. I'm glad you appreciated all those bits. I always try to do my best in like the voice acting, and I'm glad to hear it like shone through. And also, I genuinely feel like this is the best way to experience this story too, for me, because like, yeah, the fact that we have to slow it down and take breaks, we get through bit by bit, we have time to like talk about it with each other, like as well as me like sharing my theories. It's nice to see chat sharing their theories, when as long as they're not like straight up spoilers pretending to be theories. We've had that a couple of times in the past. I don't think we've had that for like the last couple of weeks. Thankfully, we've had like a lot of people talking about things and sharing their views on things, but yeah, it's been nice. And it starts some deep conversations that randomly lead to the morality of characters from Avatar: The Last Airbender. As well as other characters, but yeah, leading into conversations like that is always so fun as well. Just suddenly being like, I don't know how we got here, but this was a fun conversation. Yanis, thank you for the weekly dose of pain. It still hurts knowing what will happen next, but look, small slice of joy assists. Sissio still sounds romantic as fuck. True love is about acceptance and validation. My favorite ship. Happy Pride. Pride every day. Thank you. Thank you for donating the food funds, Yanis. Yeah, Sissio is always so beautiful. It sounds so romantic. It sets the mood so well. All of the soundtrack this week was powerful and amazing. And that the new track that starts with like the French was so powerful as well. When it was Michel finally like standing up to Morgana and being like, oh no,
This is my world too, and Giselle's world as well as yours. We're coming through that door. That shit was great. Always a good tangent. Yeah, it's always fun to go on tangents. That's Michel's voice in the track. Have they decided on Michel's voice? Did Michel have like a voice actor? Or do you just mean it's like his words? Does he have a voice? Because I know technically Morgana has a voice because she laughs. There's a drama CD. Oh, and it's the same voice actor? That's awesome. Fuck, I'm going to need to listen to that later then. Now that I know that that's Michel's VA. The track is called Michel Bolognier. Cool. Interesting. Jessica Winters, thank you for donating the food funds. I binged Fata Morgana in one sitting right after running away to start transition. Isolated from COVID. Bible quotes from parents. Oh God. Let me tell you, for 2 whole years, Morgana would have been damn proud of me. Jesus. I'm glad you got through all of that, Jessica. Thank you for donating the food funds. Congratulations. I hope you're in a better place now, more than anything. I'm hoping, like, that final sentence with the whole Morgana would have been damn proud of me. I'm not sure if that means you were, like, super fucking angry. Or if that means, like, you got over it. Like, either way, I hope everything goes well. I hope you're doing amazing. I hope, yeah, wherever you are, you feel validated, you feel happy, and you're taking care of yourself. That's what matters. Oh. He's voiced by Takahiro Sakurai. No freaking way. I would not have expected that from him. Jeez. Just looking up who else Sakurai's voiced. It's like Cloud from Final Fantasy. Osumatsu from Osumatsu-san. Dude from Demon Slayer. God damn. Lelouch's brother? What the frick, man? That's so weird to think about. That's a deeper voice than I expected for him. That man has a good range. Yeah, he does, honestly. Pretty fitting, to be honest. Yeah, deep. He voiced Giyu from Demon Slayer. Yeah. Talented VA. Yeah, he's in pretty much everything. Like in one role or another. Is he not Lelouch's brother? I saw a bunch of images. I forget Lelouch's brother's name, but I thought that's who he was. Maybe he's a different one. Okay. Grey Wool. Thank you for the stream, Fu. Today's story is so good. I cried my eyes out. Appreciate every theory you made. It really helps a lot. Otsu for the day. What a blessing to have the wonderful story after an exhausting day. I love NTR. Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah, this touches on all kinds of themes. Huh? Suzaku is the childhood friend. Schnitzel is the brother. Oh, was he Suzaku? Oh, he's Suzaku. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. The image was super small. I could just kind of tell it was a Code Geass character and it had brown hair. And I was like, the brother. It didn't look like Suzaku. Spinzaku. Good old Suzaku with the whole like, I will now proceed to pleasure myself with this fish. Still one of the best quotes of any anime ever. Hey, Ueda, thank you for donating the food funds. No message, but I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Hey, Faye. My brain completely is mushed from all the crying in this door, but it's a good cry for a great story. Plus, the VA brought it too. Thank you so much for the stream, and I'm looking forward to the next door. I hope you and everyone have a great rest of the day. You too, K-Faye. Hope you have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for joining us. Please rest well and take it easy. What goes on in the English dub? No clue. No clue. Almost beats the people. Oh, almost beats. People die when they are killed. I like that one, and I also like the archer class really is filled with archers, huh? Fucking Fate Stay Night did that shit a lot. But yeah. I shall now proceed to pleasure myself with this fish. Is still one of the funniest thing ever, man. Okay. What are we streaming tomorrow? Because I still kind of scared of the wonky wonkies. Let's see what we're streaming tomorrow. It's got to be one of the ones where I'd have extra time. Lord of the Rings Gollum? Ah, fine, I'll do them today. I'll do them today. I can't imagine. I don't imagine we're going to get many super chats during that, but at the same time, if I play like 3 hours of that game as it is, I think my mind may be exploding.
So let's get through these past super chats today. Let's do this. Oh, God. Wonky time. Content. Super chats. Let's go. Unfortunately. My sanity. Let's see if it survives this. We shall find out. Good luck. I'll need it. There we go. Okay. God damn it. Are these not in order? Okay, there's the wonky. Okay. Yeah, they're not in order. This has got to be hard. Okay. HK, thank you for donating the food funds. Fufu-chan. No, wait. I want this? No. I want this. I'm gonna do the whole thing while doing this. Okay, the first one is actually Ardev. Ardev.
Is that Borg I smell?
HK.
Fufu-chan, I've just opened your hard perfume. It smells...
For one thing, it's solid perfume. Don't use a worse word.
I've just opened your hard perfume. It smells... Oh no. What's that sound? Is that... the comfies?
Yeah.
Yes, I smell it. Borg smell. I smell a Borg. What is a Borg doing here?
Kai loves Borg smell.
Oh my gosh, what am I gonna do? There's a Borg here. I'm freaking out so much. Calm down, and take a nice, deep breath.
Miss Jerry Lawley at Fulgoshi.
It smells so good. I love Borg smell so much. It makes me feel so amazing.
Anka.
I'm getting tingles all over from the delicious Borg scent. Oh, it's driving me Borg crazy.
Behind Zero.
Is that Borg I smell?
Wait, are these going to be repeated? Shrew.
Yes, I smell it. Borg smell.
You didn't even extend it, you just repeated it.
I smell a Borg. What is a Borg doing here?
Rain.
Oh my gosh, what am I gonna do? There's a Borg here. I'm freaking out so much. Calm down, and take a nice deep breath.
Ray.
It smells so good. I love Borg smell so much. It makes me feel so amazing.
And then Ox Y.
I'm getting tingles all over from the delicious Borg scent. It's driving me Borg crazy.
What the fuck am I? You really just repeated. You didn't even add to it. I am so disappointed. Mel, hopeful for Borg smell. What? Mel, you were in on this? You ruined your name for this?
Is that Borg I smell?
Aplif. I like how some of you have changed your names back. Some of you have like changed your names back. Some of you must be locked in for 5 to 7 days, huh? That's really fucking funny to me. Aplif.
Yes, I smell it. Borg smell. I smell a Borg. What's a Borg doing here? Oh gosh, what am I gonna do? There's a Borg here.
HH.
I'm freaking out so much. Calm down. Take a nice deep breath.
What? Do I really have to repeat this like 10 times?
It smells so good. I love Borg smell so much.
Yuki. Borg smell elite tempest.
It makes me feel so amazing. I'm getting tingles all over from the delicious Borg scent. It's driving me Borg crazy.
Tegenite.
Is that a Borg
I smell? God damn it, no! I'm not doing this. I'm reading your names. I'm not reading it any more times. That was like 3 times. 3 times is enough. Tegenite, thank you so much for donating the food fund. Eris, thank you so much. Samantha, Borg smell... Aroma. It says Borg smell aroma, and then it gets cut off. I don't know what that turns into. Mel Chen, thank you so much for donating the food fund. Borg smell senpai. Is that Megan senpai? Thank you. Wangi Marineth, thank you for donating the food funds. Samantha, Borg smell aroma is back again. HK, Hope you enjoyed the smell train. Welcome back. Yanea, I sniff, therefore I am. Thank you? Question mark. Minty Borg smell. Minty Borg smell. What the fuck? Going to bed now. Thanks for the stream. Daily sheep joke. Why did the sheep hide from the shepherd? They were feeling sheepish. Good night. Oh, God. That's a terrible joke, too. Out of character. What did you just do? What just happened, Lamau? They did a super train yesterday, which I'm very thankful for. Thank you all for donating so much money to the food funds. That was very sweet of you, but at the same time, why? You could have like taken a line each. You had to repeat it. So I think it was the repeating that hurt the most. If it was just like one long pasta, I would have been like, I'll make it through this. But the repeating just broke me. That's still not as bad as the ooh-woo thing I have to do if I lose against Centrea next week. Thank you guys for the laugh. I'm glad some of you enjoyed it. Is it done? Well, I mean, Miss Jerry Lawlier, Fuchan, I'd like to apologize. I was held against my will. Okay, thank you for donating the food funds. Ray Burb Borgsmell. Special shout out to Miss Jerry Lawlier for organizing the smell train. It was Jerry Lawlier. Now I know. Megan Senpai, I can neither confirm nor deny my participation. Yeah, okay. Thank you for donating the food funds. Mel, hopeful for Borg smell. I didn't plan on being a Borg smeller today, but the sniffs I made along the way were worth it. Wongy Marineth. Sorry, Fu. I was held against my will as well. I can't disclose it was Jerry who was the mastermind. Bah, you Fu. And then Jerry Lawliet. This was all Rain's idea. Jerry just turned it on to Rain, even though everybody else said it was Jerry. Formal apology, Super. Thank you, HH. Still got the comfy Nyaja picture, though. I'm watching you. Thank you for donating the food funds. Oxy. Also, welcome back, Fuchan. Can you tell how happy we are to have you back? Yeah, I think I might need another break after this, to be honest. I don't know if I can handle this. Yuki Borg Smell Elite Tempest. I've always been a Borg Smeller. I take pride in my shamelessness. Sorry that I'm not sorry. You know what? I respect that. You're cringe, but you're free. Everybody else apologized and said they were forced into it. Yuki Tempest is just like, nah, this is how I live my life. Get used to it. Can't spell Borg Smell without Mao. Oh, God. Fair enough. Kai loves Borg Smell. I cannot agree or disagree to any of the prior statements. I am being held in a Borg Smell court of law. I speak to my buyers. Buyers? Skywing. Borg Smell. Wongy, sniff. I don't think that person was even in the train. Wait a minute. You corrupted other people. Poor Skywing just showed up and saw the super train and just randomly super chatted, Borg Smell wongy sniff. HK. Sorry about hard. I panicked and mistyped. It was funny. I just needed to point it out. Thank you for donating the food funds. Wongy Marineth. I'm stuck with Wongy for 14 days. Oh dear God, it's 14? Have a lovely 2 weeks. 2 weeks! I don't think it was worth it, but okay. God damn it. Oxy, I was not held against my will. I'm very proud to be part of this. I love Borg Smell and the Borg. Okay. There's another one. Oxy is also just like, nah, fuck it. Borg Smell. Ray Burb, Borg Smell. I kept my name today just for this. No regrets. TY for the stream, Fu. And bye, you Wongy. No, Wongy. Hey, I could time you up at this point. Yeah, I can time you out at this point. Be careful. This time I got my eyes on it. Rain, not going to apologize. Welcome back, Fuchan. Somehow that avatar is like perfect for this scenario. It's perfectly cursed. It's a cloud raining and smiling. Thank you for donating the food funds. Minty! They convinced me. Borg Smell. That's another one. Wait, was Minty part of it? Okay, Minty was actually part of it. Damn it. Rain, Borg Smell cannot be stopped. Borg Smell cognizant? How dare you use the word that I learned the other day? Borg smell cannot be stopped. The smell is etched in our sheep and soul forever. Samantha, Borg smell aroma again. Aroma? Ah, yes. Borg smell. How dare. How dare. Yuki Borg spell Elite Tempest. I'm not stuck. I just really like this title. Why? Have you thought about not liking it? Have you thought about, I don't know, having a higher regard for yourself? Aplef, I love my new profile pic for the sniffs. I hate that. It's I saw that earlier and I was like, I don't want to comment on it, but it's real creepy. Eva Punk. I'm fairly new to Borg spell, but the confidants make... No! Don't let them convert you. They're fucking around anyway. It doesn't sound... They're talking about the solid perfume. That's what they're talking about. Nothing else. Okay. I actually got quite a few non-creepy super chats yesterday too. Try Princess. Thank you for donating with a super sticker. Good luck, have fun. Thank you. And Shimomi, thank you for the double super stickers. Shining diamonds. Thank you so much. I hope you had a wonderful time. You learned cognizant from me, Fu-chan? Did I? I thought it was in the game somewhere. Because I remember being like, I know what that means, but I don't know how to explain it, and having to look it up to make sure that it meant someone who, like, yeah, appreciated things, knew things. Damn, I learned that from the name? That makes it even worse. Every time you found a diamond in the game, you got a diamond sticker. Oh, that's so sweet. Shimomi, thank you so much. Yeah, 2 diamonds, 2 diamond stickers. That's so nice. That's the bad thing about me. I need to pay attention to super chats while I game. Even if I don't like read them out loud so it doesn't interrupt the flow of things. I think other than like when we do like actual storyline quests, I'm going to go back to like what I did with Breath of the Wild as well, where in Tears of the Kingdom, I just read super chats as they come in. Because I mean, that's part of it being like a comfy stream, especially when we're just exploring the world. Like it is very much Zatsudan with some stuff going on in the background. I'll probably do that. But yeah, I certainly won't be reading them in the middle of most games. Zeldatsudan? Yeah. Because I mean, the first 2 streams were pretty much all storyline. We just went from story beat to story beat, and then we even got to like the Wind Temple. But like that was all story from beginning to that point with some sidetracks. But yeah, now that we're like mostly doing exploration for a while, yeah, we'll turn it back into Zeldatsudan and chill a bit. Have fun. Be more relaxed, more chill. Melchen, it's normal sheep behavior, right? No, I think you'll find that these sheep have lost their way. They've been led astray. And for that reason, you probably need to help them out a little bit. Where the hell is it? For some reason, it's way away from all of my other things for disciplining sheep. You know what? No, you just get this instead. Bad sheep. Bad. No wongy wongy. Rengo, thank you for donating the food. What is that super sticker? What, is he drooling or is he broken? Thank you for donating the food funds, Rengo. I'm very confused and kind of scared. Out of character. I'm not going to sniff because my Borg smell has not arrived yet. Oh, I'm sorry. I saw some people are finally getting their birthday stuff as well. So many people have been sharing the birthday thing and thankfully hiding the message. Never share the message. Nobody can know unless they manage to buy the merchandise. But yeah, thank you for donating the food. Thank you for sharing those images. It's arriving soon. Good. Hey, I'm so sorry to new confidants. That's the thing. Imagine if there were like new people on the stream that day and I was just like, yeah, this is confidants. That's confidants. Chimu, hi Fu-chan. I didn't know you could attack the shrine like that. Fu-chan ga intosu. Rick, I'm gonna have to translate that bit. No, in something. Translate. Interesting? Oh, it is interesting. Okay. That's why I was so confused. I got to like the intoda, and then I was like, intorasu ting desu. Fu-chan wa interesting desu. Thank you for donating the food funds, Shima. Good night. Good night. I hope you had a wonderful night yesterday. I hope you rest well today. We have to train the new blood. I don't think that's true. I don't think you have to do training in that way. I think you need to go to the forest. Somebody else needs to be trained. Look at this. I got a gun at the back of this sheep's head. Don't worry about the 3 hands. Oxwhy. Admittedly, our cringe was funny. I had a lot of fun with everyone doing it. I might just keep the profile picture for a while. Wow. In that case. Look at what you made me do. No more sheep. Only mutton. Only comfy meat. Comfy mutton. It's okay. It was a comfy Korok. They just respawn. Comfy mutton? Exactly. They come back. Don't worry about it. That's what the forest does to you? Exactly. Kendra Bratton Fairy VTuber. Hey, yo, Fuchan, nice ears. Glad to see you're appreciating the pointy ears. How are you enjoying Zelda so far? You having tons of fun, love? I am. I love Zelda so much. I never get bored of it. Play it a bit too much. Make my back tired. Make my legs weak. Definitely fuck up the fact that I should have walked dog like an hour before all that. Didn't get to do super chat reading. Maybe I was running away from super chat reading. Who knows? Thank you for donating the food funds. Yeah, it's incredible. I've always loved Zelda, but this one, oh god, it's draining my entire life. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Yuki. Sorry, brisketettes that came in just before we started the train. Oh, that's true as well. The brisketettes raided. Don't make us look weak in front of the brisketettes. Sunny trains them hard too. We got to be stronger than them. We got to show them the forest when they show up, damn it. Got to pretend we're harder than them. Now they think you're weak. Booty! Hi, Fuchan. This is my first time super chatting. I don't speak English and sorry if my timing is weird. Happy to see you in the morning and I wish you a happy day too, Fuchan. Arigato, Booty! Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. And I hope you have a wonderful evening. Poor brisketettes had to witness that. It's quite possible that Sunny witnessed that too. I hope you guys are aware. Like, Sunny didn't say anything, so he could have just sent us to raid and then disappeared. He could have been watching like a couple minutes of that and just been like, huh. This is what Fuchan does when he plays Zelda, huh? Interesting. He probably just went, yeah, true. True. Sunny would be proud. I hope he looked away. God damn it. Oh my god. Kendra Bratton. Sorry, I keep reading that name wrong. It keeps like auto-correcting in my head. Kendra Bratton Fairy Tuber. No, Fulgur, you must capture one of my own. They just want to live their life. I'm mostly just kidding. Do what you got to do to win. Oh, I will take all the fairies I find. I'm sorry. Whether they're Pomus or they're Kendras, they're getting in the bottle. It's a bottle. It's a bottle in Zelda. I almost said jar. And then I was like, no. No jar. Bottle. Tsumi. Help. I started work to say to Fu saying, this will probably be a short stream. And came back during my break just now to you barely ending stream. I'm going to greatly enjoy the VOD. I hope you did enjoy it, Tsumi. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. I hope you have a wonderful time. Yeah, Chan, how dare I moved away from the bad words. God damn it. Gamer bottle. No. I think it's very clear I don't have a gamer bottle because now we have our own BRB stream for when I have to disappear. Eris, come in. Oh, God. Come in. Do you smell us? Welcome back, Fu. Thank you, Rain and Megan, for taking my brainworm and organizing the train. Who organized it? Nobody seems to know who organized this. Was it Rain? Was it Jerry? Was it Megan? And thank you, Comfies, who participated. Neil bonked our supers for 20 minutes, but Borg smell wonky. How dare. Thank you for donating the food funds, Eris, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Why did that one come in right at the end as well? And Kendra again. Honestly, great stream today, Fuchan. Enjoy the rest of the day. You earned it. Thank you so much. I hope you had a wonderful rest of your evening too. Rest well and take it easy. No snitching. Lots of people snitched. It's just a lot of people are lying about who it was. Check Bo. Thank you for today. No problem. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. This is my name now. Koishi, no. The sad thing is that's going to get cut off very early. It's just going to turn into like Wangi Borgs or something. Ooh, they just admitted it. It was, okay, it was Rain and Megan. Who was throwing Jerry Lawlia under the bus? God damn it. You know what? Yeah. I think I knew in my heart of hearts too. Because I apologized, they blamed me. Good. Good. That's a good confidant tactic. If you apologize, that's on you. That's honest. Honestly, don't apologize. Unless you really did something wrong. I'm sorry and thank you are two things you should say. But not in front of confidence. God damn it. Oh, I need to translate this name. All I know is it ends with sheep. It begins with Faye? Very introverted sheep. Oh, right, it's that name. Fei Chang Ne Shang De Yang. Oh, cute. Good morning, Fu-chan. Thank you for the stream. He's an 11-year-old Labrador cross-border collie. Oh, I asked about what type of dog you had the other day. You finally answered. Thank you so much. Labrador cross-border collie. That must be a smart dog. Border collies are some of the best for learning tricks, and Labradors are some of the best at like being able to tell exactly what emotions their owners are feeling. So with that cross, that must be a lovely and beautiful dog. Thank you for donating the food funds, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. The Wangi turned us against each other? Good. Good. Yes. Begin fighting one another. I love how everyone's like, they admitted to it. Meanwhile, Megan Senpai is just like, my YouTube glitched. Who snitched on me? They're still betraying each other. No way. Hi, Fu-chan. What's for the stream? By the way, me and my friend are having a hard time with exams this week. Do you think we'll do good? Exams are scary. I don't know if you'll do good. I'm going to be honest with you. I could sit here and do like the normal streamer thing and be like, you're gonna do amazing. Don't worry about it. I believe in you, so you'll do amazing. I don't know how you're going to do, but however you do, I just hope you do your best. Do your best. Work hard on it. Do take breaks. Thank you for joining us. I do hope you're doing well. But yeah, make sure you just do your best. Don't feel any regrets for it. Study when you can study. Rest when you need to study, because if you don't rest after studying, and like specifically the night before especially, you'll end up screwing up just because you're too stressed and you didn't get enough sleep. But yeah, just work hard and I'm sure you'll do great. But even if you don't, failing a test isn't the end of the world. You can always retake a test and you can always like choose different paths. But while you're here and while you're studying this and while you're working hard on it, you know, don't let that time that you've already spent working towards it be wasted. Give it your best. If you give it your best, that's all that matters. Good luck on everything. I hope you both do amazing. And yeah, hope you also rest well, take it easy, and have a lovely time. And that's all the super chats and all the donations. We got through the Wangis. We got through the Streamlabs. We're free. We're free. Good luck. Try and rest while you study. And don't forget that you're learning something even if the results aren't what you expected. That's a good thing to take into account as well, Garcia. Especially if you chose a course of study that you actually enjoy. If you're learning things, you should be happy about that. It's knowledge. It's things that, like, back in the Middle Ages, nobody could go to school. Everybody had to just be, like, working to survive. Everybody had to be, like, on a farm. And then during the Industrial Revolution, you gave up your childhood at, like, age 8. Everybody started working in factories just to survive and get money. The fact that we now are able to, like, access education so well, at least in first world countries, and even though they're expensive, but the fact that we have access to education, like, through the internet in general, but as well as, like, through school, is just, like, amazing. Even though it also... it has its drawbacks. It has... yeah, maybe we fund it a bit more. Maybe we don't focus so much on just passing exams. Maybe we focus on actually growing people into intelligent, well-rounded people rather than just people who pass tests and then forget all that knowledge immediately. But anyway, negativity down. We have access to education. That's amazing. There are so many courses online you can do for free. So much access to information. I watched the SciShow this morning. I found out that the sun is actually green. Did you know that? The strongest wavelength that is emitted by the sun is actually the green color, but it's diffused by the blue when it hits the earth. And also our eyes get tricked into seeing blue, red and green very similarly because of the way the cones react in the eyes. If we could see pure light spectrum, the sun would be green. That's the main, like, and the strongest, like the most amount that it releases the spectrum of was green, not yellow or white, even though it's white, but then it gets diffused into a bunch of colors once it hits our atmosphere. But yeah. And then there's TikTok. TikTok teaches you a bunch of things too, just a bunch of random things. Nerd. I like learning dumb things like that. I'll probably forget it within a week as well. That's why I like saying random facts like that when I've just heard them. Like yesterday when I was like, have you guys heard of the Leatherman? And then somebody called me out immediately and was like, yeah, I've heard of the Leatherman. The Watcher YouTube channel just brought out a video about that. And I was like, yes. Yes, they did. And I hadn't heard of the Leatherman before that either. I'm Ron. Oh my god, it's been a while. Go to college next week and now I'm nervous as hell. Don't be. College is way better than fucking high school. If anything, you're just leveling up. You're becoming more human. You have fun at college. Go have a wonderful time. I hope you chose a course you're going to enjoy. And yeah, I'm sure you'll meet a bunch of people that like have similar interests to you. You have a good time. You'll study well. Just enjoy it. And yeah, take it at your own time. Thank you for donating to food funds. I'm Ron. Go get out there. Become a fully fledged adult. Have a wonderful time. And remember, like college, yeah. Even though it does feel a bit more adult and you have to study a bit more, it's still a time to enjoy. You're not quite in the adult world yet. And yeah, just enjoy that while you can as well. Vivian. Oh my god, my YouTube ate my super chat again. Wow, it really did. I see you're gifted, but I definitely didn't get any super chats. Shit. Otsufu-chan, thank you for the stream. I love today's story so much, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you so much for donating the food funds, Vivian. I really wish YouTube wouldn't do that. Especially since I have not only the YouTube thing that's supposed to grab super chats, but the fucking filter prop out that's like a Chrome extension that grabs them and makes sure they don't disappear. That's aggravating. Thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you have a wonderful evening. I love the story too. It was so good. Yuki Tempest was top of my class 5 years ago, and now I watch VTubers, so... You'd be surprised how many people at the top of their class watch VTubers. Probably not me. Probably the more popular VTubers. But you can watch VTubers and be smart. That's fine. Sure, I was one of the top of my class all until like college age. And then studying became hard. Now I am a VTuber. Isn't that terrifying? This could be your future. This could be your future, Yuki Tempest. You could become a 2D anime character on the internet. Live in fear. I think sheeps are pretty big-brained. Honestly, yeah. It doesn't really matter if you're big-brained. I mean, that's the thing. It's one of the things that people say a lot with like, oh, my community is so smart. My community is so creative. And it's true. But at the same time, each individual is each individual. I'm sure everybody is good at something is the important thing. Everybody is their own well-rounded person. I'm not particularly good at anything. I'm not particularly good at writing, and yes, I've had writer's block forever, even though I can still consider that my thing. But yeah, I'm not particularly good at anything. I'm just kind of well-rounded and basic at a bunch of random things. Yeah, but yeah, everybody has like, they're all uniquely you. That's all that matters, as long as you're having a good time. I have a master's degree and I watch you. Bold of you, Miju. You never know what occupation we have and we're watching you. We had someone who was putting a fucking satellite in space the other month. Like, we got multiple updates about that. We had the first one and then we had a second one where they were like, I'm not going to be here for a few months because I'm literally joining NASA. And it was like, oh shit, cool, good luck. What? Wow. That kind of thing. The space confidant. Yeah. I think, oh man, there were so many people. I forget which YouTuber it was, but there was some YouTuber who like ran into one of his fans while like at the airport. And he just asked him very casually, yo, what do you do for it? I think it was Alpharad. It was either Alfred or like the Russian Badger. But he asked the fan like, oh, yo, what do you do for a living? And the guy responded to him, oh, I guard weapons of mass destruction. I'm the person who makes sure the nukes don't get into the wrong hands. And his reaction was just like, huh? You spend that time while you're supposed to be watching nukes, watching my videos. Okay. Like that kind of moment. It's like, you never know. People find their enjoyment in all kinds of places. That's so cool. The people that come together in a community. Exactly. That's nothing you should disclose. I think you're actually fine to disclose that. Like, being a member of the military, you're allowed to say that unless it's like a secret operation. But I mean, it's not a secret that America has WMDs. I mean, my job for living, full-time daughter. There you go. I'm also an education student, but I watch you. Aw, that's good. Hope you enjoy going down that path in the future. It's very fulfilling. Also very stressful and hard, but I hope you enjoy it. Just living is quite a cool thing. Yeah, we all need times where we just live. Eventually you'll find your passion and guide your way to it. Whether it becomes a job or just something you do for fun. Just surviving is enough sometimes. There are some times you can go even months just trying to survive. Won several art competitions, that's all. You say that's all as if that's something small. That's freaking incredible. Somebody has to do it. It's got to be a very tedious job. Mild distractions probably keep you sane and help you not miss things. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'd imagine it's just like playing that game Observation Duty. But for like 8 hours a day. Gah. Just graduated as a nurse. I know that even moms watch VTubers. Yeah, we have quite a few moms and dads in our chat every now and then. I still find it funny how freaking shocked Enna was when she first found out 2 of her members were married, and she was just like, you're married? You have fulfilling loved lives? And you watch me? You watch VTubers? And it was like, everyone watches VTubers. Everyone enjoys something. You never know. Michelle Adiva, thank you for donating the food funds. No message, but I hope you enjoyed the stream today. Hope you have a wonderful time. Yo, actually going to be an archivist. Let's go. And I had an 80-year-old man who watched them. Damn. That's impressive. I need to go collect some 80-year-old men. I need to start doing advertisements specifically like during Jerry Springer during the day. That's what I need to do. Now look at her saying vows for Aloe Peeps. Exactly. She's come round full circle. Okay. Why do you need old men, Fu? Don't put it that way. Do not put it that way. Jerry Springer, oh no. I just figured that's what they want. Matlock, yeah. Columbo. Probably Law and Order. Nah. Westerns, I'd imagine. There are those TV channels that are just like westerns all day, every day. Advertise during golf? That would work. That would work. You may hire. I'm in school and work 2 jobs and I watch mostly Fu-chan. Fu-chan streams so much. You don't have to be here for every stream. But thank you for that, you may hire. Don't ever feel like I'm holding you back from watching other things, though. My 8-year-old brother likes watching your stream. Oh, that's terrifying. No. Billboard projects at golf courses? No, I'm kidding. Let's go to get twisted as Fulgur is now looking for a sugar daddy. I know. I knew as soon as somebody worded it as, what do you mean you want to collect old man, Fu-chan? I was like, Did you say the sun being green was a SciShow video? Yeah, it was. Took me a minute to search it up for myself. Yeah, it was the SciShow one. It's just like 3-5 minutes long. I just watched that and I watched... What was the other? Fuck. See, that's how quickly things go out of my head. I watched another like scientific show. Well, I watched those 2 things while I was eating breakfast this morning. I can't even remember the second one's like interesting factoid. Like the sun being green stuck with me and I remember why it's green. Fuck. I can't remember the old one at all. Adoro Obscura, thank you for donating the food funds. No message, but I hope you enjoyed the stream today. I hope you had a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for joining us and please rest well. With that said, yeah, please don't let 8-year-olds watch Fata Morgana streams. Very much so. This is a very mature game. The thumbnail art is very pretty. It's beautiful. I screwed up so bad. It's funny because like the last week's stream, I specifically chose the one where it was like Michel ripping through a portrait because I was like, I feel like in this episode, we're going back into the past. This will be the one with the portrait in it. This will be the one where we explain like white-haired girl. And in this one, I did like white-haired girl as the main focal focus. Because I was like, I feel like now we're definitely going to get white-haired girl. Now it feels like I should have made the portrait ripping one this one, because it's actually the portrait. And the white-haired girl one, I should have probably saved for next week. I might rearrange the thumbnails when I'm done with this series, because there's a couple of them where it's like, oh, this would really fit another chapter. Okay, Fu, I think you could change it now. The problem is if I change it now, everybody's going to see the thumbnail and be like, I already watched this one with the painting. So I need to change it in like 2 weeks or so, when most of the people who have watched it are going to like, I've already watched the VOD. I just need to remember to actually do it. You can always change it when the series is done. That's the thing as well. Like I can always come back to the series once it's completely over and be like, this shouldn't be here. It was the same for like the Last of Us playthrough. Because the Last of Us playthrough, I used the one like with me and Ellie and the giraffes like midway through, when that was actually second to last. I used that as like the second one. I was like, this is so pretty. Maybe we'll see the giraffes this time. And the giraffes actually show up in a different episode. It's like, ah, whoops. You may hire. I want to be here as much as I can. I've said it before, but I swear hearing your voice in the background while I work keeps me sane. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you have a wonderful evening and I hope you rest well. I actually appreciate how organized your playlists are as well. I had a laugh at the one. Which the one? God, there's a few where I slip up. There's a few where I accidentally like place things in like a Valorant playlist or things in random playlists, but I try to keep my playlist very organized because I do, like, I want this channel to be up for a long time. Obviously, I want us to be streaming for a long time, but I also want like people to just be able to be like, huh, I like this Fuchan guy. I've only just discovered him. Let me go through some of the other things he likes. Oh, he played Fata Morgana. Oh, he played Majora's Mask. Oh, he played Cyberpunk, and just like dive into those that way. That one Apex stream in a Valorant playlist. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh, the one that's literally just called Short and Stupid. Yeah, I have that. I have that for whenever I'm just like, this is probably going to be like a 1 to 2 hour stream. It's not like a deep one, like an ASMR thing or anything. It's just like a dumb idea I had. But yeah, glad you guys appreciate them. Did you beat Cyberpunk? Yeah, but I only did one of the endings. I think right before I said this before, but right before the DLC comes out, I'm probably going to beat another one of the endings and just like explore the city a bit, do some more submissions, and try to upgrade my dexterity and stuff. Because I was very much in that game just like randomly throwing grenades and shooting, and like when I saw like some of the things you can actually do if you like heighten up your dexterity and like double jumps and triple jumps and like running around well, not the rooftops, but like you can like bounce around like there's stop signs and stuff. It's really wild. And I was like, that's like a completely different game from the Cyberpunk I played. Adura Obscura. Been catching up when I can with your streams. It helps make the day go by fast, especially at work. Sorry I haven't been around as much. It's cool, don't worry about it. Thank you for being here today. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. I hope you have a wonderful evening. And yeah, I hope you enjoy the VODs when you get to watch them as well. Please do rest well. Have a lovely evening, and I hope work's going well. Uchan, hey! Hey. Notice it's super fast whenever I've checked? Yeah. With that said, that's where we're going to end this stream. This was supposed to be a short one today. I was like, it's Fata Morgana. We're going to play for like 3 hours. You got some super chats to do. It's 6 hours and a half later. Technically not as bad as yesterday though. And yeah, we wrapped up the gameplay by 5 hours, which is my new rule. I stuck to my new rule. We're good. We're good. But yeah, we stopped at a good point in Fata Morgana anyway, so it's fine. You say it every day recently. And I mean it too. That's the problem. People are like, oh, he's making a joke out of this, or he's lying to us. Every day I'm like, it'll be shorter this time. And then I'm like, oh, wow, it's been 6 hours. Okay, let's see if we can raid someone. I'll do that without being in whisper mode today. I'll actually look it up now. Redirect. Anybody streaming? Recently, it always shows me as nobody streaming. I have to go into YouTube and check. Oh, no. Literally no one in Nijisanji streaming. But nobody raided me. Okay, where am I raiding to then? Is there any waiting rooms that are up? Apex Legends at 3 a.m. VR chat at 10 p.m. Chat, are there any upcoming waiting rooms that are soon? Oh shit! Ike's birthday countdown! Thank you. Ike's birthday countdown is starting in half an hour. Ike's back! And it's his birthday. Soon. I might have to like move Gollum around if he does like a birthday stream during that time. He hasn't told anyone what he's doing for his birthday. And so I just kind of like did my schedule and then realized, oh, if his birthday stream's there, I might have to move Gollum. But I'll let you guys know as far beforehand as I can. But yeah, it's Ike's birthday. He's doing a countdown until his birthday. I don't know which time zone, so it might be a very long stream. But I'll read you guys into that. He's starting that in half an hour. So, you know, just fall asleep. Just chill. You can do whatever you want, really. But that's where we're going to raid into. That's really nice. I'm glad Ike's back. I've missed Ike. There are so many people I want to collab with that I keep missing opportunities with. Ike's one of them. Pio-chan's one of them. Millie's one of them. I wanted to get back like the Monster Frickers in a couple of weeks. Like, there are some games we've been looking at playing with them. The Toonie Squad, I'm hoping to do like some more role playing with. There are so many people I wanted to play with recently, and Ike's been one of them where just like, it seems like every time I'm doing good, Ike is doing bad. Every time Ike's doing good, I'm doing bad. And I'm like, Ike, please. I'd like to play Bread and Fred with Ike. I feel like, has he played that with someone? Ike is still a little bit sick? Yeah. I actually heard him while he was like really bad with his throat for a little while, and I felt really bad. But yeah. With that said, sorry. Distractions. I always get distracted. I'm gonna let you guys go off. He played that with Selene. Shit. Man. Fine. I'll find something else. Everybody have a wonderful evening. As always, do not be led astray, my confidants. I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully. Maybe on Ike's stream if he does an open Totsu at some point. Definitely not immediately. Probably tomorrow. Planning on Gollum. I have to, yeah. We'll see as long as Ike doesn't change schedules. Everybody have a wonderful evening. Do not be led astray. And as always, I will catch you guys next time. And as always on the way out, I'd like to say thank you to everybody who joined the membership today. Everybody who has rejoined, everybody who has joined for the first time, and everybody who donated gifted memberships and shoved sheep into the sheep pile. Shoved people into the sheep pile. Including Scorpion, Fruit Knife, Nerude. Sorry, it's so hard to read that name with the capital at the end. It freaks me out every time. Neruda. Luthier, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Lem, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Miros. Auda, thank you so much for the 20 gifted membership. Hope you enjoyed the stream today, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Luthier, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope you have a lovely day. Jin, thank you so much for the 10 gifted membership. I hope you have a wonderful day. Satoshi, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Sidimeg, Spirulina, Susie, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Ear-chan, Yanis, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. We had so many gifted at the beginning of the stream. I didn't even notice. I'm so sorry. Thank you all so much for all the gifted memberships. And Ren Shi, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Arena, Lunasa, Denden, Ima, Renshi, Jin, Apple, Ashley Bear, Wandering Far, Luthier, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Yuko, Sakura, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Bleep, Ali Mars, Toby Chow, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Anami-chan, Salvatore Aurelius, Sleeping Bear, Vale, Lulu, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Moon, Wan Yen, Isa, Mari, Captain Leia, Emily
Kelly Jasmine Chang, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Camon Nagisa. Little Penguin. Maru Maru, thank you so much for the 10 gifted membership. Hope you enjoyed the stream today. Bella. Ayu. Mian Feng, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Serifora, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Ginger. Romana. Mel Chen. Your boy Mel. Maid San. Oh my god, we have your boy Mel, Maid San, and Morgana. Yep. Hollow Niji Indie Shrimp. Vivienne, thank you so much for the gifted. Luthier, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Wangi, Borg Smell, Sniff Sniff, Koishi. Megan Senpai. And I think that's it. Yep, that's everybody. Arumi Dabu. Welcome to the membership. Thank you all so much for joining us. I'm going to head out. I'm going to leave you with Ike. I hope he has a wonderful birthday. Hope you guys all have a wonderful evening. I'll be back tomorrow with Gollum. Hopefully at the correct time. If not, I'll let you guys know. 14, buddy, get used to it. What? Anyway, I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Do not be led astray, my confidants. And as always, I will catch you guys next time.